Hey guys, hope you are well. So, welcome to the Anime Fictions 2.0. This is the story about what if Naruto neglected by Hinata. Part 4. Hope you loved previous parts. Check out full playlist. If you did, do subscribe for more awesome what if. Share with your friends and enjoy them. Check out the other videos I have created. Comment down your opinion. Share with your friends. So, without wasting any time, let's jump into the fourth part. Chapter 13. Talking. Thinking mental conversation. Demon got it alike. Jutsu. The forest of problems. The final thought running through Naruto's mind just as he was passing into the shade of that immense forest was curiosity as to why he seemed to have gotten such an odd feeling from the pollen he had attached to those grass ninja. Team 11 leapt from tree branch to tree branch into the forest a few minutes before they came to a halt on a particularly large tangle of branches that had knit themselves together to form a kind of supportive canopy where the team could stop for a moment. Hiba had taken point and was the first to land crouched over on all fours as he did so as his slitted eyes and sharp nose flicked back and forth for any trace of another team. Hinata was the second to land so softly that Kiba was almost unaware of her presence without the use of their pollen connection. As she landed, a small breeze blew a stray lock of her deep blue hair across her face over her blazing Byakugan eyes as she acted as a second sensor for the group scanning the area for any detectable threats. Out in the forest for about 100 yards in every direction, she could see the faint size of Naruto's pollens drifting lazily around as if caught on the breeze. The pollens acted as a final level of detection for the team, sending off small pings of chakra between each other, acting to feel out other chakra signatures like sonar, while also acting to disable any illusions that may have been present. Naruto landed a moment later looking over at his two teammates, maneuvering over to crouch down beside the two on the branch. "Akamaru and I can't smell anything, you see anyone, Hinata?" asked Kiba, turning to face Hinata with his white puppy peeking out of his coat. Hinata turned off her Byakugan and turned to face her teammate. "Nothing that I can see, it looks like no one is anywhere near us for the time being. There seems to be a nest of some kind of bugs a couple yards in that direction," she said, raising a hand to point off behind the boy's left shoulder before continuing, "but that's all I can see." She finished, giving Akamaru a small scratch behind the ears. "Alright, how about you, Naruto, picking up anything off your pollen?" asked Kiba, looking over at Naruto, the blonde shaking his head slightly before responding. "Nope, it looks like any of the teams I marked are too far off for me to locate. If they get closer, I should be able to pick up on them thanks to the pollen net I have set up, but at the moment we seem to be pretty well alone." Finished Naruto, getting approving nods all around from the rest of the team. "Well then, this seems like as good a place as any to plan our next move," Kiba said, setting himself against the side of the tree and allowing Akamaru to hop down to sit in the small area provided by Kiba's folded legs. Naruto ejected one of his seeds, allowing it to nestle itself between the branches below him and allowing for the same soft root-like vines that he had used to carry Kushina and Wave to create something like a hammock for him to sit in. Hinata soon joined him, allowing herself to lean into Naruto's shoulder a little as she did so. Naruto had managed to learn a way to allow the seeds to keep from zapping the chakra from individuals if he didn't want them to, thanks to Mito's and Hanabi's constant requests for more rides on his seeds. Once they were all situated, Naruto spoke up. "So I guess the question is, how do we want to proceed with this exam?" Naruto asked as he looked around at his team. After a moment, Hinata spoke up to his right. "Well, the way I see it, we only really have two choices. We either find a team and hit them early, or we wait and take out a team that has already gotten a pair and is headed for the tower," spoke the girl, looking around at her team, who nodded in response to her. "Sounds like our options are pretty limited," said Kiba with a small shrug of his shoulders as he did so. Naruto looked between Kiba and Hinata for a moment before speaking. "Between Kiba and Akamaru's noses, Hinata's eyes, and my pollen, I'd say we will have the best chance to find a team before anyone else, so I say we go ahead and find a team and head straight to the tower. With Hinata-chan's eyes, we can even check which scroll they have, so we won't have to worry about engaging teams that don't have what we're looking for." Finished the blonde, giving his girlfriend a happy smile which she blushed at slightly. Kiba only rolled his eyes with a happy little shake of his head as he did so. "Okay lovebirds, I guess we know which plan we are going with, so which way you want to head?" asked the Inyazuka as he picked up his white puppy and stood up with a little stretch of his back. As he stood up once again, Naruto helped Hinata to her feet before he too raised, reabsorbing his seed as he did so and sending out a pulse to the pollen net surrounding the team to get ready to move. Hinata, after standing, checked to make sure that her medical kit was secure before activating her Byakugan and scanning the area. Once the team was ready, Kiba took the lead, with Naruto in the middle and Hinata bringing up the rear as the group continually scanned for possible targets. As Team 11 leapt from tree to tree in another part of the forest, Team 7 had just landed in a clearing to plan their own actions. Naruto was the first to land on the forest floor. She did a quick scan of the area before signaling for the rest of her team to join her. While the rest of her team was arriving, Naruko took a moment to brush some stray leaves and twigs from her outfit. She still wore her Anbu-style ninja pants with wrappings around her ankles. Her yellow battle vest stood out sharply against the black undershirt that stretched down to her wrists, with 2 spare kunai pouches also yellow strapped to her upper arms. Her long blonde hair was tied into 2 pigtails with her hair held back by her forehead protector, allowing her bright blue eyes to see her teammates land a few feet off. Nanami was still dressed in her reed battle kimono, with her multiple sealing scrolls still held across her belt and her long red hair still flowing down her back, ending in twin pigtails in the style that Tsunade favored. If one had looked hard they may have seen a small black bead that seemed to be sitting by her left ear like a small black earring, which she absent-mindedly rubbed with one finger as she turned to look at the final member of Team 7 who landed beside her. Sasuke had changed very little from his time at the academy and still insisted on wearing his blue Uchiha high-necked shirt and cargo pants, although he had taken to replacing his arm sleeves with wrappings that concealed a number of storage seals that he had learned to make from Kakashi. Besides that, little had changed in his wardrobe or his attitude. As he landed, he addressed the other 2 members of the team with a small huff before looking around as if expecting something to happen thanks to just his presence. "What's the deal, Naruto, why are we stopping?" called Sasuke in a slightly annoyed tone, turning to face his blonde teammate. Naruko looked around at Sasuke with an annoyed expression of her own before opening her mouth to fire back at the boy. "Shut it, Sasuke, we need to formulate a plan before we go any farther," called Minami, making sure to cut in between the 2 before Naruko, and he started a shouting match that would have half the forest on their heads in a matter of moments. She was only marginally successful as Sasuke decided to just argue with her instead. "I wasn't talking to you, Minami, besides we just need to find a team to take out, this exam has been a joke so far, what makes you think this isn't going to just be more of the same?" fired back Sasuke with a slight scowl on his face. Minami wanted to throttle the boy in front of her, how could he be so freaking stupid? "Hey Neeson, sorry, but I kind of have to agree with Sasuke on this one, besides that Gaara kid, the rest of the teams should be a pushover," spoke up Naruko, stepping forward to rest a hand on her red-heated sister's shoulder. Minami looked over at Naruko with a look like she was crazy for a moment before letting her face drop and surrender. "Fine, it's not like you'd listen to me even if we made up a plan anyway," replied Minami, brushing her sister's hand off of her shoulder before stalking a few feet away to try and calm herself down a bit. Giving the 2 behind her a brief glance, she shook her head, wondering if she and Naruko had been like this to Naruto and wondering, if that were the case, how he could have given her any chance at all. "You okay, Minami-chan?" asked Caillou, softly looking out from the vine-covered bars of his cage as he spoke. Minami smiled softly, figures the giant fox in her head was being more concerned about her than her team, some great squad they were turning out to be. "Hi Kaiken, I'm fine, just a little frustrated is all," she replied, thinking about the voice in her head for a moment before remembering his connection to his mother. "Hey Kaiken," she called, prompting the fox to pad over to the edge of his cage to talk to her easier. "Hi Minami-chan, what's up?" asked the fox, looking down at the girl. "Hey, can you and your cousin still talk to each other even now that you're so far apart?" asked Aridid, hoping that she may be able to get a little bit of a connection to Naruto and hopefully have at least some kind of intelligent conversation. Caillou thought for a moment before he closed his eyes, his tails and ears twitching slightly as if trying to catch a signal on an old-fashioned radio. After a few moments, Caillou lowered his ears and his tails with a defeated little look on his face. "Sorry, but cousin is too far away and for some reason I feel her chakra spread out all around the forest, even here," replied Caillou with a confused nod in his voice. Minami had to resist face-palming as she heard this. "Of course you would, Naruto was spreading his pollens all around, heck, he probably would be able to find us long before we ever got within range of him. I guess Nyasin is more prepared than my whole team put together," chuckled Aridid, turning around to head back to her team. As she re-entered the clearing, she found herself looking across at a bound and gagged ninja who seemed to be dressed in a full-body gray suit complete with gasmask that Naruko and Sasuke were standing over. "Well, that was fast, maybe we'll make it out of this forest before we kill each other after all," thought the girl as she walked over to her teammates to hear how this had happened. Meanwhile, in another part of forest, another girl was dealing with her own frustrating team. "Shikamaru, Choji, I swear if you don't stop whining and asking for breaks, I'm going to jump in your heads and permanently alter your brains," shouted Ino at her team after their 4th break in the last hour so that Shikamaru could relax and Choji could take another snack break. Choji looked a little embarrassed at his teammates' words and proceeded to put away his bag of chips while looking sheepishly over at his blonde companion. Shikamaru on the other hand only yawned slightly before replying. Relax Ino, it's only the first day and we have 5 more in this forest to get a scroll running around and wasting our strength will only make us easier targets for another team out there. Reasoned Shikamaru, adding under his breath a comment about troublesome blondes in for good measure. Unfortunately for him, Ino had heard his muttered comment and decided to attempt to pound the laziness out of the boy while Choji looked on helplessly. After a few moments, Ino stepped back from a floored Shikamaru who was nursing a small lump on the back of his head from the blonde's assault. Shape up Shikamaru, I'm not going to fall behind everyone else just because you want to be lazy and have an excuse to not go any further in the exam. Fired back Ino, casting an angry little look over at the pineapple-headed boy who was murmuring into the forest floor. Choji, worrying what Shikamaru might say next to set off their blonde teammate, took the opportunity to step forward to try and head off any conflict. Ino, do you think we should go looking for a team to attack or just set up a defensible camp for later? Asked the heavy boy, looking over at his teammate. Ino looked over at Choji for a moment before responding. Well, I'd like to get a scroll as soon as possible, but I guess having a defensible camp would be best. I mean, that crazy purple-haired lady did say that there were some animals here that could tear us limb from limb. Finished the blonde with a small shiver, having allowed her mind to envision a scene involving her team and several large predators. Troublesome, spoke up Shikamaru as he pushed himself into a sitting position before continuing. Choji makes a good point, let's find and set up a good camp. We can worry about a scroll once we have a safe place to fall back to. Not much point in getting a scroll just to be targeted out in the open a few hours later. Concurred the boy as he rose to his feet and began to make his way forward. Ino gave a small smirk before nodding and along with Choji following Shikamaru forward deeper into the forest. As Team 10 made their way deeper into the forest, Team 9 had just found themselves finishing off a brief battle with a team from Waterfall. As Niji delivered a final palm strike to the 17-some-year-old man who had just swung a kunai at him, the man found himself unable to stand, only moments before the world turned dark for him. As Niji stepped back, he saw, thanks to his activated Byakugan, that Lee and Tenten had also just finished taking out their assigned targets. Tenten's was currently on the ground, several deep slashes covering his form, along with what looked like several nasty blows from some kind of a blunt instrument. On the other side of the clearing, Lee's opponent had been slammed headfirst into a tree trunk courtesy of a spin kick to the head delivered by Lee moments before. As the waterfall shinobi slumped to the ground, Lee let out a triumphant cry of joy. Yahoo! Oh, the flames of youth shall not be diminished. Howled Lee in excitement as he raised both his hands while spinning to face Niji and Tenten, flashing one of his wide grins. Tenten slapped her palm to her face, muttering silent curses under her breath at having such a loud teammate to look after. Niji seemed not to notice as he bent down to take the scroll from the fallen shinobi before him. While Lee continued to cry about the flames of youth, Tenten was busy collecting her weapons and resealing them into her multiple scrolls and taking time to secure the enemy shinobi. A moment later, Niji stood up, a heaven scroll grasped in his hand to offset the earth one they already held. Tenten, seeing this, decided to speak up. So looks like we have both scrolls, what's the plan now? She asked, looking towards Niji as Lee stopped his shouting and moved over to listen in as well. I say we stay out a little longer before heading into the tower, the more we take out here in the forest the less competition we have later. Stated Niji coldly, privately hoping to find Hinata and take her out of the exams early. Lee seemed on board with this by shouting about how their flames of youth would help them conquer all of the undeserving. Tenten in the meantime was not completely on board with the idea but decided to side with her team instead of risking dividing them. Alright, so which way should we go from here? Asked Tenten, looking around at them. Niji seemed to take a moment to think about it before speaking. We'll head towards the tower and camp out near it. Anyone who is headed there will have at least fought one other team and most likely be in a weakened condition. We can take a few out and then simply head to the tower without worry. Said Niji, starting to march off from the clearing in the direction of the center of the forest. His two teammates took a moment to look at one another before following along after him as he took to the branches above. In the meantime, teammate had just finished setting up their own camp by a stream that they had located. Shino was sitting down beside the river, having taken off his sunglasses and having set his open palms down on the ground in front of him, sending out small pulses of chakra to instruct the local insects native to the forest to surround their camp and act as both guardians and an alarm system for them. Sakura in the meantime was taking a moment to check her medical bag over for supplies, making a count of what she had, as well as checking what she might need to have on standby for each of her teammates. Every once in a while she would look over to Shino, at which time he would meet her green eyes with her own brown eyes and give her a small nod, allowing her to know that the defenses were still intact and underway. Ikumo in the meantime had set up two of their tents in the covered roots of one of the giant trees that dominated the forest. After having finished her work, she had set about outside of the tree with her back to it and pulled out her painting kit to start preparing works revolving around the trees and creatures she had seen around her. She could not help but hum a small tune as she just began to fall into enjoying her work as she painted. Shino finally finished setting up their defenses before reaching down and picked up his discarded glasses, even as he pushed himself up from the ground and dusting himself off, drawing the attention of Yakumo and Sakura with his movement. The barrier is set up and I have my own insects acting as a net in the trees above, we should be able to have a warning at the very least before anyone enters into this area. Spoke Shino as he pushed up the glasses on his face and pushed them up to cover his eyes. Sakura smiled over at her teammate as she finished putting her supplies back together, moving over towards the tree where Yakumo was sitting still busy drawing. As they reached one another, Sakura called to Yakumo, who at that moment was absorbed in her work and hadn't noticed the presence of her team yet. "Yakumo," Earth to Yakumo. Sakura called, chuckling slightly at teammate's state. After getting to know the girl for the last few months, Sakura and Shino had gotten used to Yakumo becoming obsessed with her drawings and had always enjoyed this small character flaw of the girl. The whole team had taken to teasing each other often and had grown closer as a result. They had no illusions as to who they were. A quiet bug boy, an obsessed artist and a brash medic, but in admitting it to themselves and each other, they had formed a trusted team that was almost a family. Yakumo shook herself slightly, looking up sheepishly at her teammates with a small embarrassed grin on her face. "Sorry about that, Sakura, I was just finishing up a sketch, these trees could really help me with a few plant-based ninjutsu," spoke the brown-haired girl in a cheerful voice. Shino seemed to incline his head at her comment before speaking. "I have to agree with Yakumo, this forest has already given me several new forms of insects to use and expand upon my own colony, it seems this test will indeed help us grow, as Kurane-sensei hinted at." Finished the stoic boy, turning to face Sakura, who shook her head slightly. "Figures I would need our mission to take place in the library to help me out, but the nature trip is perfect for you too." She chided them in a good-natured way that the two caught immediately. "So what should we do now? The exam is going to last just a few days, should we get moving now or wait a bit?" asked Yakumo, looking around them. It was Shino who spoke up first. "At the time I would say that we take this time to plan and set up possible attack plans, our position is secure and simply rushing out will do us little good. At the moment if someone assaults our defenses, we may have a scroll with little to no additional effort," reasoned the Aburum, looking at his two teammates. Sakura nodded her head with a small smile. "I guess you're right, for now we just hold up here, but there is something I was wondering, if we run into another Leaf team should we try and ally with them?" asked a pink-haired girl, looking at her fellows. Shino and Yakumo seemed to think for a moment before responding. "I don't see why we couldn't try that, I mean if we have the same scroll we wouldn't even have a reason to fight," said Yakumo, looking over at Shino, who nodded softly at her words. I would prefer to avoid attacking members of the Leaf, but we have to accept that they may judge us as targets, so at the very least we should be prepared for them to attack, even if we offer peace," reasoned Shino as his teammates nodded in turn. "Well, sounds like we have a game plan," said Sakura proudly as she moving to grab a food bar from her pack before taking a seat beside Yakumo, who was looking down at her drawing once again in concentration. Shino in the meantime took to watching a few water insects by the river guild across its surface, analyzing their movements with interest. As Team 8 was settling in, Team 11 found themselves fanned out in an ambush position overlooking a group of 3 shinobi who they recognized from the beginning of the first exam. Kiba, Hinata and Naruto all sat crouched on the upper branches, looking down at the 3 figures of Leaf Genin below them. The first figure they recognized as Kabuto, his silver hair giving off a dull shine in the little light that permeated the large canopy above them. Beside him stood his 2 teammates, one wearing a strange set of glasses and face mask that made him appears to be closer to a doctor than a shinobi. The second fellow was only remarkable in his total lack of uniqueness, he simply wore a standard black 2-piece suit with his forehead protector tied around his head as he seemed to be scanning the surroundings lazily. "So what do you think?" asked Naruto over the mental link as he looked around at his teammates. They had sensed the 3's approach a good ways off and had altered their path so that they could set up an ambush ahead of them, but now that they found themselves looking down at fellow Leaf shinobi, they were taking a moment to question whether they wished to proceed with the attack. "I know what you mean, man, it just feels wrong to attack another Leaf team. But still, it's what the exam is, I mean there aren't that many foreign shinobi to begin with and we need to get a second scroll to pass this part," reasoned Kiba as Akamaru poked his head out of his partner's hood to nod in agreement. "I agree with Kiba, besides there is no guarantee that they won't attack us if we make ourselves known to them, it's not like we have to fight to the death, this is only a test." Hinata sent over the mental link, getting nods from her 2 teammates. "Sounds good to me, Hinata-chan, so I guess all that remains is to figure out who gets who," replied Naruto, looking down at the assembled shinobi below. However, before they could do more than start to pick out their targets, a sudden motion from one side of the clearing below drew both their eyes, as well as Kabuto's team's attention. As the team above watched, a grass team Naruto had noted as, finding odd, walked into the clearing approaching Kabuto's team. As teammate watched, they noticed neither side seemed to be preparing to fight, almost like they were expecting one another. Soon the two teams were face to face, and Kabuto seemed to be addressing the lead grass ninja about something that teammate couldn't quite make out. Down below, Kabuto had just finished greeting his master and was waiting to receive his orders. Now Kabuto, I need you to make sure that after my Kukukukuku time with Team 7 that they make it to the finals. I need Sasuke to be able to fight and evolve his Sharingan and the curse mark before I draw him towards me. Spoke a disguised Orochimaru, his face twisted into an evil grin. Kabuto and his two teammates nodded swiftly at the Snake Sage's words before Kabuto replied, his own small smile tracing his lips. It will be done, but what about your sound team? Should they survive or even succeed in taking out Sasuke, what would you have me do with them? Asked Kabuto, looking up at Orochimaru, who seemed to contemplate the idea for a moment before answering. If they should succeed, then I suppose I will have to have them tested for a mark next and move on to simply taking one of the younger Uchiha during the invasion, but should they fail and live, I will leave their fate up to you. Finished Orochimaru, a twisted smirk spreading across his face as he spoke. Kabuto also smiled at this, giving a small bow as he did so. Thank you, my lord, rest assured it will be done as you say. Finished the silver-haired boy as Orochimaru stepped back out of the clearing, even as the two figures that had been standing with him crumbled into mud, revealing that they were clones the entire time. From up in the canopy, Team 11 were at a total loss as to what to make of what they had witnessed. To them it had appeared as though the teams had simply met for a moment before parting ways, but even from their vantage point, it was clear to them that something was up. To be on the safe side, they had decided to wait and see how the meeting would play out, but now they were left with simply more questions as to what was happening. What do you think all that was about? Asked Naruto to no one in particular as the grass shinobi made their way out of the clearing. No idea, but something is definitely up between those teams. I would suggest that all of you stay on your toes. Spoke Juubi, getting a bad feeling about what they had just witnessed. I'm with Juubi on this one, Naruto-kun. Something is weird with that grass ninja. I was able to get a glimpse of their lips, but all I caught was something about a lord someone and Sasuke. Said Hinata, looking over at her blonde teammate. Naruto seemed to stiffen for a moment at that. Sasuke would mean they are targeting Team 7, maybe that's it. Remember, Kabuto had those data cards, maybe he is selling info to that grass ninja so that he can take out Team 7 easier. I mean, it's not a secret that they are kind of a prodigy team or anything, maybe they're just looking to eliminate a strong team. Suggested Kiba, while Akamaru gave a small bark of agreement. Unfortunately, Akamaru's bark was just loud enough to cause Kabuto to stiffen slightly. He had been so occupied with his report that he hadn't properly scanned the area, and the last thing he needed was someone throwing a wrench into their plans by him being careless. With that in mind, the silver-headed spectacled boy began scanning the area for the source of the noise. As teammate froze in place trying to remain hidden, Kabuto and his teammates continued to scan the surrounding woods. I know I heard something, but whoever it is seems to at least be smart enough to stay hidden. Kabuto said to his two teammates as they nodded in agreement. Still, that doesn't mean I'll let you go that easy. Thought Kabuto as he reached into his pouch and withdrew several kunai with paper bombs dangling from their rings. True, he did not know precisely where he was being watched from, but that did not mean that he couldn't flush out the best possible vantage points. With a single practiced twitch of his hand, 3 of the missiles were off, 2 speeding towards the woods on the forest floor, while 1 shot up dangerously close to Team 11's position. As the kunai flew skyward, a resounding and unified thought raced through the members of the team almost simultaneously. Shit. Their minds screamed as they all dove sideways out of cover to get away from the blast they knew was coming. This resulted in all 4 of them finding themselves standing, their feet adhered to the trunk of a huge tree, looking down at a smiling Kabuto, even as a resounding blast illuminated not only the surrounding foliage, but acted to backlight for them in turn. After the deafening blast and burst of light had subsided, Kabuto, still wearing that same grin upon his face, called up to the genin above him. Well, if it isn't Team 11, didn't your cousins ever tell you it's impolite to listen in on others' conversations? Called up the boy in a mocking tone as he looked from one to another of the team above him. Naruto snorted at that for a second before calling down to the team below him. Are you kidding? We're in a ninja village, I think you'd know that's the first thing we are taught to do. Called Naruto, Kiba giving him a nervous little grin as he readied himself for the fight he knew was coming. Hinata as well allowed herself a small smile, even as she began to build up a small amount of chakra to launch a defense if it became necessary. Kabuto for his part looked generally amused at hearing Naruto's response as he took a step forward. Well said, Naruto, I couldn't agree with you more, but the fact remains that you really shouldn't have been listening into that meeting, it's going to cost you. Kabuto said, his voice becoming silky smooth and threatening with every syllable he spoke. Naruto as well as the rest of the team heard the tone and as a result were not surprised when Kabuto's two teammates launched a barrage of small fireballs from their mouths towards the team standing on the tree's side. As the explosions of fire leapt out, Kabuto's grin grew even wider, thinking he had taken out his targets already. Before he could turn, however, movement overhead caught his attention. From the smoke where the fireballs had hit, a shimmering disk of water became visible, its flat surface facing towards the trio on the forest floor. Through the distorted view one could see that Hinata had stepped forward to throw up a surface of water to take the hit from the fireballs. Before the grounded team could do more than register their failure, the girl and her team were moving. Hinata was first to move as she pumped a pulse of chakra into her feet, acting to blast herself from the tree and hurtled down like a missile towards the figures below, while weaving a series of hand signs as she did. "I will take the masked one," she shouted over their mental connection as she landed on the last sign and called out her jutsu as she hurtled towards the ground. "Mizu Bushido," Hinata cried, as from the disk of water that still flew before her, two watery shapes bubbled up, forming into two copies of the girl, before turning their pale eyes forward and leaping from the disk and down towards the masked member of the trio below. The figure smirked, seeing her two clones fling themselves as him. 1/10 of this girl's strength was sure to be nothing, he thought, as he allowed his right hand to start glowing blue as he activated his innate ability to steal chakra, even while taking out a kunai in his other hand, ready to intercept the oncoming clones. As the first clone landed before him, he lashed forward with his kunai in hand, intent on taking the clone's head from its shoulders. However, as he leapt forward, the clone girl bent back at an impossibly graceful angle, allowing the blow to swipe the air harmlessly over it before landing and falling into a battle stance. Warning bells went off in the man's head as he ducked, narrowly missing a strike from the second clone that had landed a mere second after the first and had taken his momentary distraction as a chance to launch a palm strike at his back. As he hit the ground, he swung himself into a low sweep kick, hoping to catch his attacker in the blow before they could recover from their failed assault. The second clone girl had other ideas and leapt gracefully into the air, avoiding his kick and even delivered a swift kick of her own to his exposed shoulder. Although the blow was not substantial, it did allow for the clone to use him as a springboard to push herself back and create space between the two. As the man looked back at the clone, he smirked in a kind of triumph. The blow had been little more than that of a child's. If that was all they had, these clones were nothing to worry about. However, just as this thought entered his head, his instinct screamed at him to move, and it was all that saved him from the next blow. As he allowed his instincts to pull him back, the disk of water that had been a shield had solidified into a solid ball and had hit the ground where he had been standing with a sound of cracking, a splashing. Before he could relax it, the near miss Hinata had landed, using the slashing water to surf forward towards him to throw a palm strike at his now open chest. As the girl's blow closed distance, the masked figure swung his right hand around to catch the blow in a gloved hand, still pulsing with blue chakra. As the two hand connected, the man clamped down hard on the girl's hand before starting to drain her chakra as fast as he could. Hinata, feeling the drain, immediately signaled for her two clones to rush the man with kunai to try and give her an opening. Luckily it worked. The two clones drew in their blades at the ready. The man had no choice but to release her and leap back in an attempt to avoid the oncoming assault. His safety was fleeting as once he landed, he looked up to see both the girl and her clones pulling back their left sleeves to expose multiple senbon launchers, all trained at him. Before he could do more than raise one kunai up as a small defense, a flurry of senbon were screaming his way. Hinata let fly with a salvo of senbon towards the masked shinobi she was battling. Whatever had happened to her when she had gotten close to him seemed to have come from the man's glowing right hand, and at the moment she was in no mood to take a repeat performance. As she watched her opponent bobbed and weaved, attempting to keep from getting squired by the many projectiles fired at him, but despite his best efforts, a handful of the needles found their mark and he let out a curse as the needles bit into his flesh. As he ripped out a few of the needles, he charged forward with his outstretched hand, trying to reach the pale-eyed girl before him. As he charged toward her, Hinata threw back her sleeve and bent down into a defensive stance to receive him. As he closed in, he launched out one claw-like glowing hand towards Hinata in an attempt to grab hold of her and bring the fight to a close. Hinata had other ideas. Springing forward, she parried the attack with a sweep of her left arm, directing the glowing hand uselessly away from her, just as he slammed a glowing palm into the man's chest with a sickening crack as the chakra from her blow cracked the man's ribcage and forced him to fly back a few steps. Thanks to Shizune, Hinata had learned to target particular areas of the body with her gentile fist, and the results had been devastating to say the least. As the masked shinobi clutched at his now throbbing chest, he looked over, glaring at the girl before him, even as she sunk back into an attack position, flanked by her two clones. With an effort, the shinobi found his feet again and charged at her once again, just as off on the other side of the clearing a blast sounded. As Hinata had flown down towards her opponent, Kiba too had taken the momentary cover to dart towards his target. Unlike Hinata, who had the bonus of the shield to help aid her. Kiba had taken to fall into his four-legged style followed by Akamaru and sped away down the tree before springing from it as he neared the ground with an opening Gitsuga that catapulted him towards the unassuming-looking ninja below. As Kiba and Akamaru turned into twin tornado of claw and fang, the shinobi below them leapt back while seeming to contort his body slightly as he did so. As the two attacked crashed into the ground, the shinobi sprang forward with both his arms spread wide as if heading to give the two an odd hug. Kiba, seeing the charging figure, wasted no time in hurling a handful of shuriken his way without pause before heading through several hand signs at high speed. Before the shrunken were halfway to the enemy shinobi, Kiba had thrown back his head to draw in a deep breath before swinging it forward with a loud cry of Tonrankton as he spat out a large bullet made of compressed air. The wind bullet met the shuriken in midair and carried them forwards with deadly new force. Seeing the oncoming missiles, the charging shinobi ground to a halt before he seemed to lose some of the rigidness of his body. As Kiba watching in sick fascination, the figure seemed to bend and twist around the deadly missiles, allowing them to pass by him with little impact. Even the final impact of the air bullet seemed to have somehow been absorbed by his now rubbery body with little damage. What the hell is with this guy? Is he made of rubber? Kiba roared in his mind even as he gritted his teeth and bent down on all fours to continue his assault on the figure. Just as he was about to launch himself forward, he noticed that the man seemed to pause for a second before going rigid in his movements again and retaking his charge. A small smirk played across the Inyazuka's face at seeing this. So there's a delay, huh? I can use that, thought Kiba as he reached into his back and pulled out a small red pill. Akamaru, he shouted as he flicked the red pill towards the pup, who caught it in his mouth, crunching it down. The pup's fur seemed to sharpen into needles as it ate the pill, and its coat took on a red hue, as though it was boiling. Kiba smirked as the approaching shinobi seemed to pause in his charge at seeing the pup's transformation. Big mistake, buddy, called Kiba as Akamaru leapt onto his back and the two were engulfed in a cloud of smoke for a moment. As the smoke cleared, there sat two Kibas, both growling in anger towards the figure before them. To his credit, the shinobi did not retreat but instead simply spread his feet and took a ready position, never letting his eyes move from the twin figures before him. Soon the two were on the attack. Kiba lunged forward, slashing at the shinobi's head, only for the figure to duck down momentarily. However, this proved unwise as the transformed Akamaru was quick to follow up his partner's attack with a vicious kick of his own, slamming hard into the man's face with a sick crack and flinging the man back a few feet from the blow. Not waiting to give him time to reorientation himself, Kiba leapt, aided by Akamaru, over the shinobi's head so that he and Akamaru were now flanking the man. As the man looked over and charged at Akamaru, Kiba charged forward, driving a sharp elbow into the man's back, flinging him forward where Akamaru met him with a powerful clawed blow to the face, slamming the shinobi back into the ground. Just as Kiba was about to call out a shout of praise, he saw a poof of smoke around the figure, seeing him replaced with a log a moment later. Seeing this, he turned just in time to see the shinobi dropping from above him and giving him just enough time to roll sideways out of the way of the man's swinging blow. As Kiba skidded to a halt a few feet away, he had to stop to bite back a curse. Damn, this guy is tougher than he looks, he thought before signaling over to Akamaru, who leapt back upon his back as he did so. Once the two were back in position, Kiba took a moment to stare down his opponent again. It was clear that at least the first blow had connected before he was able to replace himself, so it seemed he was able to inflict some kind of damage on the man. With a feral smile, Kiba let out a small howl of wild abandon as he and Akamaru charged forward, zigzagging between each other as they closed the distance towards their target. When they were close enough, both had spun forward, turning into two tornadoes of claws and teeth that fired off towards the shinobi. Seeing the attack closing, the man quickly replaced himself with another log, leaving him momentarily airborne above the pair of tornadoes. This, however, was a mistake. As soon as the Kiba and Akamaru saw their prey escaping, Akamaru halted his spin while twisting so that he was now facing Kiba with his hands interlocked in front of him. Kiba gave off a wide smile seeing his partner's actions before cancelling his own spin but making no effort to halt his progress towards his partner. As he reached his partner, he flipped over so that his feet found the place where the transformed pup's arms crossed, turning his face skyward towards his target with a smirk. A shiver went down the suspended shinobi as he saw one of the two figures launched towards him by his fellow and began spinning anew, a savage smirk on his face before it disappeared into that tornado headed his way. Before he could do more than look on in fear, the tornado seemed to pull in the air around it, doubling in size and racing forwards like a shot from a bow aimed right at his chest. He quickly pulsed chakra through his body, allowing his limbs to go lax again, and swung himself sideways in an attempt to dodge the blow. It was only marginally successful as he felt the wind, sharp as nails, carried along with the spinning boy cut deep into his back even as he fell contorted to the ground. As he landed, he allowed himself a moment to breath and thanked Kami that the blow had not hit home. However, even as he thought this he felt an uneasy disturbance behind him, turning to see the other boy standing behind him growly as it swung both arms down in an X-like slashing motion which he had unknowingly turned into. Still being loose he had no choice but to receive the blow headed his way. With a cry of pain he leapt back, but not before 8 long slashes had dug themselves into his chest, allowing a trickle of crimson to spill out from them. As he clutched at his now bleeding chest, he looked up to see the airborne boy landing beside his partner, both giving him soft growls and identical faces with fanged grins upon their lips. Without giving him a moment's rest the two figures sprang forward once again to attack. As the feral twins and the stretchy shinobi re-entered combat, they remained ignorant to the largest of the battles happening just outside of the clearing. While Kiba and Hinata had sprung forward to take their targets head-on, Kabuto had been already moving towards them, looking to finish off anyone who had survived the initial bombardment. As such, Naruto didn't have to spring forward to find his opponent, instead Kabuto and he met each other halfway before springing off between the trees a short distance from the clearing. Naruto had only been able to raise one black bar in time to intercept the kunai strike that had lanced out towards his throat from the silver-haired opponent. The impact actually served to drive him out of the clearing, catching himself on one of the trees a few feet from the ground. Looking up he saw Kabuto land a few yards away and a few feet up on a tree facing across from him, a line of a smile crossing his lips. "Well, I have to say you're doing well for yourself, Naruto-kun. I wouldn't have thought you'd have been able to block my first strike, I compliment you," mocked Kabuto as he proceeded to holster his kunai and relax both his arms on either side of him, never taking his spectacled eyes off of the blonde boy below him. Naruto for his part tightened his grip slightly on his rod while thinking hurriedly. "Crap, he got me away from Hinata-chan and Kiba, he's better than I thought he was," the blonde shouted in his mind, his thoughts drifting to Hinata and Kiba a few yards away from him in the forest. Juubi, however, wasn't about to let him be distracted in the heat of combat. "Naruto, focus, this isn't someone you can fight with your mind elsewhere. Hinata and Kiba will be alright, I'll keep an eye on them through the pollens, so just focus on him for now, you won't be any good to them dead," called Juubi in a tone like a drill sergeant. There was a time to be calm, and there was a time for calm explanations, but this was a time for action, and risking losing him over formalities was not high on her list. Juubi's words steadied Naruto, who took a second to shake his head before glaring up at the still smiling Kabuto, but his mind was now focused and in the fight. Seems the boy can keep his cool after all," thought Kabuto to himself as with a flick of his wrists, 2 long chakra scalpels bloomed from his hands and he blasted himself forward towards Naruto. Naruto had just enough time to register the oncoming attack before cutting the chakra to his feet and allowing himself to freefall from the tree, falling under the scything blow of the spectacled boy. As he dropped, all 6 of his seeds shot out of his coat, taking their circular position behind him momentarily before springing into action. All 4 of the seeds followed him down. The top 2 seeds shot out towards the silver-haired boy like small missiles careening towards him. Kabuto looked down to see the 2 approaching orbs, with just enough time to slam 1 foot forward onto the tree he had launched himself towards, and with another blast of chakra, threw himself back away from their assault. As the orbs impacted the tree before him, he could not help but thank his fast thinking, as the orbs blew clear through the giant tree, leaving 2 splintered tunnels in their wake. What the hell kind of jutsu was that? Thought Kabuto as he looked back down to see another orb firing off towards him. Naruto could not suppress a small grin as he saw Kabuto scamper up the tree once again to avoid his second shot, even as the first 2 seeds zoomed back to his sides. His smile faltered, however, as his seed impacted Kabuto only for him to burst into a wisp of smoke. "Damn it, shadow clone," thought the boy, sending out a pulse through his pollens to try and identify where the silver-haired boy had disappeared to. His sonar pollen screamed at him just in time for him to dive forwards while launching his remaining 5 seeds behind him to drive off the attacking Kabuto. Kabuto was forced to replace himself hurriedly with a log nearby to avoid being smashed to pieces by the oncoming orbs. As he reappeared he ducked to avoid the swipe of the bar that the blonde had swung at his head, only to find a foot rising up to meet his face. As it connected, Kabuto brought his arms up to cross in front of him just in time to blow him back slightly from the blonde. As he landed, his thoughts raced once again. What the hell is with this kid? Is he a censor or something? How does he keep finding me? The spectacled boy screamed in his mind as he reformed his chakra scalpels and charged again, adding chakra to his limbs to increase his speed. As he raced forward, he allowed a small smirk to grace his face. When he had blocked the attack, he had one of his scalpels cut through the boy's leg. When he put pressure on that leg, he would be falling into an open position. Kabuto was then shocked when the boy did not only fall or stumble, but actually used his leg to push himself into a charge against him. Naruto issued a quick set of orders to his seeds before racing to meet the silver-haired boy halfway. He knew that his greatest advantage was still the unknown, so his greatest hope was to finish this fight as soon as he could. Naruto, something is up, this guy is no genin, he's at least as fast as your cousin, hurry and take him out. Called Yubi, a note of panic in her voice as she watched the fight progress. Faith was all fine and good, but this was a situation that she had hoped Naruto would never find himself in. Outmatched and in a battle in all likelihood to the death. Naruto gave a mental nod as he sprang forwards, two seeds flying behind him so that his back covered them completely from sight. As Kabuto struck out at him with a swipe of his chakra blade, Naruto raised the bar in his left hand up to intercept the blow. To the silver-haired boy's rage, the scalpel seemed to flicker and die as it hit the bar, leaving him open again. As he struck out with his second scalpel, Naruto bent forward as though going into a roll, allowing the seed directly behind him to fly forward over his head and crash headlong into the medic's face. With a sickening crack, Kabuto flew back across the open clearing, slamming hard into a tree trunk and cracking the tree he had flown into with his impact, calling forth a cry laced with blood from his mouth. Naruto was not about to take any chances, however, taking this moment to form 4 of his seeds into seedlings who lined up in front of him, all crouching down slightly with their arms outstretched and their backs slightly arched forwards, giving off a low hum as they stared across at Kabuto's form. As Naruto watched, Kabuto seemed to wrench himself free of the tree before dropping to the forest floor, his back and arms contorting awkwardly as the figures watched. Naruto watched. Kabuto rose to his feet again with a bloodied face with an obvious broken nose. As Naruto readied his next attack, Kabuto coughed and spat another mouthful of blood onto the clearing floor while sending a glare towards the blonde. Damn him, what the hell is he? And why does my chakra keep destabilizing around him, my scalpels and now my healing, damn it, I can't even fix my face. This fucking kid is going to pay. Roared the silver-haired boy in his mind as he saw Naruto and a few shadowy figures seeming to ready themselves for another assault. Seeing through his swelling and blood-covered eyes was a challenge in and of itself, but it didn't take him much to figure out he was in imminent danger. Weighing his options, he quickly swiped a hand across his face, gathering a bit of blood to help his next attack. Back with Hinata and Kiba, the two were just finishing up their own assault against the Kabuto's teammates. Hinata's target had just collapsed onto the ground a few feet in front of the girl, allowing the Hyuga a moment to let out a heavy breath. It took that poison long enough to work its way into his system. Thought Hinata with a small shake of her head as she turned to look over at where Kiba was finishing up his fight. For the last few minutes, Kiba and Akamaru had been bouncing their fighter around between each other, landing blow after blow upon him like a pack of wolves, slowly wearing him down. After long enough fight, he simply dropped thanks to a combination of exhaustion and blood loss, Akamaru barking happily as he leapt on top of the downed shinobi with an excited wagging of his tail. Kiba shook himself slightly, wiping the sweat from his brow and turning to see Hinata, giving him a small nod in turn. Both turned a moment later as a loud crash drew their attention back towards where Naruto had disappeared. "Kiba, we need to go help Naruto," called Hinata, looking over at her teammate as he nodded, turning to face where the crash had come from. As the two members of Team 11 rushed off towards Naruto's position, Naruto was currently finding himself facing down what he could only describe as a giant snake. The beast must have been at least some 80 feet long, and its sickly gray-scaled head flicked out a forked tongue every so often as Kabuto sat on top of his head glaring down at the boy. With a swipe of his arm, Kabuto directed his summon to spring forward, even as he himself retreated back into the forest and away, trusting on his summon to, if not finish the boy, at least buy him time. Naruto could do no more than leap back as the great snake swept its tail forwards, catching his seedlings full in the chest as it did so. As Naruto watched, his seedlings, who had not been expecting the hit, were flung airbound and off in several directions even as he landed. Seeing this, and with a cry of fury, Naruto sent a pulse to his remaining seeds, shifting them into great black lances that resembled those of a storybook picture of a knight, like the ones he had sometimes read to Mito. These were not fiction, however. They hurled themselves forward towards the beast, both ripping into the great serpent and pinning it forcibly to the tree behind it. The snake proceeded to shriek in agony as it felt the spikes ripped into its scaled flesh. Worse than that, the chakra of the seed spread throughout the snake, causing its very nature as a summon to turn on itself in howling agony. As Kiba and Hinata burst into the clearing, what they saw was a creature that was effectively being ripped apart on the cellular level and having no way to escape its pain. Naruto himself could hardly stand to see what was occurring before him and quickly shifted the lances back to their seed form, allowing the snake to mercifully disappear into a cloud of smoke before him, even as he turned to face his two approaching teammates. Hinata and Kiba looked over at where the giant snake had been as Naruto looked over at them with a small frown on his face. Before either of the other two could say a word, the blonde had run up to them and started talking in a hurried voice. "Hinata-chan, Kiba, are you okay?" called Naruto as he reached the two, checking over them quickly before pulling Hinata into a strong hug that had the girl squeak out an eep as she was pulled in suddenly. After a second, she worked her hand in front of her and pushing herself back from his, softly looking into Naruto's bright purple eyes with her own pale lavender ones. Naruto-kun, we're fine, what's wrong? Asked Hinata, seeing a clear amount of worry in Naruto's face as she stared at him, concern evident in her voice and eyes. Kiba also took a step forward, wondering what had set the blonde boy off the way he was acting. Hey Naruto buddy, what's wrong? You look like you've seen a ghost or something. He asked, stepping forward, also looking at the blonde with concern in his voice. Naruto for his part looked between the two, closing his eyes momentarily and trying to calm himself down with a few breaths. Juubi took this moment to speak up to the other two present. It'll be okay, Naruto just got done fighting a Jonin-level opponent and something about this exam isn't adding up. Spoke up Juubi, communicating through the pollens Hinata and Kiba possessed. Both members listened and waiting to hear more. It was Kabuto, he isn't who he seems to be. From what little I saw, he is strong enough to have his own team, much less be a Chunin, but the biggest issue is the summon he used at the end of the fight. Juubi said, getting a more puzzled look from the team members. That snake. Spoke Naruto, softly calling the group's attention to himself. There's only one shinobi who uses snake summoning, and I have an awful feeling that I know who Kabuto was talking to when we saw him. Said Naruto as he looked put at his teammates with a worried face. Kiba froze for a moment, realization coming to him as he pieced together what he had just heard. It was Hinata who spoke next, and her voice came out in a little voice barely above a whisper, even as she felt herself shake a little involuntarily. Orochimaru. She said, look up, as Naruto nodded, and all three of them took a moment to thank Kami that Kabuto hadn't noticed them a moment earlier. After a moment they looked at each other as if asking what they were supposed to do now that there was an S-class missing shinobi running around the exam, doing Kami knows what. Luckily for the stunned teens, Juubi spoke up to get them back on track. Look, at the moment we don't know what is going on. I see Akamaru there has the scrolls we need, so let's find a place to set up camp for the night and try not to panic. Spoke up Juubi, making all of them calm down slightly and take a moment to look over at Kiba, where Akamaru was standing beside him, a brown and white set of scrolls clutched in his mouth as he padded over to them happily. Seeing this, Kiba bent down to take them, rubbing the pup's head as he did so, getting a happy bark from the pup in response. Naruto looked down at Hinata before placing a small kiss on her brow, before nodding to them and taking a step forward to allow his two seeds to enter back into his jacket before repositioning his pollen net around him to make sure he remained aware of everyone's movements. Hinata blushed as she felt Naruto's lips and smiled with some comfort as she fell in step beside him as they prepared to move. Kiba placed the two scrolls in his pack before stepping up to stand by his team as well. Soon the team was making its way through the trees, looking for a defensible position for their camp. As they moved, Hinata gave a small look around before speaking up to Naruto. Naruto-kun? Asked a girl, looking over at the blonde who turned to face her with a small puzzled look. Hi Hinata-chan, what up? Asked Naruto, looking back at the girl even as they proceeded forward. Well, I was wondering, where did your seedlings go? Asked Hinata, having noticed the lack of several of Naruto's orbs decorating the back of his coat. Kiba noticed as well, looking over to Naruto, who seemed to have somehow not noticed this fact previously. When that snake attacked me, they took the blow and were knocked back into the forest. I guess they are somewhere out in it still. He said without any worry in his tone. As Hinata and Kiba looked at him, he smiled a little, waving one hand absent-mindedly before speaking again. It's okay, I learned they will head back to my chakra signal. Once they are in range of the pollen net, I can make them go into seed form and then bang their back. Naruto finished, turning to face forward once again. Kiba smiled a little before looking back ahead. Hinata in the meantime didn't seem as convinced and after a moment spoke up again. But Naruto-kun, didn't you scatter a few pollens on other teams to try and keep track of them? She asked, bringing Naruto to a complete halt when he heard her. As the other two stopped beside him, he raised a hand to scratch at the back of his head, with a little chuckle rising to his lips as he did so. I guess you're right, Hinata-chan. But I'm sure they'll find their way back. Eventually. He finished, still chuckling lightly as he did so. Hinata and Kiba looked at him for a moment before shaking their heads and bursting out into a little chuckle of their own. Soon the three were in the middle of a full-blown laughing fest, the fear, exhaustion, and simple amusement of the entire situation falling on them all at once. While Team 11 were regaining their breath, another team not an insurmountable distance from them was also out of breath, but for an entirely different set of reasons. Naruto and Minami were both covered in several steaming cuts that were slowly closing thanks to the Kyuubi sealed within them. As they stared across the branch, they saw the mocking smile of a pale face set below his slitted yellow snake-like eyes. Damn it, what the hell is someone like this doing here, and why the hell did that freak hit Sasuke with? And why the hell did they bite him? Thought a slightly panicked Naruto as she looked over at her haggard sister, who even then was barely able to keep standing. Seeing this, Naruto let out a silent curse as she looked over at the pale-faced man, once again trying desperately to think of what to do next. Luckily the enemy seemed content to waste time mocking her, so she was granted a few more moments of time. So this is all the famous Namikaze twins are capable of. I must say you don't exactly live up to your legend, do you? mocked Orochimaru as he stood in front of the pair with a cruel smile. Naruto stiffened slightly at this but held in her anger and used this time to think instead. She cast a quick glance over to where Sasuke lay face down on a tree branch without moving. Damn it, Sasuke isn't in any condition to move and Minami and I are already running low ourselves. Damn, what are we going to do? Thought the blonde girl, moving slightly and feeling a small poke in her side as she did so. She kept from yelling, but her focus was not drawn to her belt where she saw her father's kunai. She suppressed a grin as she saw it. That's it, okay freak, I don't care if it gets us expelled from the exam, I'm not going to lose my sister and Sasuke over something this stupid. She thought, reaching down towards the kunai while trying to remain undetected. Unfortunately, Orochimaru saw her almost minute flinch of pain and saw her small action and its intended target. Orochimaru, seeing this, threw a quick shrunken charge with wind chakra towards Minami, causing Naruto to leap over to push her sister out of the way of the oncoming weapon. This was all the opening the snake sage needed as he leapt forward, firing a cluster of snakes at the blonde one, snapping the kunai into the snake's mouth and falling down into the depths of the forest. Naruto looked over the side with a small curse as she saw her weapon falling out of her grasp, her last hope. Turning, she had just a moment to register a wide hand reaching out before she found herself hoisted up by her throat and watching helpless as Orochimaru drew back a hand with several fingers with small flames on the tips of each of them. Before she could do more than kick her feet wildly at her attacker before Orochimaru slammed her hand into the girl's stomach, extracting a loud cry of pain from the blonde before moments later, she slumped limply in the snake sage's hand. From a few feet away, Minami pushed herself up with effort, looking up in time to see her sister be dropped unceremoniously to the tree branch before the pale freak before standing before the blonde. Without a second thought, Minami allowed Kayu's chakra to flood her body as she screamed in rage. Kayu panicked, trying to call out to his host. Minami, stop, you've already used too much of my power against that guy, if you do any more it may rupture your chakra pathways. Shouted Kayu as Minami ignored his warnings, allowing a full two tails to form on the cloak once again before flinging herself forwards with a roar of rage and pain as she did so. Orochimaru turned in time to duck under the red-headed Jinchuriki before she could take his head off of his shoulders before sinking into the branch he was standing on. Ukikuku, so our little fox is angry again. Mocked the sage as he started running through a few quick hand seals, forming a seal that Minami was too enraged to recognize. When the team had first been pushed back by the figure, both she and Naruto had attempted to establish their cloaks to hit the bastard with everything they had, but he had managed to hit them with some kind of sealing jutsu that had momentarily broken her link with Kayu and causing a small feedback upon the two, momentarily rendering them momentarily paralyzed. The same jutsu was now completed and a faint golden glow now emanated from the snake sage's hand as he brought it up to crash into the Redeed's enraged face. When the seal hit home, Minami's cloak blasted off of her with the force of several explosive tags that blew her back, crashing her into the tree behind her, sending bits of splinters and blood from the impact. The only thing that kept her conscious was the pain that was now racing through her body, even as tears and blood ran down her face. Kayu howled in fear. Minami! Minami! Screamed Kayu in a panic as the Redeed looked over at the chuckling pale figure before her that was slowly approaching her with slow steady steps, chuckling her dark laugh with every step she took. So you do have some fight in you, too bad I've spent the last few years researching your mother's type of chakra. I must admit it took me a great deal of time to make that particular jutsu, but it has its uses in putting down a baby Jinchuriki like yourself. It may not be much against a full beast, but someone like you won't be a big deal to manage. Finished the sage as she looked down at the bleeding girl before him with a sick smile across his face. Minami felt a spasm of fear run down her spine even as she gazed into the face before her. For a moment she even saw her own death occurring before her eyes, and the thought brought a fresh bout of tears to her eyes. Orochimaru smiled at her with a sick countenance that showed how much he enjoyed seeing the pain he was inflicting. Orochimaru may have prided himself on being a scientist first, but after years of the kind of twisted experiments that he undertook, one came to find a taste for the despair and pain of others. However, before he could savor the moment, a movement and sudden noise behind him had him spinning around to face an odd sight. As he looked over at the figure before him, he could honestly say that he had never encountered such a creature before. It stood no taller than any of his recent victims did and appeared to have the vague shape of a young teen. However, where its eyes should have been instead sat two bright glowing balls of shining purple light that gazed at him almost as if he was curious. Orochimaru could not help but turn fully to look at the creature before her, who seemed to be walking forward aiming for the girl behind her. As Orochimaru watched the figure passed by him as though he wasn't even there as it approached the girl, who was looking at it with a small happy smile on her face and seeing the creature. Naruto seedlings. Thank Kami. But why is there only one? She thought as the seedling gazed at her, humming sadly as if it was concerned for her. Before she could do more than look at the seedling, however, Orochimaru had seemed to run out of patience with simply watching the creature and stepped forward to examine it more closely. With his usual amount of gentleness, the snake sage shot out one large snake to wrap up the figure and take it away for further study. The snake managed to wrap the creature up from head to toe, but as Orochimaru moved to take hold of the creature, the snake suddenly hissed in pain as a large black-looking thorn shot out of the seedling, stabbing through the snake, causing it to shriek in pain. Orochimaru leapt back as he saw his serpent fall limply to the branch below, before slipping down towards the forest floor with a cry of agony the whole way down. As the snake fell, the seedling turned slowly to gaze at Orochimaru with a low hum that almost sounded like a growl to the snake sage. Before he could do more than ponder how the creature had killed his summon, the seedling was charging forward, two long vine-like appendages flowing out of either of its hands as it rushed over the branch towards him. Orochimaru allowed a small smirk to grace his lips as he saw the creature charge him. He loved a fight like this, and the last few opponents had done little to slate his battle lust. With that in mind, the flew through a few fast hand signs before spitting out a single large fireball at the approaching seedling, making sure to angle it away from the disabled teens. While he may not particularly care for the teens, he needed them alive if Sasuke was to make it to the next part of the exams and further his plans. As the ball of flame speed forward, the seedling didn't pause to charge straight into it, extracting a small smirk from the sage seeing this. "Well, I guess I won't be getting a live one," the sage started to think just before a long vine-like appendage, followed soon by the seedling itself, flew through the blast as the ball of flame dispersed into a wave of quickly dissipating fire. "What?" shouted Orochimaru as he was forced to leap back from the swiping attack even as the seedling pressed the assault. Orochimaru was not a legendary shinobi for nothing, however, and he was soon flying through a set of seals again before spitting out several balls of wind towards the oncoming creature. Like the flame before, the wind dispersed upon contact and the creature charged forward, apparently unabated by the impact, again sending another swipe toward him. With a silent curse, Orochimaru sank into the tree branch, avoiding the seedling's latest slash of the vine-like whip it had swung at him. The seedling may not have been burdened with an abundance of intelligence, but it did understand basic ideas of self-defense as well as danger. From its limited understanding, the red-headed girl was in danger and the pale one seemed to be the instigator. As a result, it decided to attack the source of the pain that had chosen to attack it. To that end, it slowly swept its purple eyes around the treetops looking for its enemy. Orochimaru obliged the seedling, leaping down from above with his blade in hand, swinging down to cut the black creature in half. The seedling noticed a little late but managed to swing its hand and the whips up in order to hit the sage. Unfortunately for the creature, Orochimaru's blade was far too strong a weapon to be slowed by such things. The blade cut through both the whips and the seedling's arms alike without any effort. For a moment, Orochimaru allowed a smile to spread across his face in anticipation of his victory. A second later, Orochimaru was forced to sneer once again as his blade smashed into the creature's head and halted abruptly. A second later, the sage stood in front of the now armless creature that looked down at his arms on the branch before him and then up at the figure before him for a moment, as if more surprised than actually hurt. Before Orochimaru could do more than look shocked at the fact that the creature's head seemed to have withstood his assault, his senses screamed at him to leap back from the creature, but he was too late. From the seedling's back sprung three crude-looking chains with small blunted tips that shot forward into the sage's chest, launching him through the air before it slammed him into a tree across the gap. Orochimaru felt like he was just hit by a punch from his old mentor's staff as he found himself lying slightly cockeyed in a crater of a tree. With a small grunt, he pushed the chains off of him as he saw them slowly retracting across the gap back towards the black creature, who, even as he watched, had sent out several small interweaving threads that vaguely resembled tree roots that affixed themselves to its lost limbs before hoisting them up to re-secure themselves onto its stumps. Orochimaru was torn between pain, fascination and annoyance as he saw the creature literally rearming itself. "Damn," thought the snake sage as it looked over at the creature through his slitted snake eyes, "that fucking thing isn't making any sense. What the hell is it? And why aren't any of my attacks working on it? I don't have time or chakra for this, those damn suppressing justice took more out of me than I would have liked. Well, I've done what I needed here, there's no reason for me to stay longer and fight this fucking monster any longer," thought the sage, allowing himself to shift back into the tree and out of the detectable range of the creature. After a few moments, the seedling allowed its chains and vines to recede back into itself with a small hum of apparent self-satisfaction. It then proceeded to march over to help pull the injured Minami up to her feet. Thanks to her tenant, her wounds were healing enough for her to move around, and she allowed herself to smile happily at the seedling that had just helped her to stand. "What was it that Midichin called these guys?" "Seedkin was that it, Caillou?" asked Minami softly. "I'm an Amichin, that's them, thank you Seedkin," called Caillou happily as he wagged his tails gleefully from his cage. Minami could not help but agree with her tenant's thanks and spoke up in turn. "Thanks Seedkin." She spoke softly through the exhaustion and pain she was feeling. The seedling turned its wide purple eyes onto her before giving off a happy little hum as she took a step back from it, finally able to stand under her own power. As she did so she suddenly remembered Naruto and rushed over to her prone form. She breathed out a sigh of relief a moment later as she found Naruto unconscious but breathing and with a steady pulse. She took a moment to thank Kami before heading over to check on Sasuke, finding him in a similar state. After pulling the Uchiha over to lie next to Naruto, she turned her head up to see the seedling looking around as if getting ready to depart. With a small bit of panic she called out to the seedling. "Seedkin." She all but yelled, causing the seedling to turn and face her, humming slightly, "Can you help me carry these two?" She asked, gesturing towards the two prone figures on the branch before her. The seedling paused for a moment as though in thought before nodding slowly and stepping forward to pick up the two prone figures. The seedling bent down to pick up Naruto in the manner he had been shown previously, but found an issue with also picking up Sasuke. After several attempts to both hold the girl and the boy together, the seedling remembered its time with Mito and simply wrapped the boy in a clump of black chains, pulling him slightly into the air while following Minami as she worked her way down to the forest floor. As Minami and the seedling made their way to the forest floor and towards a hollow tree that Minami had remembered seeing earlier. Meanwhile, in another part of the forest, Team 10 had just stopped to make a quick plan before finding a place to camp for the coming night. "Look, I'm say that we take the position by the tower and wait to hit a team as they move in, that way we guarantee they have the scroll we need and we don't worry about wasting our time fighting for a prize that may not exist," spoke Shikamaru while Choji nodded his head in agreement with his friend. Ino thought for a moment before looking back at the black-haired boy with a small smile. "Well, I don't see that being a bad plan to start with. Should we head there first thing tomorrow?" asked the blonde, looking over at her team. Before either Shikamaru or Choji could answer, however, they heard a sound off in the forest to their left. The three were up and in battle position, ready to face the oncoming threat. As they listened for a moment, they heard a large amount of commotion coming their way. With a quick hand sign, Shikamaru and his team leapt high into the branches above, hoping to catch who or whatever was out there by surprise. Looking down from above, they saw the bushes on the edge of the clearing rustle slightly before a strange black creature exited them and stood out into the clearing before turning two large rounded purple eyes up towards where they added the canopy. Not wanting to take any more chances, Shikamaru and his team leapt back from the clearing and raced along the treetops for a while before halting above another clearing and turning to face one another. Choji was the first to speak. "What was that thing?" he asked, looking at his teammates, a slight note of fear in his voice as he did so. Ino turned to face him, resting one hand on his shoulder in a comforting way before speaking. "Calm down, Choji, we got clear of it," said Ino, trying to comfort her teammate as she looked over at Shikamaru for some encouragement from him. Unfortunately, just as he was about to speak up, a rustling in the foliage behind them caught their attention and the three turned to see the same creature jump forward to land on a branch a few yards away from them. Without waiting, all of Team 10 leapt down from their position to land on the forest clearing and fall into a defensive formation, gazing up at the creature that was before them. It's following us," chalked out Ino, fear evident in her voice as she turned to look at Shikamaru with worry in her face. Shikamaru simply nodded curtly at her before turning back to face the creature just as it landed on the ground in front of them. "It looks like it isn't going to let us run from it, team, get ready to take it out," called Shikamaru as he formed his hands into a common hand sign of the Nara clan, and moments later his shadow shot forward towards the creature. As it connected with the shadow below it, Shikamaru allowed himself a small smirk. "But I've got it," called Shikamaru, standing up and crossing his arms over his chest. The seedling, seeing this, decided to mimic his actions, leading the Nara to believe that his move had been successful. Thinking the creature to be captured, Ino and Choji allowed themselves to relax for a moment and take a closer look at the creature before them. Ino was the first to speak up. "Hey, is it just me or does that thing look kind of like Naruto?" she asked, pointing at the creature, but as she did so the seedling, seeing her, raised its hand to point back at her, causing Shikamaru to freeze for a moment before shouting out to his team. "It's not contained, get back," he called, pulling out a few shuriken to launch over towards the creature, who leapt back and turned from the attack, allowing a small bit of humming to escape itself as it looked over at the team with some confusion. "Oh crap, it looks like you made it, mad," shouted Choji. As he focused chakra into his left arm and swung it forward towards the seedling, intent on slamming it back into the tree behind it. As the boy's arm swung forwards, it expanded until it was the size of a small bus and slammed headlong into the black creature's face. The forest clearing was suddenly filled with a resounding crack as Choji's fist plowed into the seedling. The attack was marginally successful. The seedling found itself hurtling back into the tree behind it, crashing headfirst into it, but Choji also cried out in pain as his hand shrank back down to its usual size, dropping to one knee as he did so. Shikamaru dropped to his friend's side looking at the boy's arm that seemed to have a few broken fingers and small amount of chakra burns around the impact zone. Shikamaru frowned at his friend's injury before turning to forge his attention back towards the creature that he hoped was not going to be getting back up. Unfortunately, as he watched, the seedling was even then pulling itself out of the tree it had been shot into a moment before. As Team 10 watched, the seedling manage to pull its head free from the tree and fall with a soft thump to the ground before turning its head to look back at them with its wide purple eyes. "Shikamaru, what the hell is that thing and why is it getting back up?" shouted Ino as she started going through a set of hand size quickly while casting a worried look at her teammate. Shikamaru looked up from Ino to Choji before looking back at the black creature before him, his mind racing as he watched the creature tilt its head slightly at them. "I don't know, Ino, but whatever it is, I don't know if we can handle it," called back Shikamaru, looking over at the seedling whose arms started to shift slightly before his eyes. As he watched in horror, both of the creature's arms swelled out, mimicking what Choji had just done moments before. But the sudden terror, Shikamaru grabbed Choji and leapt back with him in tow, along with Ino, as one of the creature's fists swept sideways towards them with quite a bit of force behind the blow. Shikamaru's mind raced at what he had just seen, the pieces slowly falling into place. As sudden realization hit him to turn just in time to see Ino finish her final hand sign, just as he yelled at her to stop. "Ino, no!" shouted the black-haired boy, stretching out a hand towards the blonde as if to will her to stop her actions. Ino, however, had already acted, and even as the remainder of Team 10 watched her body fall limply to the ground, signaling that she had cast her mind forward into the creatures. Shikamaru and Choji both looked over with shocked expressions on their faces and a large amount of fear. Meanwhile, inside of the seedling's head, Ino was completely lost as to where she was. The blonde-haired girl turned in a small circle, examining her surroundings with a clear amount of puzzlement on her face. Usually when she jumped into a being's mind, she either immediately started to see through their eyes or was introduced to a scene not unlike a large library or some other home that had a clear form of organization to it. The place she found herself in now, however, was a large open field with a clear blue sky with soft green grass and what amounted to a light breeze. Around the field were dotted small trees, each only standing about a foot in height and of the same shade of black as the monster had been. Approaching one, it seemed to flicker a little as she did so before a small bulb-like shape on top opened like a flower bud might, and Ino, instead of seeing the center of the bud, saw what looked like some kind of memory. She saw through the creature's eyes as a large snake-like creature swung a tail towards it, knocking it back and airborne. Ino watched as the creature's view catapulted around several times before coming to a sudden halt upon impacting the ground. Seeing this, Ino stepped back before casting her eyes around the field and seeing that it was dotted with many small trees that swayed gently in the breeze. Before she could do more than look around puzzled, she felt a presence behind her and whirled around. What she saw made her blood freeze. There, looking at her with its head tilted slightly, was the creature that she had fought outside. As she watched, the creature looked from the tree she had just looked at, then back to her with a curious little tilt of its head before raising a hand in a little waving motion. The sheer oddity of this was enough for Ino to momentarily lose her grip on her technique and fly back out of the seedling's mind, waking a moment later in her own. As she shook her head slightly to reorientate herself, she noticed that she was not resting on the forest floor. She found that Choji and Shikamaru had used a brief incursion into the creature's mind to retreat back into the treetops above it and were staring open-mouthed at where she assumed the creature was. Ino turned to look and saw something that just confused her more than anything that had happened today, and that was saying a lot. Below where the vaguely male creature had been standing now stood what she could only describe as a black version of herself with bright purple eyes and the same smooth face as the previous one. As she watched, she noticed that it was almost a complete copy of her, right down to her ponytail, that it seemed particularly fascinated with at the moment. Even as Team 10 watched, the black figure seemed to be trying to grab hold of the newest appendage, with an excited humming accompanying its circular track. Ino tore her eyes away from the odd little spectacle to look over at her team with complete puzzlement on her face. "Okay, would someone mind telling me what the hell is going on here?" she asked, looking over at Choji and Shikamaru, who looked over at her with similar looks of confusion on their faces. After a moment, Choji spoke up. "Don't know, once you hit it with your jutsu it just stopped moving and started to repel until, well," here he pointed down at the seedling who had just managed to grab hold of his ponytail and was currently humming in apparent excitement as it ran its fingers through the long strands of hair. "Well, it just started looking like that and then you were back," spoke Choji while looking back at Ino with a small shrug. Shikamaru took a turn to speak up at that point. "If I'm right, I think I have this thing figured out," he said as both of the members of Team 10 looked over at him. "That thing is some kind of mimic or something. Every time we hit it with something, it adapted in some way." He spoke as the others nodded slowly at his words. "And I think this thing ran into Team 11 at some point too." As he got two sets of confused looks from his teammates. Seeing this, he elaborated. Remember Ino, you mentioned that it looked like Naruto, it probably ran into them and mimicked him at some point. Finished Shikamaru as he looked over at his team, who nodded. I say we leave now, it seems a little preoccupied. Continued Shikamaru, jabbing a thumb back at the now female creature that seemed to be twirling, admiring the small bit of blackness that seemed to be its version of her skirt. Ino blushed bright red at this as the seedling proceeded to tug and pull at it, exposing some more private areas if they had been on the forest floor to see it. The next moment Team 10 were off, and after a time the seedling seemed to shake itself before setting off once again in search of the signal from the pollens. As Team 10 fled away from their encounter with the seedling, another team was having a very different experience with one of the black fellows. Team Guy was losing ground against their own seedling. Neji panted as he knelt down, attempting to catch his breath as he watched Lee once again jump into battle with the strange black creature before them. When the being had wandered across them and seemed intent on following them, Tenten had suggested it was some type of clone, and they had decided to engage it before it gave away their position. Neji had scanned it for a moment with his Byakugan, but was only able to see a single massive chakra that seemed to fall in with Tenten's suggestion. As a result, the team had set up a quick ambush position and waited for the creature to enter into the semicircle they had formed in an open clearing. Neji had been the first at it, landing 4 successive palm strikes onto the creature's exposed back, firing several blasts of chakra into its back, where its lungs would have been, hoping to dispel the creature or at the least put it down on the ground. Things had not gone as planned. His hits didn't even manage to slow the creature down as it swung behind itself without a pause. Neji had dodged the sloppy blow easily enough and struck out again at the being, slamming several more blows onto the seeming clone, finishing with a powerful double blow to the being's face. Impact didn't even seem to slow the creature down as it grabbed onto his wrist before bringing up a knee and pulling back on the Hyuga's arms, pulling the boy into the creature's knee. The hit knocked the wind out of him, blowing him back a small distance. As Neji looked up, he saw that Lee had leapt forward to deliver a spinning kick to the creature's head, causing the clone to skid across the clearing for a distance. Lee had given out his usual cry of Yosh before going into a quick speech on the powers of youth. Before the green spandex-wearing team could continue speaking, however, the creature had pushed itself back to its feet before springing forward to execute a sloppy version of Lee's own windmill kick. Lee raised an arm, taking the kick onto his forearm and spinning slightly before reaching out with his other arm to grab hold of the blocked leg and spinning 2 through the creature to the other side of the clearing. This did not seem to perturb the creature as it launched itself back at Lee, this time throwing a few blows that looked similar to some kind of a style, but it did not seem familiar to the Hyuga. Lee was smiling fiercely as he engaged the creature, trading blow for blow with it. As Tenten landed beside Neji, checking him over for a moment, she looked up to see Lee land another devastating blow to the creature's chest, causing it to skid a few feet back before its knees knelt down slightly before springing forward to continue the fight. Lee allowed his left hand to fall behind his back as he raised his right hand before him, falling back into his common stance. As the seedling raced towards him, he dropped down while shooting up a single leg vertically and knocking the seedling up with a strong blow to the seedling's chin. Once the creature was airborne, Lee jumped after him, flipping forward with one leg extended, slamming into the seedling's chest and sending it crashing down to the clearing below. As Lee landed, he turned his face back to look at the remaining members of his team. "Tenten, how is he?" called Lee as he stepped back into his stance facing the crater in front of him. Tenten gave Neji one more look over before standing up and pulling out 2 sealing scrolls from her pouch. "Hi, he's fine, but I don't have a clue why his style didn't do any good," replied Tenten, stepping up beside Lee just as the seedling leaned up from the crater Lee had punched it into moments before. As it turned its purple eyes on the pair, Tenten leapt into action, quickly unsealing a set of kunai and shuriken to fire into the creature before her. As always, her aim was true and the creature was slammed back into the crater, squired by all 10 kunai and shuriken. For a moment the pair allowed themselves to relax before the black creature before them sat up again, still with several of the weapons still sticking out of the body of the creature. Seeing this, Lee sprang forward just as the creature gained its footing. As he raced forward, he was almost brought to a halt as the black figure sank back into his own stance, just in time to parry his forward punch with its own left arm, before throwing its own imitation of Lee's previous strike straight at the boy's head. Only thanks to his years of training was Lee able to swipe his head sideways at the last moment to avoid the strike, while falling into a spin kick with his right leg that took the creature's legs out from under him and catching him with a devastating straight kick to the suspended creature's chest, knocking it back a few feet, allowing Tenten another opening to fire off another salvo of shrunken and kunai into the creature, adding to its velocity, flying backwards. After a brief pause, the seedling once again began to rise, giving off a loud humming noise as it did so. Hearing the noise, Neji decided that it was about time that his team headed to the tower. With that thought in mind, he called out to the other members of his squad just as they launched the creature back with another tag team move. Lee, Tenten, we are getting out of here and to the tower, there's no point in fighting this thing any longer. He called just as he rose to his feet a little shakily. Lee, seeing this, ran back to swing one of the Hyuga's arms around his shoulder. Tenten, seeing this, turned for a moment before cutting both of her thumbs with a kunai and throwing both of her sealing scrolls high above her as they unraveled and spiraled around one another. Soon after that, the bun-wearing girl leapt up into the center, swiping her hands across the sealing symbols of the scrolls, summoning weapon after weapon to her hands and firing them off one after another into the creature below her. Weapon after weapon shot down, hitting the creature over and over, slamming it a step back with every impact: kunai, shuriken, sickles, great balls of iron covered in spikes, and all manner of weapons in between. As she dropped almost completely out of breath, her target had been almost completely engulfed by the weapons that now pinned it to the base of a large tree. Without waiting a moment longer, she raced over to her team, leaving the discarded scrolls behind her as she and they departed from the clearing with all haste. Glancing back for a moment, Tenten just spied out of the corner of her eyes the form of whatever that black creature was extracting itself from the tangle of weapons and bark. After Team Guy had gone far enough away, the seedling finally managed to extract itself from the tree, although now it seemed to have much in common with a porcupine thanks to the dozens of weapons now covering its whole body. The seedling seemed to look at itself for a moment before shaking itself and heading out towards the next closest bit of Naruto's chakra it could find. The blonde in question was just settling down beside a fire with the rest of his team cooking a rabbit that Kiba had caught moments before. Naruto poked the fire once more before turning to smile over at Hinata, who was sitting a few feet away from him, swirling the water in the pot with a small bit of chakra from her hands. "Hey Hinata-chan, here comes one now," called Naruto, motioning off behind Kiba as one of his seedlings pushed her way through the underbrush into their small clearing. This particular seedling's appearance, however, caused quite a reaction from the group of around the fire. Standing a few feet away was a seedling whose form was still in that of Ino and was humming softly as it looked back and forth between them, seemingly happy about returning. Kiba was the first to speak up. Well, I have to say I didn't know that they could do that." He chuckled, turning a smile over at Naruto, who looked to be in a state of shock. Hinata was also staring blankly ahead without being able to comprehend what exactly she was seeing. Jubi for her part first started giggling before bursting out into full-blown laughter as she looked at the seedling's form. "Hahaha, oh my kami. PHFMT greatest technique. The battle jutsu ever," she managed to squeak out between her giggling and laughing. Naruto couldn't help but scowl slightly at Yubi's mocking before shaking himself slightly and looking back to the seedling that was playfully spinning around, watching Akamaru walk around it, sniffing curiously. As the blonde boy looked over at the seedling's antics, he felt a sudden shiver run down his spine. He felt a sudden coldness emanating from his right, and turning he saw Hinata had turned with an uncomfortable little smile on her face and both her eyes turned up in closed eye smiles of their own. Behind her seemed to be the Shinigami himself. Naruto felt a large amount of fear cascade over him as he looked over at his Hinata-chan with a nasty feeling in his chest. Yubi for her part was laughing even harder at the sight of the poor boy, terrified before the presence of his angered girlfriend. "Hinata-chan. Prettiest girl in Konoha. Kindest girl in the whole world. And someone not to judge before talking it out," spoke Naruto, slowly scooting back with his hands raised in front of him in a placating manner. Hinata for her part gently stood up before slowly walking over towards Naruto, still with her unnatural smile upon her lips. Kiba simply turned back to look at Akamaru with a small smile, even as the girlish screams of Naruto echoed out across the forest as night fell in earnest around the team and the rest of the forest. The next day found Naruto nursing a small smack on his face, along with Hinata applying a bit of ointment to the bruise, with a very sorry clear blush and embarrassed look on her face as she did so. Kiba and Akamaru were both smiling over at the couple as they ate some ration bars while slowly moving around the camp and collecting their packs. "I am sorry, Naruto," whispered Hinata as she replaced the lid on her ointment and turned her face to stare intently at the forest floor, not wanting to meet Naruto's eyes. Naruto looked over at her with a bit of a puzzled look on his face for a moment before wrapping the girl in a tight hug and mussing her hair slightly with his free hand, even as a large smile spread across his face. Hinata, despite herself, was unable to fight off a bit of giggling as Naruto poked at her while chuckling himself, never letting the girl go from his grip. The two sat like that for a few moments before Hinata raised her eyes to look up at Naruto, the leftover smile from her giggling still painted across her face as she did so. Naruto just beamed down at her before bending his head down slightly to capture her lips in his own. As the girl's soft lips pressed softly into the boy's, she allowed herself to momentarily relax and let her mind wander to happy times she had shared with Naruto. The two likely would have stayed like that if not for the wolf whistle they heard a moment later, causing both of them to look round to spy Kiba and Akamaru, along with a Naruto-looking seedling watching them from over where their packs were laying. Hinata for her part turned a bright red before attempting to bury her face deep into Naruto's chest in a mostly useless attempt to hide herself. Naruto for his part just cradled the shy girl with one arm while rubbing the back of his head a little as he looked into the smirking face of his other teammate just as Kiba spoke up. "You know, I think you could do better than the Forest of Death for a date, you two," he called in a happy mocking tone with no true annoyance in his voice. Akamaru barked happily as well, and even the seedling who most likely didn't even know why itself hummed in a content manner as it looked at them. Naruto smiled over at Kiba, chuckling slightly as he looked around himself before replying. "Yeah, I guess you have a point," the blonde said, working his way to his feet while keeping a gentle hold on the pale-eyed girl in his arms as he did so. "I guess we should hurry up to the tower then." He finished just as Hinata pulled her head from its hiding place on his chest and looked over at Kiba with an embarrassed little smile. "Yeah, I guess we should, but what about your seedlings, aren't they still out there?" asked Kiba, turning his eyes left and right as he said so, as if expecting another to help out of the underbrush like the previous night. Naruto paused for a moment before sending another pulse from his pollens and shaking his head slightly. "Nope, none yet, but if we take it slow we should run into them throughout the day as long as we keep the pollen net out," replied Naruto even as Hinata stepped back from him with a small smile, hurrying over to grab her pack and trying to hide her blushing face from Kiba. She was only marginally successful. "Sounds good to me," replied Kiba as Hinata and Naruto picked up their packs and the four members of Team 11 leapt into the trees and off into the forest at a moderate pace. In another part of the forest another team was just about to head out themselves after a productive night's work. Sakura had just packed away the last of her medical supplies and was waiting for Yakumo to join her and Shino as they stood in the little clearing by the river of the camp they had set up the previous day. Yakumo emerged a moment later, visibly placing the two scrolls they needed into a pack on her back along with her art supplies. By a mixture of luck and a well put together setup, an unexpected team had wandered headlong into their bug defensive net the previous night. After Shino had called off the foot-long leeches from the other team, they were in no condition to fight and had surrendered their scroll peaceably rather than make a fight of it. As a result, Team 8 had decided to simply make a beeline for the tower this morning, ignoring any other conflict they may come across in favor of simply reaching the safety of the building. "So Yakumo, have you got everything?" called out Sakura in a not unkind voice as she adjusted a strap on her medical pouch that lay across her back. Yakumo smiled over at her team as she stepped forward towards them while replying. "I've got everything, sorry for taking so long," Yakumo replied with a bit of an apologetic note in her voice as she did so. Shino raised a hand in a soft little wave as if to dismiss the thought completely before speaking in his usual calm voice. "It is no trouble, I haven't dropped the bug net yet, so there is no rush, this spot is still well defended," spoke the Aburam with a small hint of pride in his voice. However, before any of the team could say anything else, Shino stiffened and turned suddenly to face a spot on the left side of the clearing from where he and the rest of his team stood. Sakura and Yakumo saw this and both stopped, immediately turning to face the direction too. As Shino motioned that something was approaching through the net, Yakumo reached back into her pack, withdrawing an index card-sized picture even as Sakura slipped on a pair of thick leather gloves. As Team 8 focused forward, they heard the sound of something approaching them through the woods and tensed slightly. Sakura spoke up a moment later. "If it looks like an enemy team, we see what condition and village. If it's someone we know, we hold the attack, and if it's an animal we just head out, no point in fighting it over a spot we aren't going to stay in," spoke the girl in a quiet voice, receiving a pair of nods for her words. All three took stances, getting themselves prepared for whatever was about to enter their clearing. But whatever they may have been ready for, what came out of the forest caught them all off guard. Suddenly from the forest burst a strange black figure that seemed to be running full tilt while waving its arms wildly on either sides of itself as if trying to fly with them. As the team watched, the figure ran right past them before tripping on a loose stone and rolling forward to land face first into the small stream that lay by their camp. Teammates stood there in complete silence, simply looking over at the motionless figure for a second before giving each other inquisitive looks. Shino, was that one of those leeches plastered to its face?" asked Yakumo after a moment, looking back at the figures who was rolling back and forth in the river, still waving its arms about randomly, apparently in quite a bit of distress. Shino took a moment before he responded. It was, but I can't communicate with it for some reason, my chakra can't reach it," replied Shino, not taking his eyes from the figure in the water. Sakura for her part was doing her very best not to burst out laughing at the sheer oddity of what she was seeing, but she managed it with a few steadying breaths. "So, what does this count as?" She asked with a note of amusement in her tone as she relaxed and gestured over to the figure that had finally managed to roll itself out of the water and was standing up with some effort. Before the other members of Team 8 could speak, the figure, who they just noticed seemed to be about their own size, had taken off running only to crash headlong into the nearest tree trunk and knock itself back onto its back once again. Even Shino had to fight to keep a smile from coming to his face upon seeing that. Maybe we should help him," suggested Yakumo as her teammates gave her a curious look, prompting her to continue. "Well, I mean, it was our net that seems to have gotten it into this situation, and for all we know there's a leaf headband behind that leech." The girl reasoned, pointing over at the figure that was now sprawled on its back, its arms and legs splayed out around it. Sakura and even Shino gave the brown-haired girl looks that made it clear they thought she had just taken leave of her sense. "What, look at it, I don't think it's dangerous," spoke the girl a little defensively as she crossed her arms in front of herself. Sakura shook her head, muttering something like "not again," while Shino just readjusted his glasses. Ikumo just turned to look over at the figure a few feet away that seemed to have sat up at the sound of their voices and was seeming moving towards them slowly with its hands outstretched, trying to feel around itself. Ikumo had always had a soft spot for things in need ever since she herself had been locked away. If not for her sensei Kurenai and the Namikaze's prowess at sealing, she may have remained that way for the rest of her life. It had led her to have a very protective nature towards others she saw in need, and with that in mind she rose slowly to make her way over to the creature before either Sakura or Shino could stop her. As she stepped forward, she gently placed her hand out to take hold of the creature's own outstretched black ones. The creature paused at feeling her hand slowly entwining its own around hers, and from under the large insect she heard was sounded like a happy little humming. "It's okay," she spoke to the creature while turning to nod over at Shino to hurry over and help with the leech. Shino after a moment obliged her and hurried forward, taking out his hands to take hold of the leech and pull it from the creature's face. As teammate watched the leech feel away from the thing's face, revealing a smooth area where a mouth may have been, and two glowing purple eyes opened into perfect purple orbs of light. Teammate simply stared at the creature for a moment as it took a moment to look back and forth between them in apparent confusion. After a moment, the seedling decided that these people were the ones that had helped it as its eyes fell on the thing that had been attached to its face moments before. As it cast its thoughts back through its limited memories, it remembered seeing its creator twirl the pale-eyed one around and the happy noises that she had made, deciding to try out the same actions in hope of thanking these people. Before Yakumo could even realize what was happening, the creature, that now that she got a full look at it, looked a little like Naruto, had leapt forward and encircled her waist in its arms and proceeded to twirl her around, humming again in a seemingly excited manner. To her credit, Yakumo was able to keep calm long enough to see that the creature was not trying to hurt her and even allowed herself to giggle slightly at the little fun she had being twirled around in its arms. Shino had taken to placing the leech back on an adjacent tree and simply watched the interaction, with one eyebrow quirked up in apparent confusion. Sakura was actually fighting to keep from laughing at the whole situation she saw occurring in front of her. One moment the creature had been bumbling around in apparent panic, and now it was twirling her teammate around like some kind of princess in an odd dance. After a few moments of spinning, the seedling set Yakumo down, where the girl smiled, whipping a few stray hairs from her face as she did so, even as Sakura stepped up to place a hand on her shoulder. "So it looks like you've made a friend there, Yakumo," chuckled Sakura as she looked the creature up and down, trying to figure out where she had seen something like it before. Yakumo shot Sakura a little smirk without commenting as she straightened herself back up and taking a moment to make sure all of her equipment was still firmly attached. Shino took this moment to walk over to the creature and begin sizing it up once again before speaking in a soft tone. "You know, this thing looks an awful lot like Naruto in a lot of ways," spoke the stoic youth as Sakura and Yakumo looked back and forth between him and the creature, who seemed to have become very interested in a nearby squirrel. Comprehension dawned on both Yakumo and Sakura as their eyes traced the creature's form again. It was hard to see at a glance, especially considering the thing lacked a face or any color besides black and purple, but once you got past that the similarities were uncanny. However, before they could say another word to one another, rustling in the forest made itself known, and teammate, as well as the seedling, turned as three figures entered the clearing. Out of the woods stepped Gaara, followed soon after by Temari on his left and Kankuro on his right, just a few feet behind him. Teammate froze for a moment as the Redeed turned his teal eyes around at them, slowly licking his lips slightly as he did so. From inside the boy's head a dark voice spoke up. "You see, Gaara, I told you I felt his presence here. Look there, the black figure is obviously of him. Go and make him suffer for questioning your mother's love. Make him pay in blood," spoke Shikaku in an eerie voice as he goaded Gaara onward. The Redeed's eyes flashed dangerously as these words echoed in his mind as he looked around at the group before him. Temari, seeing her younger brother's look, suppressed a small shiver, praying that he did not lose control and decide that she would make a good target next. In the meantime Kankuro, whether out of pity for the Leaf Shinobi or simply a desire to not see more bloodshed, spoke up. We don't need to bother with these guys, I mean we already have both scrolls, we should just head to the tower now. Kankuro tried to reason, taking a small step forward to look over at Gaara, clear fear in both his tone and movements as he did so. Gaara turned his maddening teal eyes back on Kankuro for a moment before speaking. Try to order me again, and mother will have your blood next. Gaara said softly with a tone that dared his brother to speak out again. Kankuro shrugged slightly before taking a step back from the boy and shutting his mouth. Tamari looked from across at the members of Team 8 with a note of pity in her eyes as she didn't see them lasting much longer. Soon they would join those genin from Rain and all those countless others that Gaara's sand had consumed over the years. Her gaze sifted momentarily as she noticed for the first time the black creature that seemed to be looking at them with wide purple eyes, not seeming to comprehend what was occurring. Tamari could not help but stare at the strange black creature, even as it stared back at her, tilting its head slightly as it did so. While this was happening, Team 8 were looking between one another and the enemy team, trying to size up what they should do next. Sakura had taken a position in front of Yakumo, who had withdrawn another index hard, while Shino had allowed his sleeves to fall over his hands, and a slight buzzing told them that he was ready to unleash a wave of insects at any moment. However, before any of them could signal to the others or even make a plan, the creature had stepped in front of them with a light humming. The seedling may not have been very old or smart, but one thing its unusual creation had granted it was the ability to feel chakra and intent, much like the smaller pollens, and the waves of killing intent coming off of the redeeted boy were almost tangible. After seeing where they were directed, the seedling had taken it upon itself to stand between his newest friends and the dangerous boy, whose teal eyes seemed to glow with excitement as they fell upon its own form. Kankuro saw the creature move and could not help but look at it confused. What the heck is that thing? Is it some kind of clone or puppet, and it seems to be shielding the team there? Does Konoha even have a puppet squad? Damn, this is not the kind of thing I wanted to get mixed up in. Damn Gaara and his bloodlust. Thought the puppeteer from Sand as he saw Gaara's face contort into a wicked little smile as the cork from his gourd shot out with a soft popping noise. A split second later, a virtual tidal wave of sand shot forwards towards the seedlings as well as the members of Team 8. The members of Team 8 were almost too late to jump back just as the wave crashed over the area in front of them. With a cry, Yakumo saw that the creature hadn't moved and had been engulfed by the sand that even then compacted around it, forming a strange lumpy form in the sand with a single bright purple eye showing. Gaara smiled wickedly as he saw this before slowly raising a half-closed hand in front of him. "We have to help," shouted Yakumo, trying to think of a way to get the creature out of its sand prison while pulling up her card and channeling chakra into it. Sakura, seeing this, pulled out several kunai as well, preparing to launch them in support. Shino for his part allowed 2 clouds of insects to shoot out of his coat as well. Before Gaara could close his hand, his attention was forced sideways as he saw what looked like a large Venus flytrap materialized suddenly from a nearby bush and shot forward, its jaws open wide. Tamari was about to draw her fan when a salvo of kunai caused her to bring it up in her own defense, even as she was forced to leap back from the attacking plant. Kankuro was also forced to leap back as a ball of insects, about the size of a basketball, shot towards him with a loud buzzing sound. As the members of the sand team watched, the plant's mouth shot forward, clamping down around Gaara's form and shooting up into the air, apparently satisfied with its prize caught in its jaws. For a second, Team 8 allowed itself to breath, thinking they had at least taken care of one of the threats, as they saw the sand around the black creature fall to the ground soft, revealing the confused-looking creature that had landed on its butt sit up and looking around. But their relief was short-lived as they saw the giant plant's mouth contort and bulge before blowing apart in a shower of sand and bits of green that splattered to the forest floor, revealing the form of Gaara standing on a cloud of sand with his arms crossed and his eyes glaring daggers at those below him. "Oh crap," called Yakumo, seeing how easily he had escaped from her genjutsu and worse, how he didn't seem to have even a single scratch on him from the attack. Sakura and Shino also looked worried as they eyed one another in concern. Sakura spoke up a moment later. "We need to get out of here," she called, casting a quick look over at her team, who inclined their heads a little at her words before looking back just in time to see 3 tendrils of sand shoot out towards them again. Their momentary hesitation was all that the tendrils needed, and in a moment the 3 found themselves bound as Gaara's sand lowered him to the ground and he smiled dangerously around at them. A nasty shiver ran down the group's backs as they looked into those cold teal eyes, and for a moment they all felt that this may indeed be the end for them. That was until a long black chain shot up from out of the corner of their eyes, tearing its way through the sand tendrils, linking them to Gaara, allowing the sand to fall from them in great clumps. Their faces jerked over to see an odd sight before them. The creature that they had saved had sprouted what looked like 5 crude black chains that were waving back and forth gently as it turned its purple eyes glaring over at Gaara with an angry little hum in its voice that could have been mistaken for a growl. As teammates steadied themselves, the black creature charged forward at Gaara, its black chains flying ahead of it in a deadly swarm even as it charged forward. Without a moment of hesitation, Tamari swept her fan forward, sending out a cycle of air towards the attacking black figure. But as the blades of wind impacted the creature, that dispersed harmlessly, not even slowing it down. Then next moment Gaara's sand had hardened into a protective half-dome of sand that the chains crashed into, cracking it but not being able to pierce through. However, a moment later the seedling itself impacted the dome, forcing the sand to bow in enough for the actual sand to pound up against the Redeed with a blow like that of a sledgehammer, forcing him back a few feet. As the Redeed stumbled back, teammates saw their chance and took to the trees, Yakumo calling down as they leapt. "Hey, whatever you are, we need to get out of here, hurry," she called, waving an arm at the creature below, who turned eyes upon her for a second before nodding and racing off after them. Teammate and the seedling and Toe shot off into the forest before the sand team could recover. After what seemed like a solid hour of running, they finally stopped, turning sweaty and panting faces to one another even as they allowed small smiles to show on their lips. "Looks like we lost them," breathed out Sakura between breaths as she looked around at her team, who nodded back to her, breathing heavily themselves. After a moment Yakumo looked around before speaking up. "Hey, where did that thing go?" she asked, causing the rest of teammate to look around as well, searching for the creature in question. After a moment they were forced to conclude that they had somehow lost it in the forest. Yakumo let out a small groan at that, but otherwise seemed okay. Sakura, seeing this, gave the girl a small comforting smile. "Hey, that thing is probably just fine. I mean, it fought that one guy easily enough, it will be just fine. Let's just worry about getting to the tower for now," the pink-haired girl said as Yakumo and Shino looked at her for a moment. A little while later teammate headed off towards the tower, anxious to have this exam over with. In another part of the forest, her red-deeded girl was looking down at the still forms of her blonde sister and her black-haired teammate with concern evident on her face. "It will be okay, Minamichan, they just need to rest, and Seedkin is watching out for danger, so you should rest too. That second blast from that white guy really messed up your control, and I'm still not able to give you enough of my chakra to heal all of your wounds," spoke Caillou in a soft voice, trying to reassure his red-deeded host. Minami smiled a little bit at the fox's words before speaking. "Thanks, Caillou, but I'm okay. If I need a big fluffball like you to look after me, I'll never live it down," she chuckled back as Caillou waved his tails in a small happy movement. "Darn right I'm fluffy, my cousin said I'm the fluffiest thing in the world," called the fox with a clear note of pride in his voice, which caused the Redeed to giggle slightly as she turned her gaze to look out of the hollowed root she was using as shelter. Outside of her hiding spot sat the seedling, or seedkin as she had gotten to referring to it as. The black figure sat Indian style before the door, swaying back and forth, softly humming happily, as if it wasn't sitting in one of the most dangerous places on the planet. To it could have been its own backyard for all the care it seemed to give. As Minami looked at it, she couldn't help but smile as she saw the creature's apparent happiness. How long had it been since she had been able to be that happy herself? How long has it been since anyone in our family was that happy? Wondered Minami, looking away from the seedling. As far back as she could remember, she and Naruto had always been training with Minato and Jiraiya. Always pushing themselves, Naruto even more than her. She took a moment to lean down to run a hand through her sister's hair, gently remembering those times. Flashback. The 7-year-old Minami and Naruto lay in the grass of the training field, both breathing heavily but happily as they looked around the field at the shadow clones of themselves that were cheering in apparent celebration. Minato and Kushina were there as well, smiling over at the girls with apparent happiness of their own. And Mito and Naruto were there too. The small Redeed's 2-year-old hair done up on 2 small pigtails that stuck out of opposite sides of her head, while her face had a shining smile upon it as she excitedly waved her arms around at all of the clones, squealing in joy. Above her, Naruto was also smiling around at the clones, a look that mixed both happiness and sadness, but Minami hadn't noticed. A while later found the family heading back home with Mito perched on Kushina's shoulder and Minato leading the way, while Naruto stood a little off to the side watching them go. Naruto had decided to do just a bit more training before heading out. And soon Naruto had headed out himself, leaving just the 2 sisters in the clearing. Minami watched as Naruto proceeded to summon a group of shadow clones before falling into a stance with them and going through the motions of the latest set of stances that Jiraiya had shown them for the Toad style. As Minami watched, Naruto would slam to a halt every time she hit a stance even a little off before silently cursing and starting again. Seconds turned to minutes, and soon Minami stood watching a panting Naruto fall to one knee as the clones around her began to pop, a small pained smile upon her face. Minami walked up to her sister, who was now lying back on the ground, a small exhausted smile on her face as she did so. Honestly sis, why do you always have to be like this, chuckled Minami as she fell to a sitting position beside her sister, even as Naruto laid back in front of her with a breathless groan. And I've told you 100 times that I'm going to get strong enough to protect everyone, you, Nyasan, Tausen, Kasen, and our newest Amato. Smiled back a breathless Naruto smiling up at the fading light of the Konoha sky. Minami shook her head lightly as this before leaning over slightly to pat her sister gently on her head. Naruto playfully swatted her sister's hand away from her before continuing. Hey, stop that, I will be strong enough, then all of us can be happy here just like we are now. Smiled the blonde girl as she moved to sit up. Minami could not help but smile as well as she helped pull her sister to her feet and head back home. There everyone would be ready to greet them with smiles on their faces. A world of happiness they loved being a part of. Flashback end. As the images of that time faded from her mind, Minami gave a small sad smile as she continued to brush her hand absent-mindedly through her sister's hair. Those times hadn't lasted long, soon they had started to find themselves at odds with Naruto, and she and Naruto had begun to spend less and less time smiling with the whole family and instead training with the parents and godparents. Soon it was odd for them to even be together as a family. Maybe we haven't even been a family since then. Oh Naruto, how did we end up like this? All we wanted was to protect our family. How did we manage to mess it up so bad? Thought the red-headed girl as she closed her eyes slightly, allowing a single tear to fall from her scarlet eyes and onto her sister's whiskered cheek. A second later, however, the red-head dove forward to shelter her two teammates' forms as a thunderous crash rocked the tree that was acting as their shelter. Bits of wood and dirt sprinkled down over her, bouncing off as a clear voice called out to her form across the clearing. Okay, you in there, come on out, your little clone scarecrow isn't scaring us. Called a voice that seemed to be slightly muffled in its delivery. As Minami leaned up from the impact, she spied through the tree's entrance a group of 3 figures who stood just a few feet away from her hiding spot. 3 figures stood there wearing a strange assortment of clothing. With a shiver, Minami recognized them as the members of the Sound Village. The first figure, a bandaged individual wearing a heavy grass cape with one eye showing, had been the one to speak. Beside him stood a boy with gravity-defying black hair and a vile little smirk playing across his lips, and to his other side stood a girl with her black hair cascading all the way down to her feet. The wrapped-up one called out again. Come on out and hand over Sasuke to us, and we may even let you walk away from this little girl. He called in a mocking voice once again. Minami gritted her teeth, wondering what if anything she could do to help protect her team. Her reserves were all but shot, her connection to Kyuubi all but sealed, and even worse, she had lost her father's kunai while in the battle with that pale bastard. She was well and truly out of options. Just when she was at her wit's end, she heard a familiar humming and turned to see the seedling, who had been sitting in the doorway, pull itself from a pile of dirt a little to her left. It seemed whatever the initial attack that the Sound Trio had launched had flung him back into the underside of the tree and not actually harmed it. Looking over, she smiled slightly, seeing the seedling looking at her confused. Suddenly an idea shot into her head, and a wicked smile that would have scared off her team if they hadn't been unconscious. Outside the tree, the Sound Trio were looking at the entrance while waiting. Hey Dosu, what are they saying in there? Asked an annoyed Zaku, looking over at his teammate with a clear amount of annoyance in his voice. Kin smacked herself slightly, wondering why she was cursed with having such an annoying person as her teammate. Dosu was thinking much along the same lines as his teammate at about that time. Shut up Zaku, I'd tell you if you would shut your trap. Shot Dosu over to his teammate with a disgusted little glare at him before going back to his listening. What he was hearing was a bit confusing, however, and he was only able to catch the last few words which he muttered under his breath. Kin, who was listening in, couldn't help but ask what he heard. What? She asked, looking over at her teammate who turned to face her. It doesn't make any sense, all I heard was get them. Replied Dosu, even as a crash erupted from the bottom of the tree, drawing all 3 of their gazes. What they saw was the same black figures that they had thought was some kind of sensory clone or some kind of monitor. What they saw below them now wasn't any simple clone. As they watched, the black creature turned its purple eyes upon them and a low hum escaped its face. What the fuck, I thought you said that was a clone. Shouted Zaku as the seedling looked over towards his teammates with a scowl. Kin just glared down at the black creature, pulling out handfuls of senbon as she did. Dosu for his part just pulled back his cape, revealing his sound gauntlet and glaring down with one eye towards the creature. The seedling was scanning its eyes back and forth between the 3, allowing its limited experience to try and help it prepare itself for the situation at hand. Unfortunately, this particular seedling had been spending the majority of his time acting as a plaything for Mito and Hanabi, so its expertise in these areas was limited at best. However, spending time with the 2 had given it one major advantage. Before the Sound Trio could make their move, they stared in odd fascination as 5 perfectly formed chains formed out of the seedling's back, all clinking and moving in unison, as though they each had a mind of their own. At the trio watch, two of the chains flew out in straight lines on either side of their team, burying themselves deep into the trees on either side of them. As the sound trio looked to either side, they almost missed it. The chains yanked the seedling forward towards them. Dosu only noticed it at the last second, calling to his team in a panic. "Get down," he shouted, ducking down along with the others just in time as the seedling came hurtling over their heads. The seedling was carried a few yards further on before its two chains released themselves from the trees they had been embedded in, allowing him to flip over and land sideways on a tree a few yards above the trio, looking down at them even as its chains continued to wave ominously. Without missing a beat, Zaku raised both his hands palms up towards the figure above, with a wicked smile playing across his face. "Nice try, you bastard, but eat this," he shouted as two concussive blasts of chakra-laced balls of air shot out towards the seedling. The seedling had only just landed and couldn't register the attack in time to do more than take it full in the face. Which may have mattered if the blasts hadn't simply dispersed upon impact, causing the fierce gale to fall out in a calm little breeze. Zaku's face almost didn't have time to fade before the seedling shot off from the tree and was flying down at the three like some kind of large spider. Luckily for him, Dosu kept his wits about him long enough to grab the scruff of Zaku's neck before pulling him back with enough force to have him fly back a few feet through the air just before the seedling plowed into the ground with force of a cannon blast. Dosu, not missing a beat, leapt forward, swiping his sound gauntlet forward, charged with enough chakra to make the creature's head explode. As the seedling's eyes turned up to face forwards, the gauntleted fist of Duo smashed into him with enough force to crack the steel gauntlets. There was a blast of sound, ear-bleeding noise, and what felt like a low-grade explosive tag, and Dosu and the seedling found themselves flying back through the air in opposite directions. Dosu skidded to a halt, landing awkwardly as Kin jumped over beside him, a trickle of blood coming from where several bits of the tree had embedded themselves in his flesh. His female partner bent down for a moment, looking him over before speaking, her voice half panicked. "What the hell happened? What is that thing?" Kin asked, looking from Dosu to the seedling, who was slowly getting up from the tree it had been thrown into. Dosu took a moment to shake his head before pulling down some of his bandages so that he could spit out a glob of blood. "The damn thing somehow stopped my sound blast for targeting it." Here he spat out another glob of blood before pulling up his bandages. "The sound just blew out in every direction. I caught some of the backlash." He finished, pushing himself to his feet as he looked over to where Zaku had just made it to his feet as well. "Fuck first Zaku's cannons, now your sound. What the hell is this thing made of?" shouted Kin as she filled both her hands with senbon and launched them towards the creature with a cry of rage. To her and the rest of the sound shinobi's surprise, the creature became peppered with her senbon and staggered back slightly. Without missing a beat, the other two sound shinobi pulled out kunai and shuriken of their own, and soon the three were hurling everything they had downrange at the creature. Hit after hit buried themselves into the seedling as the hits continued to be forced backwards by the onslaught of weapons plunging themselves into it. Finally, the onslaught paused. Kin allowed the final needle to fly from her fingers, leaving all three sound shinobi slightly out of breath and more than a little panicked at the image in front of them. The seedling was still on its feet, one of its arms dangling from its shoulder, weighted down by the myriad of weapons sticking out of it. Its legs too seemed to be little more than scraps, and as it struggled to move, both of them collapsed beneath it as it swung its only free arm forward to keep itself from falling all the way forward. Even then, the seedling continued to look forward at its attackers with a small humming growl. "What the hell do you have to do to kill this thing?" called Zaku, his breath a little haggard as he looked at his teammates. Dosu only shook his head slightly at the sight before him. He had seen some dangerous things from Orochimaru's labs, but this thing was quickly working its way up his list of nightmares. Kin was the only one of the three to keep her wits about her long enough to start weaving a quick set of seals. Nanami, who had just managed to clear out the front of the burrow she had been hiding her team in, looked over. She saw the horrible state that the seedling was in, as well as the sound Kunoichi land her hand on a final seal. As she watched, Seedkin seemed to somehow lose sight of its surroundings and start looking back and forth as if it could no longer see anything in the clearing. With a satisfied smirk, Kin lowered her arms and let out a low breath. "It's okay, I trapped it in a genjutsu so it won't be a problem anymore," she breathed out, showing a bitter little smile to her team as she spoke. "Good thing I hit it with so many bell senbon. Hell, I'd be surprised if anyone could focus with that many sound waves hitting them. Its mind is probably collapsing in on itself from the strain." She finished with a chuckle as the three shakily made their way to their feet and turned to see Minami staring at them. "Well, it looks like your guard dog is gone now, little girl," mocked Zaku cruelly as he gave Minami a fierce smirk. Minami, for her part, just gritted her teeth before pulling out her two silvery star blades and with a flick of her wrist caused them to start spinning, becoming two discs of spinning steel. But it was a bluff. Minami had almost no strength left in her. And real panic was setting in on her. Just as she was about to start getting truly desperate, a vile feeling burst of chakra came from behind her, causing both her and the trio to turn as Sasuke stepped forward with dark purple energy oozing out of him as he stepped up to stand beside Minami, his fully developed Sharingan spinning wildly in his eyes as he looked around at those gathered. The pulse of Sasuke's chakra flooded across the clearing and even flowed over where the seedling lay, forcing the disruptive sound waves to halt their work. From where the seedling sat, a small humming growl came out of its body, once again stronger than those previous, as its purple eyes flashed dangerously over at the pulsing figure. This chakra was evil, by its very nature it was something the seedling knew. And despite itself it felt a desire to destroy it with every fiber of its being. With a great effort the seedling pushed itself unsteadily to its mangled feet, even as Sasuke charged forwards into the sound trio, flinging them effortlessly around the clearing. Sasuke had just torn Zaku's arms from their sockets as the seedling had shakily made its way to its feet and looked his way. Minami was in a state of almost shock at Sasuke's actions. Sure knew that such violence was a part of their work, but something about seeing Sasuke seem so happy with his actions made her stomach twist uncomfortably. She had to stop him, something was clearly wrong with him, and with that driving thought she raced over to Sasuke to try and stop him before he went any further. "Sasuke, that's enough." She half pleaded, half shouted as she ran to her teammate, but even as she neared him, she saw the madness in his swirling eyes as he turned to face her, his mouth moving in a wicked little smile as he did so. "Minami, perfect, these weaklings aren't enough, fight me, test me, come on, come at me." Sasuke called in voice caught between joy and madness as he turned to face his teammate, even as she halted in her track looking at him as though he was mad. "What, Sasuke, this isn't the time for this, you need to stop, something's wrong with you." Minami tried to reason with the maddened Uchiha. Sasuke, however, was having none of it, pulling out a kunai and throwing it past the girl's face so that it drew a small trickle of blood from her cheek as it passed. Minami winced slightly at the hit before feeling the wet stickiness of her own blood as it dripped down her face. Shit, something really is wrong with him, he isn't acting rationally, that snake bastard must have done something to him. Thought Minami as she looked at the half-crazed boy standing before her. As she took a cautious step back she noticed a flicker of movement off to her side where the seedling had staggered to its feet, its wounds not healing. The seedling was on its last legs as it stood there, healing from the battle with Kabuto, Orochimaru, and now this most recent battle without time to rest itself with Naruto, had dropped its reserves down to just about nothing. It didn't even have the power left to heal its arm that dangled by a strand from its shoulder, still squired by dozens of weapons. Nonetheless, some primal force seemed to drive the creature forward towards Sasuke, dragging itself shakily from one foot to the other as it went. Minami looked over a stab of sadness and guilt at seeing the state of the seedling. It had done all of this, been hurt so defending her and her sister. Sacrificing itself for them without thinking of itself at all. Just like Naruto had done all his life. Tears started to fall down the Redeed's face, some of the water mixing with the blood from her cheek and dropping crimson tears upon the forest floor. "No. No more, please, you've done enough. Please call me no more." Minami thought, her voice so weak that only her thoughts could cast themselves forward, begging, pleading for the reality of what she was seeing to stop. But it didn't. Sasuke's head slowly turned to see the slowly approaching seedling, an annoyed little look crossing his face as his eyes fell upon it. Whether he was too far gone to notice the appearance of the seedling or that his battle lust had simply overridden his common sense, whatever the reason, he didn't question the creature's presence and simply turned to face it, flying through a series of hand signs as he did so. Seeing this, Minami lurched forward to try and place herself between the two, just managing it as a bout of flame escaped the Uchiha's lips and flying towards the girl. Minami saw the flames coming and closed her eyes tight as she felt the flame approach her, its warmth tickling her face as it closed in. But something else was there as well, another feeling, something around her stomach. Without warning she felt a pulling sensation and her eyes flew open as she found her waist wrapped in a black chain that pulled her out of the path of the flame. As she turned her eyes she found the wide eyes of the seedling looking at her even as the flames rushed over him. The chain holding her faltered slightly as the flame continued to pour of the creature and its form seemed to buckle under the pressure from the unending flames. Even as she watched she could see that the flame was dispersing as it hit the seedling, but the continued torrent of the flame kept the heat and flame fresh on the seedling's form. Even as she cried out she saw its damaged arm fall to the forest floor and slowly become swallowed by the flame, even as the chain holding her also faltered, dropping her to the ground as it did so. Through watery eyes she saw the seedling slowly begin to crumble away as more and more flame covered it, till finally Sasuke halted his attack and the flame died away from the seedling. As the flame died away and the seedling came back into view, Minami almost cried out in sadness as she saw it. Both its arms had been burned away, even as bits of black seemed to break away like ash from the creature as it looked over at the Uchiha. The burnt ends of chains dangled weakly from its back where they had broken in an effort to get Minami clear of the blast. Even as the two members of Team 7 watched, the seedling began to crack as bits of its face and body fell to the forest floor and dissipated, leaving large gouges across its form as it did so. Despite this, and to both of their shock, the seedling managed to rise shakily to its feet, both its legs little more than mutilated lumps that were cracking and chipping away even as they watched. With the last bit of effort, the seedling forced itself to crouch slightly facing Sasuke before pushing everything it had left into a final shot forward towards the Uchiha, who had begun going through seals once again. The Uchiha was too late, however, and before he could finish his final seal, the seedling had slammed its head straight into the Uchiha's face, bowling the two over to the forest floor. As the hit landed, the menacing chakra from Sasuke seemed to explode from him, even as the markings around his body proceeded to recede back into his neck. Minami forced herself to her feet and ran to the side of the pair, even as the seedling rolled off of the now unconscious Uchiha, as its body continued to crumble, one of its legs cracking and blowing away as it did so. Just as Minami reached the spot, the seedling turned its remaining purple eye to her and let out a weak hum towards her. Minami dropped to her knees beside the seedling, feeling a stab, guilt, sadness and everything else that came with the feeling of helplessness when someone sees something they have not power to stop. Tears still in her eyes, she spoke softly to the seedling, even as the cracks reached its final eyes and the light started to dim. "I'm sorry, Seedkin, oh Kami, I'm sorry," she said between tears as she looked down at the seedling, even as fresh tears began to form at her eyes. Before she could say more, the seedling extended the last bit of chain it had left that was crumbling, even as it did so to gently wipe away one of her tears with a soft hum that had the Reteed speechless. As the chain fell, the cracking finally reached the eye and the seedling's form completely crumbled away, leaving only a black orb where the creature's head had been, black and unmoving, with a faint pulse of purple energy coming off of it. "Minami, hurry, put your hand on Seedkin," called Caillou inside the girl's head before she could collapse. Minami shook her head slightly before asking in a voice exhausted from her experiences. "What?" She spoke, the sadness and weakness clear in her voice. "I said hurry and put your hand on Seedkin, I may be able to give it some of my chakra to help save it before it's gone," shouted Caillou. Minami paused only for a moment, taking in what the fox had said before she thrust her hand onto the orb, ignoring the slight feeling of weakness that came with contact with the orb. "Do it," she almost screamed as her hands meet the orb. She had failed to protect her team, she had failed to keep her family from falling apart around her, and she had failed to help the creature before her, but she would be damned if she was going to lose anymore. As her hands hit the orb, a sudden pulse went through her and a blast of Caillou's chakra shot its way unabated through her arms and down into the orb. As she watched, the orb pulsing seemed to grow a bit stronger and flickers of red could now be seen in the purple light it was given off. After what seemed like an eternity, she let her hands fall and let out a tired breath. "Did it work?" she asked, panting slightly as she did so. Caillou was silent for a moment as well, its breath coming out in small gasps as it did so before finally speaking. I think so, Seedkin should be okay for now, but he needs to get back to Naruto and Kasen so he can be fixed," replied Caillou. Minami let out a soft happy breath as she looked around the clearing and noticed for the first time that the sound trio had seemed to have go, well, the getting was good. So she stood after a moment, taking a look around before picking up the orb gently and taking it back into the tree to place in her pack before returning to check on Sasuke. Meanwhile, in another part of the forest, Naruto and the rest of Team 8 were helping a seedling pull what looked like the entire contents of Konoha's armory out of itself. "You were right, there was no way the seedlings were going to get into trouble," joked Kiba as he pulled a mace out of the back of the seedling with a grunt of effort. Naruto just gave him a tired look as he pulled out what seemed like the 100th kunai from the seedling. "Always looking at the negative, Kiba, look at it this way, we won't be short on weapons," replied Naruto half-heartedly as Hinata suppressed a giggle as she sat with a seedling of her own, scanning the area with her Byakugan, keeping a watch out for anything. "So what number does this make anyway? We need to get to the tower sometime today," asked Kiba as he rose, stretching his back slightly as the seedling stood as well, helping to pull out the last few weapons. A moment later, the seedling had collapsed into a seed orb and flown back to situate itself on Naruto's coat as the blonde rose too. "This guy makes 5, but we are still mission 1 out there somewhere," he replied with a small note of concern in his voice. True, a seedling was nothing to shake a stick at, but they weren't invincible, and if by some bad luck one did fall in battle and he wasn't there to retrieve it, he could kiss a year's work goodbye. And Kami helped him, explaining to Mito that one of her playmates wasn't going to be around. The blonde suppressed a small shiver at the thought as Hinata stood as well, walking over as the seedling that had been with her retreated into Naruto's coat as well. "Still, Naruto, Kiba makes a point, we do need to get to the tower, and if we don't hurry we might not make it on time," she spoke softly, looking over at Naruto with a soft smile. Naruto turned to face her before letting out a breath and relaxing. Yeah, I guess you're right, let's head out for now, with any luck we'll find it on the way, and worst case, I'll just keep the pollen net up to find it after we finish this part of the exam. Finished the blonde as the team set off towards the tower. A few hours later found them standing before the tower's base facing two open scrolls that were smoking slightly. The next second there was a small burst of smoke and Kushina stepped out to them smiling around at the three, her red hair waving behind her. Well done team, you've passed the second exam. She said beaming around at them all. Team 11 all looked at one another smiling as they did so, but before they could do more than give each other a quick smile, a commotion from the entryway into the tower drew their eyes. As they turned they saw the haggard members of Team 7 entering into the room, all sporting the clear signs of battle and exhaustion. As Naruto looked over he felt a familiar, if not somewhat altered pulse form over by Minami that seemed to be coming from her pack. As his purple eyes met her red ones, she gave an almost impossible to notice nod of her head. From inside Naruto's head he heard a small sound of Jubi giggling. "What's so funny Jubi, and why am I getting a weird vibe from Minami?" asked Naruto trying to figure out what he seemed to be missing. There was a short pause where Jubi seemed to be collecting herself before she spoke again, her voice unmistakable in a tone of happiness. "Oh, I can't wait to see what my little Kaioken did, something tells me you just got Mito and Hanabi a new present." Giggled Jubi, leaving Naruto to wonder what on earth she could be talking about. Chapter 14. Talking. Thinking mental conversation. Demon God or the like. Jutsu. The way the chips fall. As they turned they saw the haggard members of Team 7 entering into the room, all sporting the clear signs of battle and exhaustion. As Naruto looked over he felt a familiar, if not somewhat altered pulse from over by Minami that seemed to be coming from her pack. As his purple eyes met her red ones, she gave an almost impossible to notice nod of her head. From inside Naruto's head he heard a small sound of Jubi giggling. "What's so funny Jubi, and why am I getting a weird vibe from Minami?" asked Naruto trying to figure out what he seemed to be missing. There was a short pause where Jubi seemed to be collecting herself before she spoke again, her voice unmistakable in a tone of happiness. "Oh, I can't wait to see what my little Kaioken did, something tells me you just got Mito and Hanabi a new present." Giggled Jubi, leaving Naruto to wonder what on earth she could be talking about. However, before the blonde could do more than look confused at the situation, Naruto stepped forward pulling out her set of heaven and earth scrolls with an exhausted look on her face as her blue eyes met her mother's violet ones. "Asen, we need to talk to Tausen now, something big happened in the forest," spoke Naruto with a dead serious tone of voice that immediately caught everyone's attention. Team 11 gave each other a worried little look as they heard her words. True, they hadn't been sure as to Kabuto's actions, except they seemed to target Sasuke, but they had figured that they had at least scared him and his team off. With a small shiver they realized that the grass ninja that Kabuto had been talking to may well have been more dangerous than they had first expected, but now was not the time for worrying about such things as Kushina spoke up. "Okay then Naruto, but why don't you just use his kunai to get him here if it's important?" Kushina asked, casting a curious look around at her two daughters as she did so. Minami and Naruto looked down for a moment before Minami answered. "We lost them in the forest when we were attacked, please Kasen, we need to tell Tausen about what happened as soon as possible," said the redeed, a slight inflection to her tone that almost made it sound like pleading. Kushina was slightly taken aback at this. Well, her girls weren't brats, they usually had a kind of pride in their voices that made it clear that while they may accept help, they were by no means dependent on it. Now however, both girls sounded, well, almost broken, as though all of their pride had literally been beaten out of them. Kushina did not hesitate to step forward to the two and put a hand on each of their faces, raising them to look her clearly in the eyes. Both girls looked up at their cousin with a small defeated look in Minami's eyes and a harsher and self-loathing look in Naruto's. After what seemed like a long moment Kushina spoke. "Girls, what happened to you?" asked Kushina, a clear amount of worry in her tone as she did so. Naruto closed her eyes and with an effort looked away from her mother, biting back tears as she did so. All her life the little blonde had fought and trained and sacrificed so that she could be strong enough to be the hero she believed herself destined to be. But back in that dark forest when she had stood before Orochimaru, she had found herself helpless to do more than watch as he took her team and her sister apart. That reality was destroying the girl, her world was shattering under her, and it took all of her effort to keep herself from simply collapsing into her cousin's arms and crying to her to help make this pain go away. Only with a great effort had she managed to keep from crying in front of her team and Team 11. Minami in the meantime was also feeling shame and guilt for her part in the defeat and the cost that Seekin had paid to protect her and her team. She however was able to keep herself composed enough to look back as Kushina and speak out a few soft words. "Please cousin, not here. Please." The redeed practically begged, looking up at Kushina. His face had knotted itself into a twisted look of pain as she looked down at her suffering daughters. Kushina took a moment before she gave the two a small nod and turned to face her team while reaching into her pack. Team, I need to get Team 7 to the Hokage for now, I'll have to put off our time for a while, please head up to the tower and get some rest. She said as she pulled out a familiar tri-pronged kunai. Unknown to Kushina, Naruto, and by extension Team 11 had been able to hear the whispered conversation thanks to Minami unknowingly leaving her pollen connection open. Giving each other a quick look, they nodded before turning to face Kushina, who had just thrown the kunai down a few feet to her left, allowing a pulse of chakra to play its way through the seal on the kunai, alerting Minato to its activation. Before the bright yellow flash could herald Minato's arrival, Naruto spoke up in a calm voice. Asen, I believe that Team 11 has some information that may pertain to what Team 7 is going to be reporting on, and we would like to also report to the Hokage if we could. Spoke the blonde boy as Kushina and Team 7 looked over at the members of Team 11 with some confusion playing across their faces. After a second, Sasuke spoke up, a note of annoyance present in his voice as he did so. Really, I can't see your team having anything to offer on the subject. Sasuke stated in a tone that carried a note of accusation with it. Minami shot him a dark little look while Kushina looked over at her team, a small look of confusion on her face. Naruto, however, still being a mess of emotions, latched onto something solid, if not negative, and turned her face to look over at Naruto harshly. Naruto, this isn't time for one of your stupid games, something big is happening here, and Tausen doesn't need to waste his time cleaning up after you right now. Shot Naruto at her brother in a broken tone that only showed how little reason she was currently in possession of. This fact was not lost on the boy as he looked over at his sister with a sad little smile on his face. True, he may not carry almost any love for the girl, but still she was almost having a fit thanks to what had occurred in the forest, she could hardly be counted upon to remain polite and rational. So with a small effort the boy allowed the anger that had risen up at her comment to fade before he responded calmly. Naruto, this is no game, if I am correct then we both ran into a snake out in that forest, and the Hokage will want to have all the information he can have on the subject, stated the blonde in voice completely devoid of anger or happiness, and if he is worth being the fourth Hokage, then he can afford to waste some time with me. For once. Finished the blonde in a whisper that only Hinata picked up on. Naruto looked as though she had just been hit by a slap to the face. Her mind was whirring as she heard Naruto speak the word snake, and with a small gut-wrenching moment, an unfamiliar fear rose in her. One she had not felt for a long time. There for just a moment she had felt a horrible fear that Naruto, her Nyasin, had come across Orochimaru in the forest. And that she hadn't been there to protect him. With that came a fresh wave of self-loathing. What was the good of her if she couldn't even keep her family safe? What was the point of anything? Minami simply nodded softly to herself, assuming that Naruto and his seedling had somehow been in communication. Kushina on the other hand looked confused, but before she could speak up to question what was happening, a bright flash of yellow light appeared a few feet away from the group where the kunai had been laying a moment before. Now standing there was Minato, with a curious look on his face as he scanned the surroundings, taking note of Team 7 and 11, as well as Kushina. His eyes flicked between the defeated looks on the girls' faces for a moment as a stab of worry entered his mind as he thought back to the prophecy, and only worsened as he saw the defeated-looking state they were in. His eyes also flashed over to Kushina, who was giving him a grave look that told him that whatever was happening, it could not be good. For just a moment his eyes flicked over Team 11, pausing for a second on his son's eyes that looked over at him with a slightly bored expression. This caused another small pang of guilt to hit Minato as he saw the way Hisashi looked at him. However, with a small effort he pushed those thoughts back, turning to look over at the girls, who seemed to be the source of his summons. Kushina, what's going on? Asked Minato, his eyes scanning over the haggard forms of Team 7, as well as the reasonably spry members of Team 11, before looking back at his love. Kushina took a moment to look around to make sure that no one else was present, before nodding towards both teams, indicating them to the blonde before speaking. Team 7 and 11 need to report some activity in the forest. And this isn't the place for it. Replied Kushina in a hushed voice, looking over at her husband. Minato seized upon her tone immediately and fell into his shinobi demeanor before giving her a brief nod and flying through several hand sighs. After a moment several seals began to appear around the group, spreading out like a web from his position and looping themselves around to form a dome around the groups. With a pulse and a flash of yellow, Team 7, Kushina and Minato along with two members of Team 11 found themselves blinking in the center of Minato's office. For a second the group just looked at one another before finally Kushina spoke up. "Hey, where's Naruto?" she asked, looking around, not seeing Hisashi anywhere in the group. The rest of the group looked around for the blonde but couldn't see him anywhere. All eyes turned back to Minato, who was looking just as confused as the rest of the party. "Minato, where is he?" asked Kushina with a note of annoyance in her tone as she did so. Minato turned to her and raised his arm slightly in a sign of surrender, a little concern on his own face. I don't know, he should be here, my flying thunder god should have taken him with us just like everyone else. Spoke the blonde, genuinely confused as to how the boy had been left behind. Something like this had never happened and it was more than a little unnerving to the blonde Hokage. Kushina looked over at Hinata and Kiba for a moment before a thought entered into her mind courtesy of her pollen. Kushina-sensei, Naruto's chakra probably messed with the seal around him somehow. Thought Kiba, looking over at Hinata, who nodded slightly in agreement. Kushina paused for a moment before silently agreeing with the Inuzuka. However, this put her in an awkward position as it left them without a means by which to explain the boy's absence. Luckily Minami came to their rescue, having been involved in the discussion as a silent listener. Asen, let me distract Tausen, you go get Niacin, okay, just have him think of something to explain it on the way back, I'll stall till then. The red-eyed girl sent silently over their mental connection. Kushina sent her daughter a small thankful smile before turning to the still confused Minato before speaking. Look, it may have something to do with what they ran into in the forest, I'll go get him, in the meantime, let Team 7 tell you what they need to, I'll be back in a second with Naruto. Kushina instructed as she turned to walk out of the room with a small wave of her hand. In her wake she left a very confused and slightly concerned Minato, who could not shake the feeling that he was missing something very important. Kushina was down the hall and heading for the forest a moment later, even as Team 7 started going through their experiences upon encountering the grass shinobi. Meanwhile, back in the tower, Naruto was currently banging his head against the inside wall of the tower, chanting something about stupid immortal guardians of Kami and their side effects. This was the reason that he didn't hear or see as Team 10 entered into the tower, all looking like they had walked through a minefield and sporting happy, if exhausted expressions. As the three entered, they spied Naruto's odd production and for a moment just sat there watching, not knowing what to say to the blonde. Finally Ino seemed to have enough and called out to the blonde. "Yo Naruto, what the heck are you doing?" called the pig-tailed girl as Naruto stopped his pounding to turn to face the source of the voice, a large red mark on his head, a testament to his recent activity. As his purple eyes swept over their haggard appearance, he had to fight to suppress a flinch. Choji had one arm in a sling, as well as several bruises lining one side of his head. Ino looked like she had been thrown through a particularly rough set of bushes, several bits of leaf and twig having worked their way into her hair and dress, and all matted down with an application of sweat. Shikamaru looked like he hadn't slept in a few days and carried the same look as Ino. After a moment Naruto spoke up. "What the heck happened to you guys, it looks like you've been through hell," asked Naruto after he finished looking the team up and down, a note of concern in his tone. Choji gave him a weak smile before speaking up. "It looks worse than it is, we just ran into a few teams trying to lay traps near the tower, but we made it out okay," spoke the thick boy with a note of happiness as he pulled out a set of scrolls to show the blonde. Naruto nodded, returning the smile even as Ino spoke up. "Yeah, they were nothing especially after that freaking black monster," she said, shifting her arms in proud little shrug that seemed to indicate that nothing much could shake her after her recent experiences. Naruto's eyebrows rose at the girl's words and a small sweat drop formed in his mind. Monster?" asked Naruto, trying to make himself look more curious than accusatory. He had more than a bad feeling as to what they were referring to. Heck, if that seedling's appearance hadn't tipped him off to something, then he would have to be blind. Shikamaru shook his head slightly before speaking. "Yeah, some black thing, mimicked our moves, did you run into anything like that?" asked Shikamaru, a shrewd note in his voice as he did so. True, Shikamaru didn't have the facts he needed to do more than speculate, but still he was almost positive that Naruto's team must have at least run into the creature at some point for it to have Naruto's appearance. Naruto fidgeted for a second while a mental panic began to set in. Oh crap, that stupid seedling went and attacked them, and Shikamaru is piecing it together. Damn, this isn't good, sure it's going to come out eventually, but what the heck, why now? Naruto mentally shouted to himself. Juubi, who was watching, decided to add her 2 cents worth into the blonde's panic. "Well, it's not like you didn't know this was going to happen if you entered into this exam, but I guess telling them the monster they fought was Seedkin may not go over well," replied Juubi with a contemplating look on her face as she did so. Juubi placed a single figure under her chin and leaned her face down onto in a thinking pose for a moment before speaking up. "I guess it would be best just to tell that you saw something like that, but your team didn't hang around to look at it and just continued on, worst case they just think it's odd," finished Juubi as she leaned back against her tree and raised her hands up in a small shrug. "Right, thanks Juubi." Naruto shot back, blinking a few times before looking back over at Shikamaru, who was watching him, one eyebrow quirked up as if waiting for the blonde's response. "Now that you mention it, I think we saw something like that out in the forest, kind of a black silhouette, but we didn't stick around long, Akamaru didn't seem to like its smell, so we just kept going," said Naruto as he looked over at the members of Team 10. Shikamaru let out a sigh before rubbing his head in a lazy gesture, while Choji smiled a little, and Ino dropped her head in a heavy audible sound that sounded a little like a groan. "You did the right thing then, cause whatever that thing was it took us apart," spoke Choji with a gesture towards his arm with a small grimace. Shikamaru looked over at his teammate with a small cringe before turning to Ino who was just speaking. "Yeah, and that stupid thing was running around looking like me. I swear if it does anything perverted I'll find it and kill it with fire," shouted the blonde girl, small flames in her eyes as she finished, causing all three of the boys to take a small step back from the girl. Yubi almost fell off the back of her branch, laughing at the mental image of the seedling being chased around by the angry blonde. Before the group could say anything else, Kushina dropped down beside the entrance and walked forward into the tower's base, looking over Team 10 and Naruto. She offered a small smile to Team 10 before turning to Naruto and motioning him over. Naruto, seeing this, nodded and stepped forward to greet Kushina. "So this is where we left you?" half-joked Kushina as Naruto blushed slightly and muttered something about his stupid chakra before he flinched slightly as Yubi gave him a mental smack. Kushina allowed her lips to quirk upward in a small smirk as she imagined Yubi giving Naruto a mental telling off. Kushina just shook her head before looking over at Team 10. "Well, I guess I'll be seeing your team in the next round, congratulations," she stated as the members of Team 10 looked around at each other. "I'll tell you parents I saw you, but I have to take Naruto here to a meeting." She finished, jabbing a thumb back at Naruto who smiled sheepishly. Without another word, Kushina lightly grabbed the scruff of Naruto's jacket and hauled him off through the door of the tower and off towards the village, using small body flickers to quickly cover ground faster. While this was happening, Naruto had just finished recounting the last thing she remembered before waking up to Minami, telling them they needed to get moving. Minato had a mixed look of barely contained fury upon his face for the traitor Orochimaru's actions, mixed with a twinge of relief and happiness at his daughter's safety. As Naruto finished, Minato turned to face Minami with a concerned look. "Minami, after Naruto fell, what happened?" the blonde Hokage asked as he looked at his red-headed daughter. Minami paused for a moment before answering, internally hoping that she would be able to come up with a convincing enough story to satisfy her father. "Well, after Naruto was taken out, I charged Orochimaru, but he used that same seal move to seal up the Kyuubi chakra and slammed me into the tree," started Minami. Both Minato and the other members of her team looking over at her with no small amount of curiosity. Sasuke and Naruto hadn't had a chance to ask exactly what had happened to them. "Anyway, that is when this clone or something showed up and I kind of passed out," continued Minami as the others listened. "When I woke up, Orochimaru was gone and I hauled Naruto and Sasuke to cover. We stayed mostly safe for the night while I tried to patch them up and set some traps up," Minami continued as Minato seemed to notice something odd in her words. "Minami," interrupted Minato, causing the girl to halt her story and turn to face Minato with a slightly worried look in her eyes. Her mind raced, hoping she wasn't going to be caught in her lie. Minato tapped his index fingers together for a moment before speaking. "You mentioned some kind of clone that you saw before you passed out, what do you mean by that?" the Hokage asked, not taking his eyes off of his daughter as he did so. Minami froze for a moment, a shiver running down her spine as she looked into her father's eyes, even as she prepared to lie to him to protect her Niacin for what felt like the first time in her life. "What I mean," she began, taking a small breath, "is that at that time I didn't get a good look at whatever it was, all I could see was a black silhouette, I couldn't make out any defining features." The girl spoke even as Minato's eyebrows rose slightly. "At that time?" he asked in a calm little voice. "Yes, later, once I set up the camp we were attacked by another team and whatever it was showed up again," continued Minami as Minato settled back to listen further. "The team from Sound was about to engage me, but then that same thing attacked them. It looked like some kind of clone, but was all black and seemed capable of some kind of shape-shifting when it was fighting. The Sound team eventually overpowered it and made a move to attack us again. They seemed fixated on getting at Sasuke for some reason," Minami said, looking over at Sasuke, who shifted uncomfortably, rubbing his neck absent-mindedly as he did so. "Then Sasuke came out of the defensive area where I left him and something was odd with him, some kind of marking was coving him and he was pumping out an immense amount of chakra. Next thing I knew, he was attacking the Sound team and decimating them. After that he turned to take out me and the clone," continued Minami, a small bit of anger in her voice as she finished. Sasuke for his part looked half angry and half embarrassed at his actions. Minato looked over at Sasuke for a moment, anger in his eyes. If he had not had control of himself, he might have leapt over his desk to attack the boy, but he forced himself to remain calm. From what he had heard, it sounded like Sasuke had gotten hit with Orochimaru's Seal of the Heavens, and what was worse, it sounded like the bastard had managed to complete it since his time on Anko. Minato and Jiraiya, with the help of Kushina, had managed to find a way to deconstruct the seal, but it had only been thanks to all of their talents that Anko hadn't died on the operating table. Even then it had only been thanks to Tsunade that the final release of chakra hadn't killed her. True, the seal hadn't been complicated once all three got involved, but Orochimaru had been a sore kind of loser and built in a dead man switch to trigger if the seal was messed with. Knowing that Snake the new seal was bound to have managed to fix that error. But the shake of his head emotion for Minami to continue. Anyway, after that the clone or whatever it was hit Sasuke before dispelling. After that I waited till Sasuke and Naruto woke up and we headed to the tower. Minami finished calmly, praying that she wasn't about to be found out. Minato took a moment to look around at the three members of Team 7 before taking a small breath and speaking in a quietly controlled voice. Thank you for telling me this, girls, I couldn't be more proud of either of you. No other team of genin could have possibly stood up to one of the three Sannin and still be around to talk about it. Here he gave the girls a particular happy smile as he looked over them. Naruto and Minami smiled softly at their father's praise before turning to look at Sasuke with a bit of worry in their faces. Minato then turned to look at Sasuke, taking a breath before starting. Sasuke, from what I've heard you have received a dangerous seal that Orochimaru has developed and it would seem that it has some control over you. I am going to have Jiraiya and Kushina work to seal it for now until we can examine it further. I don't hold you responsible for its influence for now, but I warn you, if you ever attack a teammate again, it will mark the end of your shinobi career. Minato said, gravely narrowing his eyes at Sasuke for a moment. Naruto looked between Sasuke and Minato for a moment before stepping forward to speak. But Tausen, it wasn't his fault, it was that snake guy. Naruto said, trying to stand up for her teammate. If she couldn't save him in the forest, she would at least try to save him here. Minato looked from the determined face of Naruto over to the slightly angry face of Sasuke before giving a small sigh and turning to face his blonde-haired daughter. Naruto, be that as it may, Sasuke, whether he likes it or not, has a dangerous seal on him and he has a choice to make. If he wishes to remain in active duty, he must carry the burden and responsibility for his actions. Naruto began to speak but was silenced by one of Minato's hands rising for her silence. If he wants to take a temporary leave until we can fully remove the seal, that is also a choice, but I will not give him a free pass to knowingly endanger other members of Konoha without making it clear that punishment will be carried out swiftly. Minato finished in a tone that left no room for argument. Naruto looked from her Tausen to Sasuke and then over to Minami, who simply nodded her head in agreement. Before Naruto could speak again, the door to the office opened and entered Kushina and Naruto. Minato looked up at them before motioning for Team 11 to approach. Hinata, Kiba, and Naruto stepped forward to stand in a line before the Hokage, all looking at him, waiting for him to prompt them to speak. Minato took a moment to reseal the room before turning to face them. You have expressed that you have some information that may pertain to the events in the forest that Team 7 encountered. Stated Minato, receiving nods from Team 11 before Hinata took a small step forward to speak. Meanwhile, Kiba was filling in Kushina and Naruto via the pollen on what had been happening in the office while they had been gone. Hi Hokage-sama, while we were in the forest we encountered another Leaf team led by Kabuto, who was trading information with a grass ninja that was most likely the same one that Orochimaru was disguised as. Started the girl, getting a few questioning looks from Team 7 and the two adults. After we were spotted we engaged them and managed to secure them, but Kabuto managed to escape. Finished Hinata softly, prompting a soft snort from Sasuke, causing Team 11 to look at him with cold looks. Is that all? You ran across some genin that may have had some connection to Orochimaru. What proof do you have that they are even the same grass ninja we ran across? Heck, that Kabuto guy failed the exam 7 times. Just because you couldn't get a hold of that failure doesn't mean anything. Fired off Sasuke, his mood not improved after being given the recent ultimatum from the Hokage. Naruto turned to face Sasuke slowly until the boy's purple eyes were boring into Sasuke's own black ones before he responded. Sasuke, the proof we have is that when Kabuto fled he did so by using a snake he summoned that was the size of a house. Said Naruto, his words slow and filled with barely suppressed rage as he looked over at the Uchiha. As everyone digested this information, Naruto took the opportunity to take a step forward towards Sasuke while taking a hold of the front of the Uchiha's jacket and pulling him slightly forward before speaking again in that same slow, controlled tone. And if you ever try to speak like that to Hinata-chan again, make sure to re-educate yourself on how to speak to a lady. I suggest you apologize to her now. Finished the blonde. Sasuke was at a loss as he felt a tingling sensation from his neck and had to fight to suppress the urge to attack Naruto then and there. Kushina, for her part, simply stood in place watching Naruto's actions and trusting him to act appropriately. Also, she couldn't help but suppress a small smile at Hisachi's actions in defending his team and his Hinata-chan. Hinata looked over, a small blush mixed with concern on her face. This was the first time since the bridge she had seen Naruto truly angry, and it still gave her small shivers just seeing it. Minami was at a loss as to what to do. One part of her wanted Sasuke to pay not just for what he had done in the forest, but also for how he was acting, still so smug and self-assured. Minato for his part looked like someone had slapped him. He had never seen Naruto like this, and his mind was in freefall, trying to find any memory he could that would account for the boy's actions. Naruto was by far the worst, however, after the exhaustion, the fear, and the mental breakdown she had been undergoing recently. She was teetering on the edge of not simply collapsing under all of her mental turmoil. Whether for better or worse, she had seized upon her idea to protect as her final bastion, and seeing her teammate threatened even by Naruto set off the alarms in her mind. So she stepped forward to grab hold of Naruto's arm and make sure that nothing else happened, speaking as her arm roughly grabbed Naruto's. "Naruto, stop it, Sasuke has been through a lot, we all have, and we don't need you trying to act tough in front of your girlfriend right now. Stop acting like a child and try acting like the shinobi you barely are," shouted Naruto, allowing her own mental frustrations and self-loathing to pour out towards the blonde boy. For a moment no one moved, then Naruto's head slowly pivoted to look into his Nissan's. For a moment Naruto saw Naruto's eyes flash pure black, but when she blinked they were again purple, but with a silent rage that she had never seen in them before. True, she had not been close to her Niacin for years, but when she had looked at him, she had always seen a happiness or life in his eyes. Now they were cold, almost threatening. For several moments the two siblings looked into each other's eyes, neither moving before Naruto finally spoke. "You know so little," he all but whispered as he pushed Sasuke away from him and with a small effort, pulled his arm from Naruto's grasp. Naruto looked angry at this and was about to retort before Minato's voice rang out over the two, prompting them to face him. "Naruto, stop this, I will not have you starting conflicts in this office, especially between fellow Konoha shinobi." Minato started giving the boy a hard look. Mentally Minato agreed with Hisachi's actions towards the Uchiha. Still, what he couldn't have was the teams turning on one another at this time, particularly the girls' team. If they faltered now they could be at risk of losing both girls, especially if Orochimaru was involved. A small piece of him, one that had been nagging at him recently, could not help but point out to him that once again Naruto was being punished so that his ideal of the world could keep spinning, but he ignored it again, pushing forward. Naruto looked over at the Hokage for a moment before shaking his head slightly, as if looking at someone who continued to disappoint him, before turning to leave the other members of Team 7, falling into step with him. Minato raised a hand to activate the seals on the door and halt them as they reached it, not wanting them to leave just yet. "Hold, Team 11, you have not been dismissed, and Naruto Uzumaki Namikaze, we still have things to talk about," stated Minato in a commanding tone. Naruto did not even turn as he raised one hand in front of him and spoke. "No, Hokage-sama, our team has already given you all the information we have, we now have to get back to the tower to rest before the next stage of the exam," replied Naruto, placing his hand on the door in front of him and giving it a small push. The seals on the door flickered and died as the blonde pushed it softly and the office doors swung open to Minato's and most of Team 7's shock. Team 11 left the room before Naruto spoke once more before the door swung shut behind him. "And I already told you, I am no longer an Namikaze, the name is Naruto Uzumaki," the blonde finished as the door swung shut. Minato and Team 7 sat there in silence for a moment before a sigh drew their attention over to Kushina, who was giving both Naruto and Minato a harsh glare. "I think I will depart too, Hokage-sama, I don't trust myself to stay here much longer without doing something I may regret," Kushina said, turning to face Minami with a soft smile and walking over to give her a brief hug. "I'll see you later, stay safe, okay?" she said, turning to look over at Naruto, a pained expression on her face as she approached her other daughter. Naruto looked confused at her mother's expression. She had never seen her cousin look so disappointed in her. It had always been pride or happiness, but like Naruto, those emotions seemed absent from her eyes at the moment. Kushina looked down at Naruto with a mix of happiness and sadness. Then she pulled Naruto into a silent hug, not speaking to her, but trying to fight past her anger, enough so that she could at least express her happiness at the girl's safety. The motion was stiff and awkward and ended a moment later with Naruto looking even more confused at her cousin's actions. Kushina rose from Naruto to look over at Minato, and there was only disappointment in her eyes as she looked over at her husband. Without saying a word she turned and walked out of the room without a word, pushing past the doors as she did so and not sparing a glance back at the office as the door swung shut. She met up with her team moments later on the base of the stairs and escorted them back to the tower just as the sun was setting for that day. After they had arrived, Kushina turned to leave but was caught in a small hug from Naruto that she allowed herself to sink into, letting the tears she had been fighting back pour out of her eyes. Her family was tearing itself apart before her and she was no longer sure if there was anything that she could do to stop it. Worst of all, she wasn't even sure if she would be doing the right thing by saving it at this point. So Kushina stayed therefore and cried into her son's arms as the team sat in their room and calmly began to wonder what came next for these exams. Meanwhile, back in the Hokage's office, Kakashi had arrived to escort his team back to the tower, leaving the blonde man alone in his office with only his thoughts. Flashes of the looks of Naruto and Kushina kept bombarding him, even as he fought to keep his mind focused on what Orochimaru may be planning. He silently cursed as he stabbed one of his three-pronged kunai down into the desk in front of him, squaring a clump of papers as he did so, accompanied by a small cracking sound that caught his attention. Lifting up his kunai and pulling off a few stray bits of paper, Minato saw that one of the photos on his desk had somehow worked its way down to the bottom of the work pile, covered with a thick layer of dust. The frame had been cracked and the glass was shattered by the kunai's tip. Carefully the Hokage reached down and pulled a photograph from the shattered remains to look at it. The photo depicted a smiling family. Sitting in the middle was Kushina, her long red hair pulled into a long strand that cascaded over the front of her blue kimono. She was sitting there smiling up at the camera, a giggling little girl with a bright tuft of red hair sitting in her lap and reaching two small baby hands over trying to grab hold of her mother's hair. In front of her stood three children, Minami and Naruto, the latter with her hair in pigtails, gave the camera whisker-cheek smiles, both standing slightly off to the right of their mother at the feet of their father. Minato's form stood right beside his wife's, one arm resting softly on her shoulder, while the other rested on the top of Naruto's head, his white coat fluttering behind him as a bright smile crossed his face. The final member of the family stood directly beside his sisters, right beside his mother, his blue and purple eyes smiling along with his face into the camera, and one arm looped around Minami's shoulder as he smiled happily at the camera. The kunai's blade had stabbed down, so that its tip tore a hole in his former self's chest, as if he had tried to rip out his own heart. "Maybe that's all I've been doing," thought Minato as he cradled the photo to him and allowed a few tears to fall from his eyes as he looked down for another moment. After a short time a knock came at the door and several Anbu filed in to report on their findings. Minato stowed the picture away into a breast pocket, turning to face the men and women at his command. He would have to face his own demons at some point, but at the moment a real demon was at their door and he needed to face it. At some point later Kushina had gathered herself up enough to head out and pick up Minami from the Hyuga compound to take back to the Namikaze home. After assuring her that she could come and see the next exam and her siblings, Kushina had managed to put her to bed while moving to strip out of her armor and gear and into a simple evening gown that she now sat in on the living room couch as she waited for Minato's return. She sat there as her eyes traveled slowly around the room, resting on photos of her smiling family or lingering on small dinks and stains, each a memory of their time together. With a small effort she rose and walked to the sliding glass door, placing one of her hands on its glass, even as her breath fell upon the glass, causing it to fog up slightly. Her eyes looked out over the backyard, pausing at the areas where she could still remember teaching her three oldest to walk for the first time. As she looked she could almost hear the excited giggling of Naruto and Minami as Naruto had taken his first steps, his arms held out in little fists, even while his face was frowned in concentration as he took slow and steady steps towards the smiling face of Minato, who was crouched down with both of his hands, held out a look of pure happiness and pride upon his face as he awaited his son's approach. A small flash of yellow light illuminated her shadow on the window for a moment, announcing Minato's return, and Kushina turned to face the man who she barely recognized as that smiling figure from her memories. Minato stood in the living room, an exhausted look on his face, and seemed to notice Kushina's presence just as she was turning to face him. His bright blue eyes met her violet ones, even as Kushina slowly walked over and lowered herself onto an armchair that allowed her to face her husband as she lowered her hands to rest gently upon her legs. Minato could not help but notice as he looked at Kushina the delicate way her red hair fell down her shoulder, concaving to her form as it did so. A brief flash of memory returned him to a child looking at the fiery red-headed girl that stood in front of the classroom. A moment later the memory was gone and Minato found himself under the gaze of the focused gaze of the red-headed women before him. For several moments the two sat in silence before Kushina spoke in a soft tone that nonetheless carried with it an authority that did not welcome questions. "We need to talk, Minato. And we will talk before you force me to take what is left of this family and leave to save it," Kushina stated, no raised voice, no note of anger, just a simply statement of fact. Kushina had given Minato time, effort, and even allowed herself to believe that he might have been coming around. Back when he had given Naruto the kunai a few days ago, she had even allowed herself to hope that things were starting to mend. A few hours ago those hopes had died as she watched Minato and her own daughter verbally attack Naruto for doing nothing more than protecting the girl that he cared for. They weren't going to change. They weren't going to fix this themselves, and she would be damned if she let her family fall apart without at least trying to fix it. Minato looked at Kushina as her words slowly ran through his head, even as his heart seemed to freeze and a stab of fear plunged into his gut. Leave. It can't be. She too couldn't go on without her. Why is this all happening now? Good Kami, why is all of this happening now? Minato thought as these and other snippets of fear and sadness circled around his mind. Finally, after a heavy breath, he looked up to see Kushina had not moved and was simply sitting looking at him with a calm demeanor. "Kushina, please, where is all of this coming from?" Minato said softly in a pleading voice, trying to understand what was happening in front of him. Kushina did not seem to even hear him as she closed her eyes, slowly taking a soft breath before opening themselves again to look up at him with that same focused, intense gaze. "Minato, I am the one asking the questions," Kushina began, the words hitting Minato like a physical blow. Not trusting his legs, Minato slumped back into the matching chair that faced across from Kushina, even as she continued to speak. "I want to know why you and Jiraiya have been trying to abandon Naruto and focusing so much on Minami and Naruto." She started seeing a small twinge of fear entering into Minato's eyes as the words left her lips. Before Minato could do more than swallow, Kushina continued on. "Why did you always force him away from training? Why did you drive him away? And why did you use me to try and do the same?" Kushina said, small tears forming in her eyes, even as her voice broke slightly as her words continued. "Why have you turned from the husband and Tausen that you were into a man I can't even look at without feeling shame and fear?" At this, the tears began to flow steadily, drawing small glissating streams down her cheeks as she pressed on, the pain evident in her voice, even as she fought to keep her tone steady. "Tell me why, Minato, why have you used me and everyone else just to tear this family apart?" Finished Kushina in a shout, even as the tears from her face flowed and a few strands of her hair clung limply to her face as it continued to fight from breaking apart completely. Several moments punctuated by heavy breathing followed her final words as she fought to hold in her emotions while Minato started to rise to go to her. However, as he began to rise, a single golden chain shot from Kushina, stopping its spiked end just an inch in front of Minato's face, causing him to freeze as it did so. A few seconds later, Kushina managed to get her breathing under control and leaned back in the chair, brushing the loose hair from her eyes as she did so, looking over at Minato from across her golden chain. "No, Minato, I don't want your comfort, I want your answer," she said, even as the chain slowly made its way back to her, even as Minato felt another stab of sadness enter into him like a dagger. He felt helpless, the yellow flash. The fourth Hokage, and here sat the love of his life in pain, and he was powerless to do more than watch. Worse, he was the cause, and it was destroying him. After a moment, Minato began speaking softly. "We didn't have a choice. A few years after the three were born, Jiraiya showed up with a prophecy from the Toads. It spoke of two children born from his student who would either rise or fall together, and they would shape the fate of the shinobi world with their actions." Minato began, Kushina watching him, her eyes flashing with fear, confusion, along with a bit of anger mixed in. The only clues were that the two would hold a great burden and would hold the blood of the forest. Minato continued, causing Kushina to let out a small breath. "So you thought it was the girls because of the Kyuubi?" said Kushina. It wasn't a question, it was a statement. Minato nodded once before continuing. "Hi, Jiraiya and I looked over the clues, and it all matched. They held the Kyuubi, they were our children, and they were members of the leaf, so they had the blood of the leaf in them, so we had to make sure that they don't fall out," continued Minato as he continued to speak in a voice almost devoid of emotion. "So we started to train the girls to try prepare them so they would be ready for their future. If we didn't, they could have fallen, and with them the entire world. We had to make sure that nothing got in the way of them working together. They had to stand together or they would fall, nothing could get in between them. It was too much of a risk." Minato said, Kushina's eyes narrowing at his words. "So Naruto was one of those things to you? Some kind of distraction? He is our Sachi, not some distraction to be thrown away." Fired back Kushina as Minato flinched at her tone, allowing her to continue. "So that was why, for some stupid prophecy from a toad, that you lied to me, manipulated me and our whole family to throw away Naruto, just for that you threw away my Sachi." Kushina said, her voice rising dangerously as an ominous clinking of chains came from her back. Minato looked over at her for a moment before speaking again. "Kushina, the girls had to succeed. If they didn't, then everyone, every single person in this village and out of it would die if the girls failed. Damn it, I love Naruto, but what good is it for him to be happy if it means him dying along with you, me and everyone else?" Minato shot back, half begging for Kushina to see his point. Kushina took a calming breath and allowed her chains to slide back in before fixing Minato with an angry look. "Is that all you have to say? Some crap about the greater good, Minato? What good is your greater good if our family isn't going to be able to survive it? What is the point of our children growing up in a world like that? Why would that world even need to exist?" Kushina asked, looking over at Minato, who was unable to answer her for a moment. "The world that existed, Kushina. And things are already slipping out of our control. The prophecy is changing, and things are getting worse all around us, and Srank Ninja just attacked our girls in the forest for Kami's sake. If they hadn't been trained enough, they may have died there," Minato said, fighting hard to make some kind of headway with the discussion. Kushina, however, only furrowed her brow at him. Don't you dare act like recent events somehow justify your actions. You could have been there for Naruto, you could have at least let me be there for him, but no, our son had to wait and watch as you and Jiraiya pulled us along like puppets to your stupid prophecy. A prophecy you're saying is changing even now. Fired back Kushina, anger overtaking her voice interlay as she stared down the blonde man in front of her. It had to be done, I won't lose any of you, I can't. If that mean Naruto hates me, fine, but at least he will be alive. Kushina, the prophecy changed, and now one of the girls could die. It says that one will fall, and the other will rise. Do you know what that means? Minami or Naruto could die, and I'm doing everything I can to make sure I don't see one of our children die in my arms. Fired back Minato, a mix of sadness and anger intertwined with each other. For a second he thought he had managed to convince the redeeted woman as her eyes went wide, as though things were falling into place in her mind. Slowly she drew in a breath before looking over at Minato with tears in her eyes. Minato, you have no idea what you have done. Kushina said softly, a look of sadness twinged with real fear crossed her features. Minato froze for a second hearing her words, but before he could speak up a soft yawn drew his and Kushina's attention. There on the bottom of the stairs was Mito in a bright yellow onesie, one arm raised rubbing at her eyes as her other held tightly onto the tail of a small red fox plushie. She had just finished to yawn and was blinking slowly as he turned her head, causing her disheveled red hair to wave slightly behind her as she turned to face the living room, his voice coming out in a soft tired tone. Pakistan, Towson, what's wrong? I heard shouting. Asked Mito in a sleepy voice as she continued to rub her eyes sleepily. Kushina rose and made her way over to Mito, scooping her up in her arms and whispering softly to her as she rocked her back and forth slowly as she did so. Kushina turned to face Minato once more, fixing him with a look before looking down at the smiling face of Mito, who was nuzzling against her bosom. It's okay, Midichin. Towson was just headed back to the office and wanted to say goodbye before he left. Said Kushina loud enough for Minato to hear, his head dipping slightly as the words fell upon him. Mito mumbled something that wasn't clear as Kushina started to make her way up the stairs with the reed gripped in her arms. Mito allowed a small chain to clink out from her back to give Minato a small wave as she squeaked out a soft night, Towson. Minato allowed a small smile to crease his lips as he stood from the chair he was in and turned to disappear in a small flash of yellow light as he departed back to his office, hoping that he could speak to Kushina again before he lost her. Meanwhile, back at the tower in the center of the forest, Naruto couldn't sleep and was standing out on a balcony overlooking the forest. His mind was still a whirl of emotions that he was desperately trying to get a hold on. Damn it, Naruto, get your head in the game. What the heck were you thinking back there? You were thinking that arrogant prick said something bad about Hinata and you team, that's what you were thinking. True, but that's no reason to lose your head. What, that is the perfect reason to lose your head? Naruto said, arguing back and forth with himself. As fun as it is listening to you argue with yourself, Naruto, you have some company. Spoke up Jubi as Naruto turned to see Hinata and Minami both standing in the entrance to the balcony, both giving the blonde worried looks. Naruto forced a smile as he turned to meet them, trying to force his thoughts away. But the girl's concerned looks made it clear that he hadn't been able to keep his thoughts out of the pollen net. Hinata was the first to step forward, her pale eyes catching the moonlight as she looked at the blonde, obvious concern in her eyes. She made her way over to the boy slowly before Naruto spoke up. So, yeah, I couldn't sleep, so I decided to get some fresh air. Naruto began before Hinata reached up a hand to place gently over his lips in a quieting motion that stopped his speaking. Naruto looked into Hinata's eyes for a moment as she shook her head very slowly and moved her hand down to rest on his chest before speaking. Naruto-kun, I may not understand everything about what has happened, but you have to let me be there for you. Please. Whispered Hinata as she looked up at the blonde. Naruto looked down at the girl and started to speak before Hinata gently raised a hand to gently slap the left side of his head, stopping him before he could speak. No, Naruto-kun, you need to listen to me this time. You can't just be a shield to us all. We can't lose you either, and you need to realize that, or so help me, I'll get Kushina and Mito to tie you down and I'll jukin it into you. Finished Hinata with a small smile on her face, and Naruto could not help but smile back at her in turn. Hinata then stepped back, motioning for Minami to step forward. Naruto looked up as Minami stepped forward, drawing out a black orb that pulsed faintly with a purple and red glow from her pack and held it out to Naruto with a sad little look on her face. Do wanted to thank you for saving all of us back in the forest, and I'm sorry, but I think Seekin. I don't think he made it. Spoke the redeed sadly as Naruto took the orb with a puzzled little look on his face. Naruto looked down at the orb for a moment, giving it a pulse of his chakra as he did so and quirking one eyebrow up as he did so. Thanks Minami, but it wasn't me that sent Seekin, he must have just wanted to help you. Replied Naruto even as he looked down at the orb, calling Jubi to help and figure out what he was seeing in the orb. Jubi, mind telling me what I'm looking at? Asked Naruto loud, signaling the girls to listen in too. Juubi was silent for a moment before she giggled like she had back when she had first sensed the seedling's approach. Hahaha, oh Kayakin, you clever boy, you managed to help the little guy out, didn't you? Smiled Juubi towards Caillou, who was also listening into the conversation. Caillou beamed at his cousin's praise, his 9 tails waving back and forth behind him as he looked out of his cage. Naruto and the girls gazed around mentally for a few moments before Naruto spoke up again. Care to clue us into what is so funny?" asked Naruto, crossing his arms, slightly losing a little of his patience. Caillou remained smiling as Yuubi simply sighed before speaking again. "Naruto, your seedling was falling apart, it had lost most of its chakra and was about to crumble," started Yuubi Minami, looking a little saddened at that, which did not go unnoticed by Yuubi. "Don't worry Minami, the seedling did what it wanted to do, there is no reason to feel bad about it," assured Yuubi before continuing, causing the Riti to give a small smile. Anyway, my Caillou realized that his chakra and the seedling's was compatible, so pumped in enough to help the seedling pull itself together. And well, it may be a bit different from what it used to be. Finished Yuubi with a smirk. "Different how?" asked Naruto, looking down at the orb in his hands, Minami and Hinata looking over as well, curiosity apparent on all of the teens' faces. Yuubi gave a mental shrug before answering. "It is easier just to see for yourselves, go ahead and let it open up again," said Yuubi, a knowing little smile on her lips. Naruto gave a small shrug and proceeded to allow his chakra to enter into the seed, causing it to pulse again and crack open, with the same purple chakra pumping out, along with twinges of bright red intertwined with it. The 3 teens watched it. The form slowly began to form into a large orb that cracked in areas as several appendages moved out of it until what sat in front of them was. Well, it was different. Sitting there was what looked like a mix between a seedling and the Kyuubi itself. Its body was mostly that of the Kyuubi, with human-like arms and legs with small clawed hands and covered in a small coat of black hair that resembled that of the Kyuubi. Small flashes of purple and red chakra danced across the fur all over it. The face remained mostly unchanged, 2 bright eyes still shining out, but now one was a bright shade of red, while the other glowed with the familiar purple light. On top of its head sat 2 large solidly black ears that looked exactly like those of the Kyuubi, something like a cross between a rabbit's and a fox's. The most distinguishing feature were its 9 long tails that swished lazily behind it. Even as it looked around the 3 teens, letting out a happy little hum as it did so. Naruto stood there dumbfounded for a moment before Minami and Hinata moved at the same moment with a single voice. "Aoi." Both girls said in happy tones as they bent down, Minami wrapping her arms around one of the seedling's tails, feeling the soft black fur it now had, while Hinata chose to pet it happily, even as the seedling's free tails wagged happily behind it. Naruto just sat there looking at the scene before him for a few seconds before he dropped his head in apparent defeat. "That's it, I give up, my prized move has become a plushie, Mito is going to have a field day with this." The blonde boy said, a true smile crossing his face as he looked over at the seedling, who was humming happily at the attention it was receiving. Just as Naruto was about to say that it was time that they all headed back to get some rest, he noticed something he hadn't before. The seedling seemed to have a small crease on its face. It was something given that till now the seedlings had never had mouths or anything but smooth blackness there. A second before Naruto could speak, Hinata gave one of the tails a tight squeeze and the seedling's mouth popped open like a bear trap, showing a black interior with several black triangles like teeth showing as it did so. Without giving a second to think, Naruto stepped quickly to the side as the seedling let out a small popping sound and a small burst of chakra fired off like a cannon shot out of its mouth and up into the sky over the forest, detonating a ways off with a small explosion that he couldn't quite hear. All 3 teens looked from the sky where the blast had shot off to then back the seedling, who was humming in apparent surprise itself as it quirked its head sideways, its ears twitching slightly, giving it a puzzled little look. After a few seconds, Hinata spoke up. Maybe we should get to bed now," spoke the girl, prompting a nod from the other 2, even as the new seedling was sealed back into its seed form and placed back into Naruto's jacket, appearing as a red fruit. As the teens made their way back to their rooms, Hinata and Naruto found their hands intertwined as they headed back to the room. Their lives may have not been getting easier, but at least they had each other to count on. And for now that was enough. Chapter 15. Talking. Thinking, mental conversation. Demon God or the like. Jutsu. Fighting only tells us the winner. "That's it, I give up, my prized move has become a plushie, Mito is going to have a field day with this." The blonde boy said, a true smile crossing his face as he looked over at the seedling, who was humming happily at the attention it was receiving. Just as Naruto was about to say that it was time that they all headed back to get some rest, he noticed something he hadn't before. The seedling seemed to have a small crease on its face. It was something given that till now the seedlings had never had mouths or anything but smooth blackness there. A second before Naruto could speak, Hinata gave one of the tails a tight squeeze and the seedling's mouth popped open like a bear trap, showing a black interior with several black triangles like teeth showing as it did so. Without giving a second to think, Naruto stepped quickly to the side as the seedling let out a small popping sound and a small burst of chakra fired off like a cannon shot out of its mouth and up into the sky over the forest, detonating a ways off with a small explosion that he couldn't quite hear. All three teens looked from the sky where the blast had shot off to then back the seedling, who was humming in apparent surprise itself as it quirked its head sideways, its ears twitching slightly, giving it a puzzled little look. After a few seconds, Hinata spoke up. Maybe we should get to bed now," spoke the girl, prompting a nod from the other two, even as the new seedling was sealed back into its seed form and placed back into Naruto's jacket, appearing as a red fruit. As the teens made their way back to their rooms, Hinata and Naruto found their hands intertwined as they headed back to the room. Their lives may have not been getting easier, but at least they had each other to count on. And for now that was enough. The next morning saw the remaining teams entering into an arena, looking around and greeting each other, while their senseis and a few other familiar faces looked down on them from a circular ring around the top of the arena. Naruto and the other members of Team 11 spotted the combined teams of 7, 8, 10 and Guy, all talking as they entered into the arena. With a nod in their gathered direction, Naruto led his team over, coming within earshot of the group as they did so. "So you ran into that freaking thing too?" said Shikamaru in a calm voice as he looked around him, a small amount of focus apparent in his eyes. All around him the other teams nodded their heads in assent before Ino spoke up again. "Hey, at least it didn't turn into you," started Ino, drawing their attention to her. "I mean, when I jumped into its head it was so weird and now it looks like me," the blonde said in a half-exasperated tone. This statement drew a few looks from those around her and prompted Niji to speak up. "Wait, you got in its head? I thought your mind swap only worked on people," asked Hyuga as he and the rest of the group looked over at her puzzled. Ino withered slightly under their gaze, slightly raising her two hands in a motion of surrender before replying. "Yeah, I know, but it's not like I have a whole lot to throw out during a fight, and well, I gave it a shot," Ino finished a little lamely. Sakura walked towards to her friend and placed a hand on her shoulder while shaking her head slightly in turn. "I kept telling you not to rely so much on clan moves," the pink-haired girl said in a tone that made it clear that she had had this discussion before. Niji looked impatiently between the two for a moment before speaking up again. "We don't care about your abilities, what we want to know is what was it like in that thing's head," stated Hyuga in a commanding tone, taking a small step forward towards the pair. At once Choji, Shikamaru and Shino stepped in between Niji and the girls, all giving the Hyuga a cold look. "I would suggest that we keep this civil," spoke up the calm voice of Shino as he looked through his glasses at the annoyed Hyuga. Niji for his part simply glared back slightly. Tenten, seeing this, decided to intervene before a fight broke out. "Hey, we are losing track here, the point is to figure out what those black monster things were, right?" she said in a half-pleading tone as she looked around at the gathered teams. For a moment they remained tensed, but it was defused pretty soon by a small humph. Everyone gathered looked over to see Yakumo standing over by where Sakura and Shino had been a moment before. "Don't call them monsters," Yakumo said simply in a voice with just a hint of annoyance at the girl's use of the word. This ground to a halt everyone except the other members of Team 8 and caused them to look at Yakumo as if she had just grown a second head. After a moment of silence, Choji spoke up. Yakumo, you sure you didn't bump your head or something? That thing, whatever it was, attacked two leaf teams and seemed to shake of blows like water. If that's not a monster, I don't know what is," stated Choji in a tone that one would use when talking to someone who they feared was somehow losing their mind. Yakumo looked over at Choji for a moment, her eyes narrowed at his tone before replying. "No, Choji, I didn't get a bump on the head and I'm not crazy, we ran into one of those things too, but unlike your teams we didn't attack first and ask questions later and it seemed perfectly friendly to us," replied Yakumo slowly as the other two teams looked absolutely floored by her words. Sakura suppressed a small giggle. "Sure you're not just saying that because it gave you that princess hug?" asked Sakura in a teasing tone that caused Yakumo to go bright red and glare over at her teammate. Ino popped up at hearing that and looked over at Yakumo with a look of confusion. "Wait, you hugged it?" the blonde asked, looking over at Yakumo as though she was crazy. A small cough drew the blonde's attention over to Shino, who was readjusting his glasses. "It would be more accurate to say it hugged her, it then went on to attack the sand team when they moved against us," spoke Shino in his collective voice as the other teams looked as though their heads were about to explode. Niji was fast losing his patience and once again tried to take charge of the conversation. "Never mind that, what do we know about those things? They could be another village's weapon and one of us may come up against them again," stated the annoyed Hyuga. During his encounter with the creature he had been completely humiliated and he was in no mood to allow it to occur to him again. He was a Hyuga, and he wasn't going to let some monster beat him, heck if he was like that he wouldn't be any better than his cousin. Shikamaru looked around the group with a shake of his head, trying to figure out how he could keep them from attacking one another. After a moment he noticed that Team 7 hadn't been speaking at all. It seemed odd to him, true Sasuke had the dialogue consisting mostly of grunts, but the two Namikaze girls were usually more vocal. Focusing his eyes on the two, he picked up an odd little look in Minami's eyes as she listened to Yakumo, and the members of Team 8 proceeded to explain the events around their encounter. After Team 8 had finished he decided to direct his attention towards her. "Minami, did you run into one of those things out there as well?" asked Shikamaru in a tone that did not hold any accusation, but did carry a small note of suspicion in it that did not pass unnoticed by Minami. For a moment everyone turned to face Minami, who seemed to be marshalling her thoughts before speaking. "I think we saw one of those things, but it was hard to tell, best I could tell it just wandered into a fight and then left once it was done, we weren't really paying much attention to it." The Redeed said in a controlled voice, getting a nod from both her teammates. Sasuke was in no mood to explain how he had been bested and attacked by a snake or that he had lost to whatever that monster had been. Naruto in the meantime had only her team's explanations to go off of and was more focused on keeping things under wraps like Minato had told her and the rest of Team 7 to do at their meeting. Shikamaru stared at Minami for a moment before sighing and shrugging his shoulders slightly before speaking up once again. "Troublesome, so we have some kind of unknown creature out there, we know chakra seems to react badly with it and it seems to be some kind of mimic, but nothing else. It sounds like weapons and taijutsu is what you have to hit them with," the lazy teen said, summing up what they had learned from one another, getting a group of nods from the teams around them. His eyes tracked over to where Team 11 had just walked up to them and spoke a greeting. "So how about Team 11, run into any black creatures out in that forest?" he asked, causing the other assembled teams to turn towards the approaching team. Team 11 in turn turned to one another, fighting back smiles that threatened to cross over their faces. After a moment Kiba started asking what the other teams were referring to while playing innocent. Meanwhile up on the observatory the team captains were having a similar debate to their students. "So your team to huh?" said Asuma as he bent forward to rest his arms on the railing and putting a fresh cigarette in his mouth as he did so. Before he could bring a lighter up to start smoking, Kurenai had walked over and leaned over him to snatch the stick from his lips. This also had the effect of Azuma having a generous amount of Kurenai brush up beside him, and all in all he considered it a fair trade. As a small smile worked its way over his as well as Guy and Kakashi's, Kurenai could not help but blush slightly, turning away from the three, even as Kushina suppressed a knowing grin of her own. Kurenai took a moment to allow her blush to fade before speaking. "The eyes my team ran into it too, just some kind of weird black figure the way they described it, it didn't act hostile to them though," she said, looking around at the other team's captains. Asuma looked over at her with a confused little look on his face. "Well, good for you, whatever it was took my team apart, broke Choji's arm, and then transformed to look like Ino for Kami only knows what reason," he said, turning to look around the group. Kakashi stepped forward slightly to speak. "Well, we know Orochimaru is somehow connected, this sounds like some kind of a new weapon of his," reasoned Kakashi, getting a few worried looks from the other sensei. They had all been briefed on Orochimaru's presence in the last exam at an emergency meeting. Heck, it had taken all four of them to keep Anko from literally jumping out a window and charging off to find her old sensei. "Gosh, my rival is correct, this is just the kind of unyouthful thing that Snake would do to use our students as a testing ground, how disgusting," spoke Guy, getting a few shakes of the head from his compatriots. "Really Guy, even during something like this you can still be so energetic?" asked Kurenai, looking over at Guy, wondering how he could be so seemingly happy about his own team being attacked. Guy turned to face her, striking his patented nice guy pose before responding. "Because I know our flames of youth will allow us to overcome anything we face," he replied, flashing them a huge grin as he did so. Kushina couldn't keep it in anymore and had to bring a hand up to stifle a giggle. True, they didn't know it, but the same things they were stressing themselves over something that her daughter had recently been using as a playmate. Luckily for her, everyone accounted her giggles to the simple absurdity that was Guy. Before the group could continue, however, Minato arrived in a flash of yellow, drawing all eyes towards him. For a moment everyone just froze as the blue eyes of Minato swept around, particularly those from the other nations. Minato was something akin to the boogeyman for most foreign shinobi, and the fact he appeared in a sudden flash of light didn't help things much. Before he could speak up, a voice rang out from the other side of the arena. "Towson, over here, hey Towson," called a red-headed girl who sat beside a dark-haired boy, both allowing their feet to dangle through the railing, even as the red-head waved excitedly over at them. Minato could only shake his head along with anyone who knew the excitable girl's attitude. He waved over at Mito with a little smile before stepping forward to address the teams below. As he reached the edge of the railing, he cast his eyes around at the gathered teams before spreading his arms wide and beginning. First let me congratulate all of you for making it through the second part of the exams, each of you is a credit to your village. Began the blonde Hokage as he continued on to speak and explain the true meaning of the exams. At this time Kushina had excused herself from the group of senseis and made her way over to where her youngest sat smiling and chatting excitedly with Hanabi. As she reached the spot she had arranged for the pair, she also spotted Hitomi a small distance back from the railing, smiling over at the pair, a gentle happiness radiating from her. Hitomi sat contently in her chair, her hands folded over each other, and her white kimono, that matched well with her long blue hair just like her daughter's. As Kushina approached she turned a smiling face over to greet her longtime friend, raising one hand up in a friendly gesture of greeting. "Hello Kushina-san." Smiled Hitomi, her voice one of obvious happiness. Kushina was much less subtle than the calm and composed Hitomi and settled for just hopping over to give the woman a tight hug and large fox-like grin. "Oh come on Hitachan, we've known each other long enough, when will you stop with the formal speech?" Joked Kushina as she pulled back slightly from Hitomi as the women matched her smile in turn. Hitomi then raised a single hand to pinch one of Kushina's cheeks while giving her a competitive grin. "About the same time you stop acting like a kid Kuchin." Smiled back Hitomi even as Kushina and her started to giggle at each other. After a few seconds the two had let go and Kushina had sunk into a chair beside her friend looking over at the two kids who were at the moment chatting excitedly over the coming events. After a second Hitomi spoke up. "Thanks again for getting me and Hanabi to see the matches, it means a lot to me," said Hitomi. Kushina just waved her hand over at her friend in a dismissive gesture. "Don't even worry about it, Mito was so excited to have Hanabi-kun with her, and besides I know you wanted to see how Hinata-chan was developing," replied Kushina. Hitomi smiled looking down at her hands for a moment before speaking up. "Do just worry about her," spoke Hitomi softly in a tone with clear sadness in it. Kushina frowned slightly at her friend's tone. She knew that Hitomi's condition hadn't allowed her to do much more than watch her daughter's progress. When Kushina had invited Hitomi to help with Hinata's training, her friend had looked happier than she had ever seen her, but even that was a limited comfort. Hitomi had been bound almost helpless to do more than comfort her daughter when her father or the elders belittled her. As a mother it had destroyed her to be so helpless. Kushina looked over at the women with an equal sadness. Here she was looking at a woman who would give anything to be there for her family, and she herself could not help but remember her own failings towards her son. Hitomi noticed Kushina's look of distress, and it bothered her. Kushina was rarely anything but excitable and happy, and this self-loathing bothered her. What was worse, she had been steadily noticing it building ever since Hinata and Naruto had pulled their prank on the Hokage monument. After a second to think about it, Hitomi decided to figure out what was going on with her friend. "Kushina, what's wrong, you haven't been yourself for a while now?" asked Hitomi, a concerned note in her voice. Kushina paused for a moment, allowing her mind to race for a second. She had come to grips with her own failings, but Hitomi had been one of her oldest friends, and the idea of being seen as some kind of failure by her was something she did not want to experience. Still, she thought with a little inward chuckle, walking away when things had gotten hard was what had gotten her into this mess in the first place. So she swallowed her pride and started speaking to Hitomi at a slow pace. Hitomi sat and listened to her friend without comment. While the two women were speaking, Hanabi and Mito were still chatting with each other. "Look Hanabi over there," said Mito excitedly pointing over at Team 11, "there's Aniki and Hinata-chan." Giggled the excited Reed. Hanabi looked over where Mito was pointing and spied the members of Team 11 all gathered together. With a small pang of worry he also spotted Team Guy not too far away from them and his older cousin Niji among them. Hanabi, what's wrong?" asked Mito, noticing the boy's distressed look. Hanabi looked over at Mito for a moment before speaking. "Nothing, it's just I hope Onachan doesn't have to fight our cousin Niji," stated the boy, drawing a concerned look from his friends. Noticing this, Hanabi sighed slightly, figuring he was going to have to explain the situation to her. "Mito, my family isn't really like yours, it's all about competing with one another, and my Tausen and Nijis have been competing since they were kids. Now they are doing the same thing just with Nejisan and me, and he has become so obsessed with it," Hanabi said, trying to explain his family's issues. Mito looked puzzled for a second as she absent-mindedly scratched her head with one of her golden chains. "Hey wait, what about your Onachan, why is she in trouble?" asked a confused little Reed, tone showing her obvious confusion. Hanabi looked over to where Hinata was standing down in the arena floor, still listening to the Hokage's speech. "Onachan has it worse, Tausen just ignores her along with most of the family," started the boy, a sad little nod in his voice. "For some reason Nejisan thinks it's because she's weak and he hates her for it," finished Hanabi in a sad little tone. Mito took a moment to digest all of that. After a few moments she used her usual amount of subtlety and simply wrapped her arms around Hanabi along with one of her golden chains. Hanabi was speechless at first, sure he had been grabbed by Mito's chains almost daily, but something about the softness of this embrace made his face heat up for some reason. Mito started to speak up a moment later. "I'm sorry Hanabi-kun, it's okay, Aniki and Naruko-Onachan are like that," said Mito in a sad little tone that caught Hanabi's attention even more than the hug had. After a moment he decided to figure out what was making his friend so sad. Mito-chan, what's wrong, what do you mean about your Aniki?" asked Hanabi in a concerned tone. Mito had rested her head beside Hanabi's own, and with a small effort, Hanabi managed to push the Ritide's body away from him, enough for her to simply be looking over the railing once more, her hands holding onto the railing, even as her single golden chain remained wrapped around the boy's waist. After a few moments Mito started to talk again. "I don't really know why, but Naruko and Minami didn't used to like Aniki back when he was taking care of me," started Mito, her voice with a clear amount of uncertainty in her voice. "Then they tried to get me to stop hanging out with Aniki for some reason. I just don't know why. I once tried to ask Kasan about it, but she just said they were fighting over something and not to mind it. I never understood why, and Aniki just told me not to worry about what they said," finished Mito, looking over at Hanabi with a sad little look on her face. Hanabi felt more than a little uneasy at Mito's sad look. The only other time he had ever seen her like that had been back when they were only about 3 or so, and Mito had just finished some kind of fight with her older sister. Back then he had just sat there unable to do anything about it, he wasn't looking to do the same. Without hesitating, Hanabi reached over and playfully poked Mito where he knew she was ticklish. With the first poke Mito let out a small giggle and tried to bat Hanabi's hand away from her playfully. Without giving her a moment to rest, Hanabi kept up poking the Ritide until she wrapped him in 2 of her chains to stop him. By that time she was giggling and panting so much she could hardly speak, but as she looked over at her friend Hanabi could see the wide smile present on her face and couldn't suppress one of his own. As the 2 children laughed to each other, Kushina was finishing up the simplest event surrounding her and Naruto's relationship, leaving out the boy's burden as well as his death. Hitomi for her part had stayed completely silent from the beginning of Kushina's story, and as the Ritide finished, she took a moment to think about everything she had just heard from her friend. Kushina for her part simply waited for her friend to speak, looking up at her as Hitomi's thought over what she had heard. Without much warning, Hitomi drew back a hand and slapped Kushina across the face, not in a violent way, but one to let her know how unhappy she was with the women. Before Kushina could even raise a hand to her now stinging cheek, Hitomi bent forward and caught the women in her arms, pulling her close while running on hand through her long red hair. "Kushina, you baka," Hitomi whispered as she held her friend close, saying more in her simple embrace and the sadness of her voice than any words could have done. Kushina felt her heart well up slightly at the embrace and just allowed herself to rest in her friend's arms for a time. After a few moments, Hitomi pushed Kushina up to look her in the eyes, both of them having small glistening marks, the beginnings of tears in their eyes, and spoke again. "You're lucky your Sachi isn't as big a baka as you, or I wouldn't let him be with my Musume, and then we'd both be in trouble," smiled Hitomi as Kushina couldn't help but have a small smile trace her lips as well. "Hi, but your Musume better look after him or his Emoto will see to her," giggled back Kushina, even as she gestured a thumb over to where Hanabi and Mito had managed to tangle themselves up in the tickle fight they had engaged in. Hitomi looked from the pair back to Kushina before breaking out in fresh giggles that were soon joined by Kushina. A few moments later they became aware that Minato had finished his speech and that the teams were making their way to the upper balcony. In particular, Kushina saw Team 11 heading their way, Naruto and Hinata walking side by side as they drew near, both smiling as they spied their cousins and younger siblings. Before the 2 groups could do more than greet one another, a call from below in the arena drew their attention down to a familiar purple-haired woman dressed in a brown trench coat. Anko was not in a great mood. First, her old bastard of a sensei had showed back up, second, the Hokage hadn't let her go out and track down the snake bastard and his little genin cabana boy, and now she was still looking after these genin instead of being with the tracking teams trying to find that rotten snake. She calmed herself just enough so that she didn't start throwing pythons at everyone around her. "Okay Gakis, here's how it goes, when your name comes up you come down here and fight it out, I'll be keeping an eye on you, and I'm not in a good mood, so make me break up a fight and you won't enjoy it," finished Anko, allowing a single snake to slither out of her coat and wrap around her neck. From the shivers around, it was safe to say she had made herself clear to everyone present. Without any more waiting, Anko waved a hand and the screen began to rotate like a lottery machine, names flying by one after another. After a few moments the spinning stopped and with a small predatory grin Anko's voice rang out through the building. "Okay Gakis, Shikamaru of Konoha and Tamari of Suna, hurry up and get down here before I drag you down," called Anko in a half-joking tone. Shikamaru muttered something about troublesome women before he made his way down the steps, his hands thrust down into his pockets, not seeming to pay much attention to anything. Tamari let out a disgusted sound as she looked down at her opponent before turning to look at her sensei, as if asking if they were serious. With a solemn nod from Baki, Tamari gave a small shrug of her shoulders before walking over to the railing and swinging herself over its edge, gliding down to the arena floor with a small curtain of wind all around her. As she landed, Shikamaru had just reached the final step, quirking an eyebrow as the girl alighted upon the arena floor. So a wind user, figures as much coming from Suna, dang, that means that fan on her back must be for some nasty wind justice, gah, this is why I didn't want to take these exams to much trouble. Still, if I can get in a shadow fast enough, she shouldn't be too much a problem. Thought Shikamaru as he made his way over so that he stood an equal distance from Anko. The purple-haired examiner looked between the two for a moment before taking a few steps back. Once clear, she raised her right hand up, calling out as she did so. Okay, Shikamaru of Konoha, Tamari of Suna, get going. She yelled, while the two genin leapt back from each other at the same time, Shikamaru pulling out and throwing two shuriken as he did so. Tamari was faster, however, and had managed to pull her fan in front of her, enough to block the projectiles with a small flick of her fan, unfurling it as she did so. Nice try, but you're going to need more than some toys to stop this. Called Tamari, swinging her fan, which was showing a single purple moon, and releasing a blast of wind in the shape of a scything blade of wind. And that would be the wind. Thought Shikamaru as he dove forward, arching himself under the blade of wind as he did so. As he came to his feet, it was just in time to see Tamari pulling back to unleash another blade of wind in his direction, causing him to dive away once again to avoid the hit. This guy's a little faster than I thought, still he doesn't seem to have anything special to throw at me, as long as I keep him on the move he shouldn't be a problem. Tamari though to herself even as she hauled back and shot another blast of wind across the arena. Above them, the members of Team 10 and a few of the others couldn't help but flinch as every blast of wind missed Shikamaru and gouged another trench in the arena floor. Darn it, Shikamaru hit her back already. Called Ino from her spot on the railing. Choji beside her could only look down worriedly at his friend. Asuma was standing over them, simply looking down at his student with a small smile on his face. He reached down and placed a hand on Choji's shoulder, causing the boy to look back up at his sensei. Don't worry, Choji, Shikamaru isn't going to be pushed into a corner so easily, just wait and see. Asuma said in an obviously confident tone. Choji seemed to lighten up at this, and even Ino flashed him a grin before continuing to shout down at the fight below. The other teams were also watching, trying to figure out how they would take on either of these opponents if they were going to be facing them in the future. Down below, Tamari had just sent another blast at Shikamaru, causing him to dive forward, sprawling only a few feet in front of the blonde. Tamari wasted no time in bringing her fan above her head to swing down at the prone boy. However, before the fan could hit its target, she suddenly froze as if bound by several hands, her arms going spread eagle, and her fan falling out of her hands, clattering to the floor. What the hell? Asked Tamari, looking down to see a sliver of black that must have been the boy's shadow connecting with her own. Shikamaru let out an exhausted little sigh as he slowly pushed himself up from the floor, staggering back a few feet as he did so, forcing Tamari to do the same, till the two stood a small distance apart. Shadow possession jutsu success. Breathed out Shikamaru with a small smile as he straightened to face the blonde girl. What the hell is this? Why can't I move? Called Tamari through gritted teeth as she strained her muscles against the invisible force holding her, but to no effect. It's no use, my moves are your moves now. Called Shikamaru as he reached down to pull out a single kunai, forcing Tamari to do the same. Now let's see which one of yous has a higher tolerance to pain, shall we? He finished flinging the kunai forward towards Tamari, even as she was forced to mirror his actions. The audience above watched as the two weapons shot towards the two shinobi, aimed directly at each of their faces. Just a second before the blade would have stabbed into their faces, Shikamaru bent backwards into a back bend, his two hands planting onto the ground below him. At the same time, Tamari was forced to fling herself back, and with a loud crack, he slammed her head into the arena wall that Shikamaru's retreat had backed her up against. Shikamaru let the shadow possession fade as he hopped back onto his feet, a small smile on his face as he turned ways from Tamari as she slipped to the arena floor without a sound. You need to mind your surroundings. I was waiting for you to let me get in close and maneuver you over to the wall since the fight began. Shikamaru stated, cracking his neck back and forth without looking back at her. Just as he was about to leave the arena floor, a harsh bark of laughter caught his attention. And you should learn to make damn sure that an enemy is down before bragging, rookie. Called Tamari as she flew through a few hand signs and spit out a cannonball-sized blast of air that slammed into Shikamaru's back, flinging him forward, crashing into the wall opposite him and knocking him unconscious with a blow. Tamari pushed herself up, wiping away a trickle of blood from her forehead as she walked over to her fan. Anko let out a small bark of laughter at the end of the fight while raising a single hand up in the air before calling out. Winner Tamari of Suna, someone get Shikamaru over to the medics. Called Anko as Tamari took a few shaky steps up the stairs and over to her team. Over with Team 10. Asuma was shaking his head slightly with his eyes closed. Joji was looking down at his teammate with a little worry as well, while Ino was busy shouting over the railing about how much of a baka Shikamaru had been to let her beat him like that. "If it arrest Ino," Sakura said after a moment, calling over to her friend, even as the blonde turned from the railing to face her. On Sakura, he had it won, and then he made a rookie mistake like that," called Ino, waving a hand behind her. Sakura just shrugged and looked over at the board that was once again spinning through names. As the rotary finished, Anko once again called out the coming contestants. "Okay, Sakura of Konoha and Choji of Konoha, get down here and let's get going." Sakura looked over to see Choji with his arms still wrapped up in a sling, meet her eyes for a moment. Choji seemed to think for a moment before stepping to the edge of the railing and calling down to Anko. "I forfeit," called Choji, causing Anko to shrug slightly before waving a hand for the monitor to start whirling again. Sakura gave Choji a small smile and walked over to him. "Sorry Choji, I'm sure without your arm like that we would have had a good match," Sakura said, looking over at the heavy-set boy, who gave her a small smile and nod. "Yeah, but like this I don't think I'd do anything but hurt myself more," he said with a small twinge as he moved his arm. Sakura, seeing this, reached forward with green chakra extending from her palms as she did so. "Dear, if I'm not going to fight I can at least do something to help you out with that arm," said Sakura as her chakra began to seep itself into the arm as the bone began to reseal itself under the bandages slowly. Both Kurenai and Azuma gave the pair an approving little nod before they turned their eyes to look over at the monitor as it spun to a halt once again. "Right, Sasuke of Konoha and Kin of Sound, hurry up and get down here already," called Enko, prompting the two to leap down into the arena and square off. As the two were getting ready to fight outside of the forest at the Shinju residence, a familiar blonde woman was sitting on her back patio with her old apprentice enjoying some tea. "So how do you think the Gakis are doing right about now?" asked Tsunade as she sipped a little more of her tea. Shizune looked over at her teacher and paused to consider her question for a moment. "I would say the better question is how much havoc do you suppose they've managed?" joked the woman in a voice of obvious amusement. Tsunade allowed herself to think about it for a moment before allowing her mind to show her images of seedlings running amok and letting out a small bark of laughter. "Hi Shizune, I think you're right about that, heck I wouldn't be surprised if they mess up the whole exam by accident." As the two women chuckled, they almost missed it when a plume of smoke a few yards away in the middle of their backyard deposited an older man with long spiky white hair. The two women turned in their chairs to see Jiraiya making his way over to where the two sat, a grim bit of determination apparent on his face. As he closed in on the two, he called out to them. "Tsunade, we need to talk, it's important," he said, coming to stand across the table from the two. As he did so, Tsunade caught the odd tone in Jiraiya's voice as he spoke and set her cup down to face the man. "Nice to see you too, Jiraiya, mind telling me what is so important?" asked Tsunade, an equal amount of seriousness in her tone as she did so. She still hadn't figured out exactly where Jiraiya fit with Naruto's treatment, but a nagging feeling told her that he was involved in a big way. So for the time being she would wait and see. "Tsunade, I'm serious, this is important, there is something I need to tell you," replied Jiraiya without pausing. Tsunade took a moment to lean back and fix her old teammate with a straight look before speaking again. "Then say it, I'm waiting," stated Tsunade simply without blinking an eye. Jiraiya glanced over at Shizune for a moment, but she just settled herself back with the same posture as Tsunade and gave Jiraiya a look that dared him to try and tell her to leave. For a second Jiraiya was tempted to do just that, but with another look at the two women wisely thought better of it and with a defeated little shake of his head decided just to solidar on. "Okay fine," he replied, pulling up a car and taking it across from the two women's gaze, looking back and forth for a moment before letting out a heavy sigh and beginning. "Look, I need you to help me in training the girls again during the month between the second and final exams," Jiraiya began, while the two women looked at each other with quirked eyebrows before looking over at him again. "I'm sorry, I don't think I heard you properly because it sounded like you're asking me to drop my work at the hospital as well as my work with my new apprentice to help out Minami and Naruto, who have you, Minato and anyone else they want at their beck and call for training," interrupted Tsunade, giving the man a look like he was crazy. Tsunade may have cared a lot about the two girls, heck they were basically family to her, but something about this didn't sit right with her. Jiraiya knew he was on thin ice and he was doing all he could do was not to fall in. Still in Jiraiya's mind he wasn't going to fall in, so he just continued forward. "Tsunade, you need to understand what is happening here," started Jiraiya, but before he could say more Tsunade had leaned forward and grabbed a figure towards the man's face in a threatening manner. "You're right Jiraiya, I do need to know what's going on, how about we start with why you and Minato seem to be focused only on the girls and don't seem to care about anything else," fired off Tsunade, not giving him a moment to breathe before she continued again. "Or how about you tell me why it seems like you and Minato are trying to move everyone you know around like some kind of chess pieces?" Finished Tsunade, bringing a hand down to the tabletop, sending several cracks down the table as she did so. Jiraiya managed to suppress his flinch while clenching both his fists under the table and steeling himself to respond. Tsunade, this isn't a game, there was a prophecy about the girls from the Toad Sage, and if we don't look after it, the village, heck, the whole shinobi world could be in danger. Jiraiya half yelled at his old teammate. Tsunade and Shizune paused at hearing this for a moment. As a sage herself, Tsunade knew what a prophecy could mean, and Shizune, as the newest holder of the slug contract, had been given enough teaching in the workings of the summon world to understand how dangerous a prophecy could be. Wait, what the heck are you taking about a prophecy? Wait, when did this happen? Asked Shizune, trying to figure out what exactly was going on. The question seemed to snap Tsunade out of her momentary stupor, and she too turned her attention back to the Toad Sage. What? Asked Jiraiya, slightly caught off guard from the question. Tsunade was the next to question. She asked you what and when did this prophecy came up, and I'm asking you right now, why am I only hearing about it now if it's too so important? Asked Tsunade, her tone becoming more suspicious as the questions about the prophecy began to spark more questions rather than answers. Jiraiya looked between the two women before swallowing heavily before starting into a full explanation of the prophecy as well as the change in it. Tsunade and Shizune just sat listening to Jiraiya, letting the facts of the prophecy fall into place as they did so. Naruto's apparent abandonment so as not to threaten the girls' teamwork, the one would rise and fall, sparking what they knew surrounding the events in Wave, and that they had all been effectively moving things around so that these two's ideas of a prophecy could come to pass. Jiraiya finished his explanation looking over at the two women, seemingly pleased with their shocked expressions. Jiraiya allowed himself a moment to think he had actually managed to impress upon the two the justification for his actions, but he was more than a little wrong. Tsunade was just putting the pieces fully together and was growing more and more disgusted the more she realized what she had a part been of. Those stupid self-righteous bastards. You stupid toad-loving bocas, you don't even know what you've done to that boy, do you? Thought the enraged woman, her anger turning from a boiling rage to something beyond what she had ever felt, a rage so intense that it scared her to her very core. Shizune could almost taste the anger coming off of Tsunade and instinctively moved herself slightly away from the blonde women, fearing what was coming next. Jiraiya shifted slight in his chair as Tsunade pulled her two hands in front of her and intertwined the fingers together to rest her forehead on slightly so that she looked as though she was in prayer. Seconds ticked slowly by as Shizune and Jiraiya exchanged confused and slightly fearful look. This was not like the Tsunade they knew. She could be violent, loud, and scary, but this was something new. After a few moments, Tsunade raised her head slightly to look across the table at Jiraiya so that only her eyes met his. "Get out." The blonde said, her tone one of icy cold anger. Jiraiya flinched slightly at her tone but started to speak again. "Tsunade, don't you," he began, but before he could say more he heard a cracking sound coming from over where the woman was sitting. As he looked at the source, he saw that Tsunade's hands were encased in a small amount of green chakra surrounding her hands. At first he assumed it was some kind of excess chakra from her anger, but as he watched he saw that Tsunade's intertwined fingers were gripping so hard into their adjacent hands that the bones were cracking and splintering under them. The green chakra was a result of Tsunade healing her hands at the same pace as the damage was inflicted. With a shudder, Jiraiya realized that if she had allowed herself to relax from holding herself in check, he would likely have been literally in pieces scattered across her lawn. Shizune noticed it too, and only through an enormous amount of willpower was able to keep herself from flinging herself over the table at Jiraiya, but like her old teacher, she simply held it back, forcing herself to stay seated. "Jiraiya, if I have to tell you one for time to get out, I may actually kill you. Now get away from me, and so help me if you try and argue the point, you and Sensei will be having a reunion party." Tsunade said again in that icy cold tone that left an almost tangible anger in the air as it went. Jiraiya gave the two women a final look before wisely deciding to disappear in a cloud of smoke, leaving the two women once again alone in the yard. After a few seconds, Shizune reached over and gently took Tsunade's hands, wrapping her own in a light of green chakra to help in mending the cracked bones and broken skin. For a time the only sound was the wind in the trees and the small hum of chakra as Shizune took her time seeing to each wound and blemish on Tsunade's hands. True, Tsunade could have fixed them faster, but she seemed to understand that Shizune needed to do this to allow her own anger to subside. When the job was done, the two women sat in silence for a time, just allowing what they had heard to process. Finally Tsunade spoke up. "So that was all this is about, some stupid prophecy gets told and those two run off to save the world and damn the consequences," she said in a tone of biting anger. Shizune simply looked over at the blonde for a moment before bowing her head slightly before answering. "Should we tell Naruto and Kushina?" asked Shizune, looking out over the backyard with a sad little air to her tone. Tsunade turned her own gaze out towards the lawn as well, taking a few calming breaths before nodding to her friend. "Hi Shizune, if they don't already know then we owe them that much, I just hope they can handle it." She finished pushing herself away from the table and turning to head inside, her green jacket catching in the wind as she did so. Shizune turned with a small confused expression towards the retreating form of her old sensei. "Tsunade, where are you going?" she asked, prompting Tsunade to stop for a moment and look over her shoulder at the still-seated woman. "I'm going to find the closest bar and drink until I don't feel like killing a pair of blonde and white-haired men. Care to join me?" she asked, a small smile playing across her lips as she asked. Shizune took a moment to smile herself before she too pushed herself back from the table and rose. I think I'd need that, and heck, if we plan a few ways to get back at the bastards while we are drinking, then that's just how it goes." Smiled the black-haired woman, gaining a larger smile in turn from Tsunade. "It would be at that," she said as the two made their way into the house and out towards the village. Meanwhile, back at the arena, Naruto was currently trying and failing to pry two children from his legs while Hinata, Hitomi and Kushina looked on. Kiba was just making his way down to the arena for his match, and Naruto was starting to wonder if he would even be able to make it to his, with these two little anchors attached to his legs. "Emoto, Hanabi, I keep telling you I can't let out Seiken right now, I have a match coming up," begged Naruto even as a golden chain snaked its way up to pull down an arm he had been using to hold a grip on the balcony. Meanwhile, Amito and Hanabi, both of which had wrapped themselves around his legs, looking up at him with all-around pleading eyes. "But Aniki, we want to cheer on Seiken as well," replied Mito in a tone partway between pleading and a whine. Hanabi just nodded his head in agreement with the deed, causing Naruto to give the boy a little bit of a glare. "You traitor," whispered Naruto just as a second golden chain wrapped around the boy's head and pulled him down into a pile with the two children. Kushina and Hitomi were trying not to giggle at the three's antics, while Hinata sat up and made her way over to the struggling mass. Without any seeming effort, she pulled out Mito and Hanabi, holding both by the back of their clothing, holding them above Naruto, who was still looking a bit dazed. "Hanabi, Mito, that's enough, and Naruto, stop playing around, we need to cheer for Kiba," said Hinata in a tone that made all three nod their heads to her. Kushina looked over at Hitomi for a moment, one eyebrow quirked up in question, to which Hitomi simply smiled and pretended not to notice. Hinata managed to get all of them in line before Anko called for the match to begin. "Okay Gakis, let's go, Kiba of Konoha versus Karen of Kiri, let's go," called Anko, taking a step back as she did so. Kiba gave a small fierce smirk as he leapt back from the retreat girl he was facing down. Karen simply drew out a single kunai, sinking into a battle position of her own, waiting for Kiba to make the first move. "Okay Akamaru, let's do this, I'll head at her from the front, when we engage you get behind her, and wait, if I can't handle her in close quarters you hit her in the back." Kiba thought through the pollen connection between him and Akamaru. Akamaru let out a small bark of agreement, leaping behind the boy to get in position. Meanwhile, Karen was trying to figure out her own move. "Darn, just what I didn't need, some stupid one-on-one fight, for the love of Kami, we're shinobi, why would we ever want a fair fight? And it just had to be an Inyazuka, I can't match him in close quarters, and he has his partner on top of that, what am I going to do?" thought the panicked Reed, but before she could find an answer to her fears, Kiba had sprung forward towards her, low to the ground, with his features becoming more feral as he came on. As Kiba closed, he threw clawed hand forward in an open palm strike, his claws extended towards the girl's arm holding the kunai. Karen twisted at the last moment in time for the arm to sail past her, but her relief was short-lived. As Kiba's right palm shot by, Kiba gave a twist of his body, causing him to turn the diving strike into a spinning tornado of wind and claws. Karen was thrown back from the blow, several small cuts opening up as the claws struck home. Kiba landed a few feet away, cancelling his spin and turning to face his opponent once again. Karen meanwhile was making her way to her feet, a few red drops of blood running down her arms and on her uniform as she placed the kunai between her and Kiba, trying to keep her breathing steady. Kiba relaxed slightly as he looked over at Karen. "Okay, either she isn't a combat type or she's trying to lure me into a trap, heck, Shino just did that to win his match with that weird sound guy. Still, it doesn't seem like she's holding back, still Kushina-sensei told me to not give them time to plan, so I guess there's nothing for it," thought Kiba, sending a simple mental command over to Akamaru and pulling in the chakra around him. Karen's eyes went wide as Kiba leapt forward, once again transforming into a spiraling tornado of claws and wind. She was about to dodge away when she felt another chakra spike behind her and looked over to see a second tornado heading her way. "Oh come on," shouted Karen, seeing herself stuck between two oncoming attacks. Without pausing, she flew through several hand signs before the attacks could connect. As the two tornadoes meet, a sound like a buzzsaw connecting with cement was heard and a splash of something was seen flying out from the point of contact. Several of the spectators flinched at this. "Ouch, that was a little much, wouldn't you say?" said Naruto as she looked over at the other gathered teams. Sasuke only grunted at hearing this, he had been acting pretty cocky after his match. Kin had relied mostly on genjutsus and the Sharingan had rendered her helpless to do anything to take him out. The remaining members of Team 10 looked down at the arena and then over to Naruto with looks of agreement. Ino in particular nodded, herself nursing the injury she had received earlier from her match against that Haku person from Kiri. Heck, she hadn't been able to even make a solid fight of it before she had been peppered with senbon, causing her muscles to give out under her. Luckily for her, none of her injuries were too serious, and Sakura was able to put her right enough to stay and watch the following matches. Team Guy in the meantime simply stared down at the point of impact without comment. Over with Team 11, Naruto and Hinata had acted fast enough to cover their younger siblings, eyes causing the two to protest loudly, wanting to see what was happening next. Hinata looked over at Naruto with a small look of concern. Naruto looked over to her, then back down into the arena before turning back to her with a small smile. "Don't worry, Hinata-chan, it's okay," said the blonde, letting his hands fall away from Mito's eyes while the little girl shot him a look of annoyance at his actions. As Hinata looked down, she saw that the dust was clearing and two Kibas found themselves blinking at one another while standing around an apparent puddle of water as they did so. Hinata, seeing this, relaxed her hands as well, turning her attention back to the fight below. Kiba scanned the arena quickly, spying Karen leaning against the wall, wiping a bit of sweat from her brow but giving him a small happy grin. "Ha, missed me dog breath," called Karen while she started to fly through several hand signs. However, just as she started to, she noticed Kiba give a small smirk of his own as one of the Kibas dispersed into a wisp of air and her chakra sensory ability screamed at her to move. From her left leapt a small white puppy that let out a loud bark as it spun towards her, becoming a ball of white fur the size of a basketball flying towards her face. Before she could do more than raise her arms up to block the blow, Akamaru had impacted her, forcing her to fly across the arena, landing a few feet in front of Kiba, who had knelt down into another fighting position. As she skidded to a halt, she took notice of a shadow falling across her form, causing her to look up at Kiba's form looking down at her. "Oh, to hell with this," called Karen, putting her hand up in a show of surrender. Seeing this, Kiba allowed the chakra he had gathered to disperse as he took a step back, a large grin spreading across his face. Meanwhile, Akamaru had run forward and hopped onto Karen's back, barking excitedly at his victory. Kiba only chuckled while moving over to pick the pup off of the reed. Meanwhile, Karen was busy inventing and figuring out a few special swear words while waiting to be able to get up off of the ground. As Kiba made his way to the stairs, the rest of Team 11, along with several members of Konoha's other teams, let out cheers at his victory. While Anko just shook his head slightly at the celebration while cocking her head over to look at Karen, who had just pushed herself up and into a sitting position, shaking her head slightly in an attempt to clear it. Meanwhile, the board began to cycle through the names once again as Kiba arrived over with the rest of his team. "Congratulations, buddy, nice show," called Naruto, flashing him a thumbs up, which Kiba returned smiling as in turn. Hinata bent down to catch Akamaru up in a hug, scratching the puppy lightly behind the ears as she did. Kishino also stepped forward to clap Kiba on the shoulder and offer a few words of praise. Just as they were about to start talking about his fight in detail, Anko's voice came sailing up to them from the arena below. "Okay, we have Naruto of Konoha and Sujetsu of Kiri, hurry up and get down here, and Karen, hurry up and get up unless you feel like fighting again," called Anko in ringing tone, directing her final words over toward Karen, who had just managed to push herself up from the floor. The reed shot Anko a small glare as she did so and was about to shoot the women a dirty comment when Sujetsu jumped from the top of the arena to land beside the girl, letting out a small happy call as he did. "Boo, it's about damn time," called the white-haired boy as he landed, flashing both Anko and Karen a shark-toothed grin as he looked around at them, focusing on Karen. "What's wrong, Red? Did the mean old puppy beat you up to bad?" mocked Sujetsu as he leaned in to smile down at the girl. Without missing a beat, Karen hauled back and swung her hand to smack the boy across the face, hard enough to make his face ripple once again and even allow a few flecks of water to fall away from his form, but his smile never faltered. "Just because I'm not an empty-headed brawler like you are doesn't mean I'm going to put up with your crap," shouted the girl, her teeth grinding together as she glared over at her teammate. Anko stood back a few feet with her arms folded, enjoying the free show she was getting, and as a result none of the three noticed with Naruto had arrived standing beside her with his hands in his pockets, smiling over at the scene before him. "Aw, what a cute couple they make, don't you think?" asked Naruto, speaking up for the first time, causing the three to look over at him with a small amount of shock at the boy's presence. Sujetsu, at the boy's words, threw back his head and let out a bark of laughter at the blonde's words, while Anko did much the same after she had gotten over his ability to sneak up on her. Karen in the meantime saw Red at the blonde's words and marched over to him, her fists clenched and her face turned into a mask of rage. Naruto was suddenly struck by the vision of his mother, the few times he had gotten her truly mad at him, as Karen marched her way over towards him. His mind was still processing this as Karen reached him, hailing back a fist to slam forward at the blonde's face. On instinct Naruto raised a hand to catch the girl's blow, and as he did so he felt a familiar twinge as her chakra rushed over him. The shock was enough for him to totally miss the second blow that caught him across the chin, forcing him back a step. At this Sujetsu let out another bark of laughter, and Anko couldn't help but join in as well. "Hey Naruto, if you're done getting hit around you have a match to get to," called Anko in a slightly mocking tone as Naruto rubbed his jaw and stared over at Karen, his eyebrows raised in apparent surprise. Karen just shrugged it off and moved back to the stairs to start walking up, while Anko and Sujetsu looked over at him with mocking looks. At the same time up on the balcony Mito was calling Karen a meanie, while the rest simply chuckled about what had just occurred below. Over with the other groups, Karen was just reaching the top and walked over to where Haku was standing, the mask still acting to conceal the hunter ninja's face. As Karen got within range Haku spoke up. "Well, you certainly put on a show for everyone," Haku said, turning to face the girls as she reached his side. Karen flashed another glare towards her teammate before looking down at the arena. "Yeah, well, what was I supposed to do? I'm a medic and a sensor specialist, not a face-to-face fighter. That's your and Waterboy's specialty." Haku paused at this, the masked figures looking back down at the arena before speaking again. "I was talking about your little spat between the blonde boy Naruto and what was it he called Sujetsu, your boyfriend." Haku replied in a slightly mocking tone that caused the Riti to turn fiery red eyes over at him, but decided to leave it at that for the moment. Meanwhile below, Naruto and Sujetsu had squared off and were now waiting for Anko's signal to go. "Hey Jubi," called Naruto in his head as he settled into position. "Hi, what is it?" Naruto, wanting to know the right way not to get clobbered by a girl, asked Jubi in a teasing tone that caused Naruto to give her an annoyed little look that bled into his tone as he replied. "No, I don't. I was going to say, did you notice the way his face rippled when that girl hit him?" Naruto asked as she allowed a pair of pre-made chakra bars to slip down his sleeves so that their ends rested in his palms. Jubi seemed to pause for a moment, one hand raised to tap lightly at her chin as she mulled over what he had just said before responding. "You know, now that you mention it, I did. I mean, when she hit you, you just stumbled back, but he took it like it was nothing. Maybe he's just tougher than you," joked Jubi, enjoying poking playfully at the boy. Ever since last night at seeing her Kayu's actions in helping the seedling, she had been in a playful mood. Naruto in turn let out an annoyed little growl in his head, causing Jubi to raise her hands up in a play-acting manner, as if accepting defeat. Okay, I'll stop," she said, brushing one hand back through her purple hair before continuing. "I remember seeing something like that when I was up in the moon, some kind of bloodline that allowed a person to turn their body into a particular element at will. I'm guessing that's what this guy is, probably makes him mostly immune to physical damage," started Jubi in a lecturing tone while Anko was looking back and forth between the two about to start the match. "Okay, so mind giving me a hint as of what to do about it?" asked Naruto as Anko began to call out for the match to start. "Not really, come on Naruto, your chakra will negate his ability, heck he may just fold after a single hit," replied the Jubi in a tone that made it clear she was wondering if Naruto was even thinking clearly. "Oh yeah, thanks Jubi," replied Naruto just as Anko leapt back, signaling the beginning of the match. A second later Naruto was forced to dive sideways as Sujetsu shot forwards, pulling a flat blade from his back that seemed to be some kind of claymore. The blade smashed down into the arena floor, cracking the floor where it hit and sending small bits of debris away from the impact. Naruto skidded over from the blow, letting the two bars slip out of his sleeves and into his hands as he landed. As the white-haired boy was moving to yank out his blade, Naruto sprinted forwards and jumped at his opponent, twisting as he did so that his two bars swung together as a single hard blow across the boy's face. From the smirk on Sujetsu's as well as the other members from Kiri's faces, they had expected the blow to do little more than annoy the shark-toothed boy. Instead, the blow connected squarely on the boy's chin and forehead with a resounding crack, sending the boy flying across the arena and into a wall with an impact that cracked its foundation and sent up a small cloud of dust. Naruto landed, turning to face the direction he had sent his opponent just in time to see the boy fall from the wall to the floor on his hands and knees, hacking up a glob of blood as he hit the ground. A feeling of surprise shot through the minds of all of those who knew about the white-haired boy's bloodline as they saw the blow land, none more so than the boy himself. "What the hell was that? Why didn't my body take the blow like it's supposed to?" he thought, his teammates and sensei thinking along the same lines as him. Before he could do more than wonder why he had been hit, he looked up in time to see that Naruto had covered the distance to him and was taking another golf-like swing aimed at his temple. He managed to roll out of the way in time to avoid the swing of the black rod and swung his right arm out in a swiping motion, his arm swirling into water as it went stretching out across the floor to wrap around his blade. With another motion, he yanked the blade free of the ground as it flew back towards him as he shot his left arm forward towards Naruto, firing off a blast of water to attempt to knock him back. Naruto was able to raise one of his rods in time to intercept the water, causing the white-haired boy to let out a shout of pain as the water he had transformed his hand into water destabilized and splashed down to the ground. The momentary pain caused him to lose his hold on his blade as well, allowing the weapon to clatter loudly to the ground as it hit. As the boy's arms resolidified, he turned his face up in time to see Naruto sweeping a leg out to give a spin kick to the boy's face, slamming him back into the wall once again with another loud crack. After that, the white-haired boy slumped quietly to the floor without letting out so much as a groan as he fell forward. The arena was silent for a few moments until a few voices rang out from a particular spot of the watching crowd. "Yay Nikki, that was awesome," called Mito, jumping up and down while waving her hands above her head, drawing Naruto's attention as she did so. Beside her, Hanabi was also clapping along with Hinata, while Kushina wrapped an arm around Hitomi with a fox grin plastered across her face while flashing a peace eye down towards the blonde. Naruto turned his head up to see the cheering group resting one of the bars lazily on his shoulder as he smiled over at the group, letting his other arm fall gently to his side. With the rest of the teams, most were just stunned at what they had seen. Naruto was never this strong that any of them could remember from the academy. Back at the moment, most of them were too shocked at the match's quick outcome to do more than gape. There were a few exceptions, however. Nanami for one was smiling down at Naruto while clapping happily for her Iniachan's success. Sasuke was grunting in annoyance at the match. He had been watching the match with his Sharingan activated to try and examine both opponents, but for some reason he had been unable to focus them on the pair. It was almost as if he had been looking at them with some kind of interference. Naruko in the meantime was simply stunned at Naruto's apparent brutality and movements. Somewhere in the back of her head she recognized some of his movements as those her mother had once showed her, but what bothered her more than that was the odd feeling she was getting from those black bars that Naruto was holding. Something similar was flashing through Minato's mind as he watched Naruto slip the 2 bars back into his sleeves and make his way up the stairs. More than that, he was forced to wonder just how strong Hisashi had become after joining Team 11. Worse than that, with a pang, Minato remembered his promise all those years ago to train him when he was ready. Now he stood having passed the second round of the Chunin exams, and Minato couldn't even tell what kind of technique the boy had been using. Haku in the meantime was tracking Naruto's progress, remembering how the boy had apparently shirked off Zabuza's blowback and wave. Now the boy had somehow bypassed his teammate Bloodline with apparently no effort. The blows he landed on Zabuza messed up his chakra. Maybe he has some kind of bloodline having to do with that. I would probably be a good idea to look into this one a little closer. Haku thought, turning to walk over to where the Konoha team stood gathered around one another. As Haku approached, Ino, Sakura, and all 3 members of Team 7 seemed to notice him and turned in to face the approaching teen. Ino in particular seemed a little nervous about the figure's approach and was about to speak when the Kira youth reached up to pull away the mask concealing their face. As the mask came down, a very feminine face greeted the group, sparking a few different reactions from the group. Ino huffed in apparent annoyance at the figure's looks, while Sakura turned a knowing little smile on her friend, guessing at why Ino suddenly looked annoyed. Nanami and Naruto looked mostly curious as to the shinobi's intention, while Sasuke had taken a double take and was now simply looking at the unmasked teen with a strange amount of intensity. "Hello, I am Haku of Kira, and I was wondering if any of you might be able to answer a question for me about the last match." Haku started, his tone calm and conversational, while also being somehow welcoming. Most of the group relaxed at the teen's tone, allowing them to look around at one another before Minami moved to step forward, but before she could, Sasuke had stepped in front of her to speak first. "Why should we tell you anything? Just because Blondie down there took out your teammate doesn't mean that you need to know what we do," replied Sasuke, looking Haku up and down as he did so. Haku simply quirked an eyebrow up at the Uchiha's comment before looking over his shoulder towards the other members speaking over the boy. "Is it possible to talk to someone who isn't an insufferable ass, or is that just not going to happen?" started Haku in a tone that made it clear how little he thought of Sasuke's attempts at intimidating the teen. Without skipping a beat, Haku then turned to look at Sasuke before continuing. "And if you don't mind, please stop looking me up and down. I don't know about you, but I don't swing that way," Haku said, mentally cursing his own appearance as he did so. This comment hit the Uchiha like a blow to the face and actually caused him to take a step back from the other boy. Meanwhile, Ino's look of anger had been replaced by one of interest, while Sakura, Minami, and Naruto were fighting to keep from bursting out, laughing at the boy's comment. Without pausing, Haku once again turned towards the group, and Minami decided to answer his questions, if nothing else, to help pay him back for putting Sasuke in his place. "Well, Haku-san, my name is Minami, and I guess I can answer some of your questions about my Iniachan," started Minami, causing Haku to turn towards the girl and almost do a double take as he saw her appearance. For a second he thought he was looking at a sister of Karen, but after a second he realized that the girl's hair and eyes were a shade darker than Karen's and her face also didn't match up quite right. After a second Haku remembered himself and turned to face Minami, a small smile on his face. "Thank you Minami-san, I was just wondering if you knew if he had some kind of special Kekkei Genkai?" asked Haku in a polite tone. Minami paused at the question, her mind recalling Naruto's new chakra and understanding what the boy was asking her for. After a moment she looked over at him. "Well, my mother and little sister have a Kekkei Genkai, but Naruto has never had anything like that," she responded, keeping her tone even as she did so. Haku took a moment to watch her before nodding slowly towards her. Ino, seeing this, took the chance to step forward, a small smile playing across her face as she gave a little wave to get Haku's attention towards her. Excuse me?" she started as Haku looked over at her. I was just wondering if you could answer me a quick question," asked the blonde, drawing a few looks from the Konoha teams around her as well as a nod from Haku. I was just wondering if you were seeing anyone at the moment," asked Ino, a small blush appearing on her cheeks as she asked. Sakura sighed at her friend's question, going so far as to smack herself on her forehead at her friend's priorities. Minami let out a small giggle, while Naruto just shook her head and turned back to watch the next fight. Haku, to most of their surprise, also blushed heavily at the question, the red lighting up his pale cheeks very visibly as he did so. Before he could look more than surprised, Karen had made her way over to the group marching up beside Haku, giving him and the rest of them a quick once over before giving Minami a double take as well. For a second they all just stood there in silence, trying to figure out what to say next. In all likelihood they would have continued like that for a little while longer if Naruto hadn't walked past the group and, like an agent of chaos, managed to at once defuse and complicate the situation more than they could have believed possible. Without pausing he stepped through the group, patting Minami gently on the shoulder as he passed her, speaking loud enough for all of them to hear his words. "Don't worry Minami, you aren't going crazy," he said, waving a hand over towards Karen as he continued forward. "She's in Uzumaki. I guess Kasen wasn't the last one left after all, so she is like our cousin I guess," finished the blonde. This caused both Karen and Minami to look first at the blonde, then over at each other, before turning back to face Naruto, who hadn't even slowed as he passed by the pair. Just as he was walking past Haku, he gave the boy a small smile before tapping him lightly on the shoulder and giving him a small smile. "Oh, and Haku tells Abusa he's got a mean swing with that blade of his," Naruto finished as he made his way past the group and headed over to where the rest of his team was standing, leaving the confused group of teens in his wake. As he reached the group he was forced to duck as Mito tried one of her patented flying tackles to greet him. As he made his way forward he was greeted by Hinata and Kiba, who both patted him on the back congratulating him on his victory. Hitomi and Kushina also smiled over at him, offering their own congratulations. Naruto smiled around at them all before turning to smile over at Kushina, who had wrapped 3 of her chains around Mito in order to give Naruto a moment without the small girl using him as her private plushie. "Oh hey Kasen, turns out we aren't the last Uzumaki that Karen girl is too, small world huh?" Naruto said in a nonchalant tone, causing Mito and Kushina to freeze for a moment before looking over to where they saw Minami and Karen standing side by side. Before the two could do more than stare, however, the screen flashed to a halt once again and Anko yelled out to the room at large once again. "Alright Naruto of Konoha and Dosu of Sound, get down here," called Anko's voice, drawing Team 11's attention to the arena floor where Naruto and Dosu had both leapt down to stand a few feet apart. The second that Anko had signaled the match to begin, Dosu was charging forward, sweeping low, bringing his gauntlet up to make a devastating haymaker towards Naruto's head. Naruto, however, didn't hesitate for a second and had already crossed her hands in a familiar hand sign, pulling out a small pulse of Kyuubi's chakra as she did so. The next thing that Dosu knew, he was surrounded on all sides by perfect copies of the retweeted girl, all grinning at him dangerously. From all around him, Naruto's voice coming from the crowd of clones around him. "I'm going to teach not to mess with my team or my Nissen," came the call, and as one, a sea of blonde-haired girls raced forward like a flood, swarming over the boy, raining down blow after blow upon the Dosu, the sound of hammering blows causing more than a few to flinch slightly and make their own mental note not to piss of the blonde Namikaze girl if they wanted to retain control of their limbs. After a few minutes worth of beating, Naruto dismissed her clones, showing a severely beaten Dosu face down on the group, looking nothing so much as one giant bruise. Naruto let a small pleased smile spread across her face as she looked around the arena, her eyes focusing for a moment on where Mito was sitting. Naruto noticed his sister's eyes focusing on Mito, who was looking a little torn on how to respond. A small bit of sadness worked its way into Naruto's memory at seeing Naruto's gaze towards Mito. He couldn't help but remember all the times he had looked towards his Kasen and the Hokage with that same pleading look on his own face. Hoping and wishing to see some kind of approval on it, and for that reason, he made his way over to Mito, kneeling beside her and resting her hand on her head gently. Mito looked up at Naruto, who just smiled down at her for a moment before speaking in a quiet tone. "Mito, Naruto just fought a really good match, cheer her on, just like you did me, okay?" he said, ruffling her hair as he did so. Mito blinked up at him for a moment before breaking into a small grin and nodding over at him before turning around to look back down at Naruto with a look of concentration on her face. Without missing a beat, Mito hoisted herself up onto the railing, brining her hands up to cup her mouth as she did. "You see that everyone, Naruto Onasan took out that mummy guy in no time," cheered the little redeed as Naruto gave her a small smile as he looked around, catching Hinata's eyes as he did so. Hinata walked up to stand beside Naruto, giving him a simple one-armed hug as she did so. Naruto in the meantime was practically skipping as she made her way back up the stairs. "Midichin, thank you, I was really lost there for a bit, but seeing you proud of me, heck, I feel like I can take on the whole world right now," the blonde thought as she made her way slowly up the stairs. As she went, Kyuubi couldn't help but put in his 2 cents worth. "I swear you monkeys can get excited over the most pointless things," spoke the fox, lazily lifting one eye open as he nestled his head to rest down on his paws. Naruto screwed up her face in annoyance at the fox's comment, sending him a mental glare. "Oh, shut up, furball, I'm having a good time right now thanks to Midichin, and I don't need you messing it up," shot Naruto in the fox's direction as she made her way over to where the rest of her team was standing. The Kyuubi shook its head, letting out a small huff as it did so in annoyance at its host. "I just had to get the host that is so blind she can't even see what's staring her in the face." Kyuubi mocked, closing its eyes and going back to sleep without noticing the girl's confusion. What the heck are you talking about? Kyuubi. Hey you furball, answer me," Naruto mentally shouted, but without effect. Kyuubi had sunk back to sleep without waiting to answer any questions from the girl. Naruto meanwhile mentally cursed, giving herself a little shake of the head before looking over at her team for a moment and then back over to where she had seen Mito a moment before. As her eyes tracked over to Hiramoto, she felt a small pang of sadness as she saw Mito turn to receive a small pat from Naruto and then go over smiling to her mother. "Man, it's been a long time since I got so see Kasen and Mito like that, they're usually with Nar and Iasen," thought the blonde as she turned back to her team, shaking herself once again and trying to force out the doubting voice that had started to speak in her. Arrived over to her team, she accepted a small hug of congratulation from Minami. And a grunt from Sasuke just as the screen began to flash through the names once again. Over with Naruto and his group. Mito had maneuvered herself back over to the edge of the arena, looking down excitedly at the arena, excitedly chatting away with Hanabi as she did. Naruto and Hinata had made their way over to Kiba, and the three were all discussing some of the other matches, trying to figure out their own strategies against the winners in case they had to fight them next. "Okay, Hinata of Konoha and Kankuro of Suna, let's hope you two give a longer match than the last one," called out Anko, a note of amusement in her voice as she said the words. Team 11 stopped, turning to look over at Hinata, who gave a small smile back before she made her way towards the stairs. Kankuro for his part just gave a small bark of laughter at spying his opponent before he too made his way down to the arena floor. As the two descended down, the remaining members of Team 11 just moved over to the railing to cheer their teammate on. Kishino also pushed Hitomi forward so that they all could get a good look at the fight below. Down in the arena, Anko was lazily cracking her head back and forth, waiting for the two teens to fall into position, casting annoyed little looks at the two as they took their time getting into position. "Hey princess, cat guy, hurry up, I haven't got all day," called Anko with an annoyed tone that caused Hinata to jump slightly and hurry over to her position, while Kankuro just gave Anko a sidelong glance while making his own slow track over to his position, where he stood with his hand still stuffed simply in his pockets, a smug smile on his face. Hinata in the meantime settled herself back into her gentle fist style, raising a palm out to face towards Kankuro, her head bowed slightly to cover up the fact that her Byakugan was already activated. Once the chakra flooded her eyes, she was suddenly given a clear view of the entire area, everyone becoming clear outlines pulsing with chakra, except oddly the boy standing in front of her. But why, wait, there's another signature coming from the bundle on his back, and are those chakra strings? Thought Hinata, taking in the odd hollow figure that seemed to be standing in front of her before she put together what she was seeing. Wait, I've heard of this from Shizune-sensei, he's a puppet user, that means that his real body is the one in that bundle. The pale-eyed girl thought, trying to remember what she had been told of the puppet user's style from Shizune. "Okay sensei," said, "they use poisons and traps primarily, I can see some strings that branch off to different parts of the puppet, I guess that's what those are for, so I have to hit the puppeteer or sever the strings if I want to take him out," Hinata concluded, tensing slightly in preparation for her coming fight. However, before she could set her mind to the fight, a loud call from the above setting drew her attention. "Let's go Hinata-chan, show that makeup guy who he's messing with," called Naruto, soon joined by the rest of their personal cheering section. "You 3 for 3 Hinata, let's show them what Team 11 is made of," called Kiba Akamaru, barking happily in turn, offering up his support as well. Mito had managed to bat her eyes and get Naruto to hoist her onto his shoulder, where she waved them excitedly. Meanwhile Hitomi and Hanabi were cheering and waving in turn. "Go for it, Onasan, you can do it," called Hanabi from where he stood beside his mother, who smiled around at the cheering youth, offering a happy little clap to the cheering, while smiling down softly at her Musume with pride. While the others may not realize it, Hitomi knew that her daughter was able to see them clearly thanks to her eyes. Hitomi had taught Hinata this particular trick in covering up her eyes before a fight. "No point in having an advantage like our eyes if you are going to advertise it to the world," she had said, a smile of pride coming to her face as she remembered the time. Now she just watched with pride as her Musume fell into a battle stance. Down below, Hinata allowed herself to break into a smile as she focused back over at Kankuro, who was still confident in his disguise. Anko in the meantime gave the two a quick look before shrugging slightly. "Well, at least Princess over that has the right idea about this," mocked the purple-haired examiner, giving Kankuro a small annoyed look as she did so. Without waiting for a response from the boy, she simply lifted her right arm up before speaking again. "Okay, whatever, Hinata of Konoha and Kankuro of Suna," she called, taking a small hop back from the two to signal the start of the match. Without a moment to lose, Hinata sprang forward like an arrow from a bow, her right hand flashing forward, charged with chakra, formed in a hammering blow that crashed hard into the apparently unprepared Kankuro. There was a loud crack that caused a few people to grimace slightly, their minds giving them mental visions of breaking bone. Hinata, however, did not pause, knowing that her blow had only hit the puppet and that if she did not keep up the assault on the puppeteer, she would accomplish nothing. Still, in order to let Kankuro think he had her tricked, she had to hit the puppet with her opening move, or the boy may catch wise to her. So as the first blow landed, Hinata followed through with a hit, spinning her body with a blow while dropping down and swiping her left leg out in a swift scything motion, aimed at the puppet's feet. Kankuro seemed to have fallen for Hinata's ruse, as he did not even bother to have his puppet crow attempt to avoid the blow. With another crack, Hinata's leg connected, sweeping the feet out from under the fake Kankuro, causing him to fall back, twisting slightly so that the weight did not come down on the package holding the real puppeteer. But the dull thump, the Suna boy hit the ground with a convincing moan of pain, meant to make Hinata relax her guard and give him an opening. Hinata didn't give the ruse a second thought as she turned the kick into a roll, coming up on one knee while pulling back one of her sleeves to reveal her 5 senbon launchers across her arm. Before Kankuro could do more than swear under his breath, Hinata let 5 needles fly, plunging one after another into the wrapped parcel on Kankuro's back. With a roar of pain, the wrapping around Kankuro burst off, bits of cloth flying around him as she jumped to his feet, the painted face turning his anger-filled eyes towards where Hinata was settling back into her stance, allowing her sleeve to slip down over her wrist once again, a small confident smile playing across her face. Kankuro let out a few choice swears as he gave his fingers a flick, allowing Crow to burst out of his porcelain shell and leap to rest in front of him. "Not bad, Princess, but you just lost your best chance to take me down. I won't be making that mistake twice," fired of Kankuro, taking a small calming breath and focusing on his opponent seriously for the first time since the battle had begun. Hinata for her part just gave the boy a harsh look without responding, her mind racing slightly. Wait, how is he standing? Those senbon had enough paralyzing agent to put down a bull. Crap, he's a puppeteer, he must have some immunities to poisons after his training. He may be right, I may have just missed my best chance at him, thought Hinata as she focused back towards her opponent. Kankuro for his part made 2 swiping gestures with his arms, his fingers twitching in an intricate pattern as though he was conducting an odd orchestra. His 3-eyed puppet lurched forward towards the pale-eyed girls, its arms spreading wide with an eerie chattering sound to complement its oddly inhuman movements. Hinata saw the attack coming in time to step forward, her right hand raised up to parry as the puppet's first arm came down, a blade shooting for its wrist as it closed. Hinata's hand slapped the inside of the arm, forcing the blade off course, before she was forced to drop the same arm down to drive an elbow into the puppet's other arm that had also concealed a blade, catching just as it was about to punch into her open stomach. Thanks to her Byakugan, Hinata was able to spin right enough to avoid the other 2 arms that tried to grapple her towards the puppet's chest, where several barbed spikes were protruding. Hinata carried the spin around, dashing under the puppet's arms and shooting towards Kankuro once again. Kankuro let out an angered grunt as he yanked his arms down, causing Crow to fly backwards after Hinata. Seeing this, the girl leapt slightly, swiping her arms back and forth in wide graceful arcs-like movements in a dance. Without warning, Crow fell forward, skidding across the ground for a few feet, his string severed. Before Kankuro could act, Hinata had closed in and had landed a glancing blow on the boy's chest, causing him to reel back, letting out a hiss of pain as he did so. Before Hinata could follow up her attack, Kankuro flicked a finger, causing a pair of kunai to fly free from his belt, forcing the girl to arc herself back into a dive to avoid the blades. Pankuro seized the opportunity to fling his chakra strings forwards to connect with Crow, again having the puppet fling out a salvo of kunai flying downrange towards Hinata, forcing her to continue to bob and weave away from the boy. As the last kunai fired, Hinata looked up to see Kankuro once again positioning Crow in front of him, a pained expression on his face as he moved. "Aren't she's a lot better than I thought. Wait, those eyes, damn it, I didn't even notice, damn it, that's how she saw my chakra threads, most of my projectiles will be useless. Unless." Thought Kankuro, a small smile gracing his lips as an idea flashed across his mind. His apparent happiness did not go unnoticed to Hinata, who readied herself for the next attack. Up in the stands, Team 11 and their fellow watchers were all watching the match in anxious excitement. "I have to say, Hitochin, she's just like you were at that age," said Kushina, giving Hitomi a small smile that Hitomi returned without looking away from the arena. "Aye, she does, still I can see she's been getting some of your bluntness mixed in," teased Hitomi, giving Kushina a small nudge with her elbow as she did. Kushina gave a small chuckle as she raised a hand to rub absently at the back of her head. "I guess she does at that, though I think that has to do more with keeping my Sachi in line," chuckled Kushina, giving her Sachi a happy look from where she sat. Naruto in the meantime was excitedly watching Hinata's match, while a sense of pride welled up inside him at her hard work. Hinata and he had been the outliners of their families, the ones that no one thought would amount to anything. Now he was watching as Hinata danced and weaved around her opponent, each blow feeling like its own victory, carrying with it the defiance they had thrown in the face of all those who had seen them as second-rate. If Naruto found himself falling in love with the pale-eyed girl he had grown up with all over again as he watched her battle below. "You know, if you're not careful, some other guy is going to try and take your princess away after this fight," joked Juubi, seeing the obvious love in Naruto's eyes as she gazed down at Hinata. The blonde smirked slight, not taking his eyes away from the combatants below. "I think I'd feed them to Kyuubi," thought Naruto in an annoyed little tone at Juubi's comment. Juubi paused for a moment, trying to figure out what Naruto meant by his words. Kyuubi?" asked Juubi after a second, quirking one eyebrow in apparent confusion at the name. Naruto waved one hand slightly before responding. Hinata-chan and Minami came up with it for the new seedling that Caillou helped. "Come to think of it, Caillou probably had something to do with it too," replied Naruto, drawing a sound of recognition for Juubi. After a moment, Juubi let out a small pleased giggle. "Oh, I can't wait to hear what Mito will do when she finds out she can name them," chuckled Juubi in a mischievous tone. Naruto froze for a second before a small shiver went down his spine as he looked over at the grinning face of Mito as she and Hanabi cheered Hinata on. "Oh, Kami, help us, we're doomed," swallowed Naruto as he forced himself to shake the worried thoughts out of his head. Juubi continued to giggle away as their attention returned to the fight below. Hinata had just spied some of the water a small ways off from her, left over from Kiba's fight, and with a small smile, formed a few quick hand signs just as Kankuro refocused on her. Kankuro flicked his hand slightly, causing Crow's mouth to swing open, releasing a hail of senbon towards the girl just as he landed on the final hand sign. Before the needles could contact her, a shining disc of water formed before her, intercepting the needles and causing them to fling themselves away from it, causing Kankuro to curse under his breath. From behind the disc, Hinata flew through a few more hand signs before the water condensed itself into a compassed mass, and there were suddenly two Hinatas standing before Kankuro, both lowering themselves into a battle stance before springing forward at him once again. Kankuro let out an angry roar at this, swiping his hands out to either side, causing Crow to shudder for a moment before its chest cracked open and a virtual storm of kunai tailing explosive tags shot forward towards the pair of girls. Hinata only had a moment to reach and pull her clone into another shimmering shield before the explosion rocked her back. The water shield had done just enough to dull the blow, but mixed in with the explosive kunai had been others smaller, acting as shrapnel to the larger explosions, and more than a few had found their target, burying themselves into the girl's arms and legs, bringing her hard to the ground as a cry of pain escaped her lips. The cry went up from where Team 11 was standing, and Kushina had to help Kiba in restraining Naruto and Hanabi from leaping over the railing to go to the girl's aid. Down below, Hinata had rolled to her side enough to push herself into a kneeling position, her mind racing as she tried to fight through the pain she could feel pulsing all over her body. "No, I can't, no, not here, not after everything, I'm not going to lose here." Hinata tried to think, fighting through the pain as her eyes saw dimly the outlines of Naruto and Hanabi struggling and calling down to her, although their voices were oddly muted as she looked at them. She absently felt a hot trickle of something on her cheek and lifted a hand that came aware at. But the start she realized that her ears were bleeding. Kankuro allowed a small smug look to cross his face as she saw the state of his opponent. True, he had been forced to pull out Crow's biggest guns to take her on, but still the result was the same and he was confident now in his victory. He made a small gesture with one hand that caused Crow to close the hatch on its chest while allowing its mouth to once more fall open. Hinata in the meantime was still trying to push past her own pain, her arms and legs felt weak, heavy, and despite her attempts, she didn't seem to be able to lift them. Her head was still ringing with the muffled sounds, her ears still damaged from the blast, and her breath came in ragged breaths that she could only notice, thanks to the feeling that came with them. The only taste was the metallic one of blood, and her nose could only feel the same all around her, blending into a wide-eyed silence of her senses. It was there in that silence where all of her other senses seemed to have been either removed or occupied that she could hear the voice inside of her for the first time. "Blood of my blood, eye of my eye, it is time to open once more," spoke an odd little voice inside of Hinata's mind, causing the girl to suddenly focus on it, momentarily frightened by its presence. "Whoa, is that Jubi?" asked a concerned girl in her own mind, trying to grasp onto something she could understand as the voice spoke again. "I am you are me, pull away the curtain and accept what your eyes were meant to see, open your blind eyes and see the world that our blood made, open your eyes and accept the burden of your family's sin and help save the tree that we wronged," spoke the voice again, both strong and commanding, yet carrying a hint of sadness and self-loathing with it at the same time. Hinata Simple sat there dazed as the words reverberated inside her head. Even as Kankuro flipped one finger and Crow spat out a purple ball that streaked down towards the girl, she found herself unable to focus on anything but the voice inside of her. "I don't understand what woe are you?" asked Hinata again, even as the ball of poison hit the ground before her, carpeting her and that side of the arena in a cloud of purple gas that hissed ominously as it spread around the enclosure. The voice was silent for a moment before it spoke one final time, its voice seemed to be washing away as it did so. "I am but a shadow of a man, a foolish man that realized his mistake only in time to die with a heavy heart. I am that man's dying wish and your birthright, now awaken, open our eyes and awaken, open the eyes that can see through the darkness of the past and help love the one we wronged," called out the voice, its final words like thunder as it spoke. But those final words, Hinata felt an odd pulse in herself and her sight changed. It was as if she had never truly seen before, like she was a child opening their eyes for the first time, and suddenly she could see the chakra around her flowing like a river, back and forth in the air, in the ground and in the people around her. She saw what appeared to be a small speck of oddly purple chakra that looked like Naruto seemed to fall apart in her as the voice finished. She also saw her opponent, his chakra lines, the chakra in his skin, his flesh, and even in the fibers that linked together to form his threads. Absently she noticed the odd presence of the pressure on the sides of her head, but she didn't pay them any mind. She saw the mouths of Naruto and Hanabi, along with her Kasen's, Kushina's and Mito's mouths, all calling her name, and she seemed to recognize that she was in a cloud of purple fog for the first time. Absently she forced the chakra in the air to separate itself from the poison, allowing her to take a soft breath, but even as she noticed all of this, she felt the pain of her body once again, her thoughts turned back to her opponent. He was too far away to hit with a blow, and her arms were still too heavy to get a good shot at him with her launcher, but for some reason she sensed there was a way to win. As if on instinct alone, she saw the chakra strings that wrapped all around the puppet, tiny threads that branched out from the 10 strings to wind themselves around the puppet top to bottom, coating it in what appeared to be a kind of spider web. If only there was a way to tighten that web, and with that as if guided to do so, she raised a shaky hand towards the puppet and pulled her hand into a hard fist while letting it fall to the ground. From outside the cloud, everyone was shocked to see the puppet crow shake violently for a second before it seemed to fall in upon itself, as though crushed by some giant hand, its wood limbs and body splintering with a loud crack and grinding as it simply fell to the ground in splinters. Kankuro looked equally horrified and scared as he saw his puppet literally fall to pieces before his eyes. Sure, he had heard of puppets doing something similar. If one put too much force into their threads they could damage their puppet, but this was like he had decided to crush the thing, and that wasn't right. From the observation deck, Hitomi's eyes grew wider as she saw the outline of her daughter in the cloud. It was only for a second, but it looked as though there were two large shapes sticking out of her daughter's head, but a moment later as the cloud had finally blown away, there still on her knees was Hinata, bloodied and exhausted and looking more confused than anything else. Kankuro for his part looked absolutely floored at the sight of his opponent still conscious and looking his direction. With no puppet left, he was doubtful of his chances. Sure, this girl was on her last leg, but she still had a leg to stand on. He meanwhile may as well have been naked for all the good he was with his puppet in pieces. He gave a quick glance back towards his sensei looking for instructions. He could replace Crow with time, but if he was injured now he may not be ready for the invasion, and his mission had to come first. His sensei hesitated for a second before giving him a curt nod, and with a sigh, Kankuro raised a hand up before speaking. Unnoticed to either him or his sensei, Gaara's face had twisted up into a horrifying grin as he stared down at the pale-eyed girl, a manic voice inside his voice, calling out in bloody fury and exultation as he did. "It's here, one of the cursed blood, yes, her blood will be a fitting gift to mother, yes, those two shall pay for their actions against her." cackled Shukaku half mad with happiness at the prospect of killing one of her blood. I forfeit, without Crow I can't continue. Spoke Kankuro to a shocked crowd. Moments later Naruto had apparently managed to fight his way free of his would-be captors and had leapt down to the ground floor as he sprinted over to Hinata's form even as she faltered slightly tilting to one side. Naruto reached her just in time to stop her from falling and supported her as she turned her pale eyes up to his purple ones, giving a weak smile as she did so. "You did it, Naruto-kun," she said in a soft whisper. Naruto took a moment to process her words before he gave her a return smile and nodded. "Ah, you did at that, come on, we need to get you looked after, okay?" replied Naruto, a note of worry in his voice as he said it. Hinata just gave him a small smile at his words and allowed her head to move forward slightly to rest on his chest. The medics arrived a moment later and Hinata left with them, Naruto refusing to leave her side. Hitomi and Hanabi, along with Mito, hurried away towards the hospital, with Kushina quickly making a shadow clone to leave to watch Manami's fight and taking off after them, Kiba and Akamaru taking up the rear. An hour later found the group sitting around a hospital bed where Hinata laid breathing easily. The group had called Tsunade and Shizune to help them and had caught them just as they were leaving a second bar. The two women had sobered up immediately and rushed to the hospital to see to the girl's injuries. Luckily they had not been very serious, the blades hadn't pierced it deep and the poison on them and the cloud had been standard enough that Shizune had made up an antidote in quick order. Now the group simply sat around waiting for the girl to wake up. About a half an hour into their waiting, Kushina had announced that her clone had dispersed and she had informed them that Manami had defeated Tenten in the next match and that Gaara had devastated Lee in the final match. She explained to the group how the third exam would be set up and then they had just waited, ideally chatting as they did so. Naruto for his part was sitting right by Hinata's bedside, his hand resting on hers as he watched her. After a while longer Hinata's eyes fluttered open and the first thing she was greeted with was a hug from Naruto, who cried out in happiness. Soon she was receiving kind words from all of those around her and being told everything that had happened after her fight. Soon enough Hinata had decided to recount her events in the fight as well as the voice that she had heard. As she finished she looked around the group with confused expression. "What do you suppose it was?" asked Hinata, the obvious worry present in her voice as she gave sound to the words. Most of the group looked confusedly around at one another for a moment before Hitomi cleared her through, drawing their eyes to her. "I think it may have something to do with our ancestor," spoke the women, drawing odd looks from the rest of the group, Hinata in particular. "Ah, what ancestor, Kasen?" asked Hinata after a moment, looking over at her mother curiously. Hitomi seemed to consider the question for a moment before responding. "Well, Hinata, you've heard how we are descended from the sage of the six paths, correct?" asked Hitomi, a series of nods going around the room. The Hyuga Council had always liked to rub that information in the faces of others whenever they were able, so it was pretty common knowledge in the leaf. "Well, that isn't exactly true," she said, drawing confused looks from the group, but before they could voice their question she raised a hand and silence fell, allowing her to continue. "You see, the Byakugan was not from the sage, but from his brother. Legend has it he broke from his brother over an argument and set out from him to found the first Hyuga clan. It is from him that our eyes came, and it was said that his eyes saw the world as it is, and that the Byakugan we know now is a shadow of his former eyes," continued Hitomi, getting more than a few odd looks as she spoke. "She is right, you know, the sage's brother did fight with him," spoke up Yubi, a sad little tone in her voice as she recalled the ties she had seen the man. Everyone with the pollens focused on this for a moment, waiting for Jubi to continue. A moment later she did. "They fought over my imprisonment." The younger brother had second thoughts about their mother's actions and their own, and needless to say they had a falling out. "It sounds to me that he must have left a kind of genetic switch to react to some kind of signal, but I'm at a loss as to what I is," said Jubi, giving a mental shrug as she finished. After taking a moment to explain to Hitomi about what they had heard, she nodded before speaking again. "That would fit with what I have heard. I guess the only thing left is to see if Hinata-chan has the mark," said Hitomi, turning to face her daughter with a quizzitive look. Hinata returned the look before looking around the room, her eyes confused. After a moment Hanabi spoke up. Kasen, what do you mean a mark?" asked the boy Mito beside him, nodding in agreement with his statement. Hitomi looked down at Hanabi with a small smile before bending slightly to lift the boy up onto her lap facing Hinata's bed. "Well, Hanabi-kun, that depends on Hinata. You see, she needs to try and pull out the power she used during the match. If what I know of the legend is right, we should see the marking clearly if she does," replied Hitomi, looking up at Hinata with a small smile. Hinata looked a little worried at her mother's words, casting her eyes over to Naruto, who nodded his head encouragingly, giving her a smile to go along with it. Hinata smiled back, turning her thoughts inward, trying to find that feeling she had experienced during the match. For a moment nothing happened, but then as if she was waking for a sleep she felt an odd sensation around her eyes and the pressure returned to her head. Just as this happened she heard several startled sounds and one that sounded like excited giggling. Creaking her eyes open she saw everyone staring at her, mostly with open mouths. The giggling was coming from Naruto who was sitting beside her, his small smile having spread out into a full-blown grin as she looked over at him as small hisses of laughter escaped his lips. Hinata looked concerned for a moment and spoke up. "What is it?" she asked, concern evident in her voice. Tsunade took a step back from the head of the bed, allowing Hinata to look forward into a large mirror that faced her from across the wall. She noticed immediately what had everyone staring. The first thing she noticed were her eyes. Their center had remained their pale violet color, but the whites had turned solid black so that her eyes looked like two moons blinking out, form a night sky captured in her face. However, that paled in comparison to her other change. From either side of her head above where her ears sat there were two white horns-like appendages that made it look like she had grown a pair of bunny ears when she looked head-on. Her gaze turned to Naruto who was still giving off a small giggle as he smiled at her, his body shaking with trying to contain his apparent joy. After a moment Hinata spoke in a soft voice to him. "Naruto-kun, why are you laughing, is this funny to you?" asked Hinata, a small bit of hurt in her voice as she asked. Naruto fought to contain himself for a second before shaking his head a few times before he managed to speak. "No, Hinata-chan, you look great," he said, giving her another smile that relaxed her a little. "Then why are you laughing?" asked the girl, still trying to understand Naruto's odd behavior. Being shocked she could understand, but Naruto seemed positively giddy at her predicament. Naruto had to fight for several more seconds until he was able to reply. "Because your new ability is more kawaii than mine. Bunny-chan," he replied, finally failing to contain his laughter and just pulling the confused Hinata against him, causing a small leap to escape her lips as he did. For a second she didn't react until Naruto's words processed and she found herself letting out a small giggle that soon blossomed into a laugh of her own as she reached around and pulled herself closer to Naruto as she thought of how she measured up to his seedlings. The two's laughter was infectious and soon the whole room was laughing, Hanabi actually falling off of Hitomi's lap and onto Mito during it, causing another burst of laughter to ring out from the group as the two children rolled around on the hospital room floor. What none of them could know was that just outside the room another figure was also laughing silently to himself, but unlike the happy laughter from inside, this happiness carried the same madness that had been in the arena when he had first sensed the change in the girl. From in the hall a red-headed boy, with dark rings around his eyes, gave a final silent shake as he moved away from the door to the room and made his way down the hall towards where his last victim was sleeping, having narrowly escaped his grasp. Thank you for watching this video, I hope you enjoyed it. If you want to see the next part, don't forget to turn on notifications by hitting that bell icon. Please like, subscribe, and comment below to let me know your thoughts. Check out my other videos for more content you might enjoy. Until next time, take care.